All right. Let's see if this is working. All that Trump optimism just crashed my computer. No, I didn't even want to talk about what happened. So, my internet prices kept going up and up and up, and the upload speeds were terrible, and so I went with another company, and they came in and installed it today. Everything looked great, all day, internet good. Bam, it just goes out for 15 minutes. What good is it going to be if it just randomly cuts out for 15 minutes like that? That I can't use that. I'm a streamer. It's not going to work. So hopefully it's a one-time thing, but pretty bad when a half hour into the first stream with the new internet, it just starts petering out like that. So not hopeful. Anyways, the debate was supposed to be at 8 p.m., but I guess it's 8 p.m. Central Time, which puts it at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. So that's my mistake. Though I'm convinced. Let me check something. Let me give this Rampage guy the business. I guess it does say Central Time. Chump. What a chump. Central Time. It got me. It got me. Yeah, that's what I said, Go Rams. How would I feel if my stream didn't cut out and you just heard me yelling here? It's fine. There's nothing crazy going on. I was just yelling. I'm back. Yeah. So we got like 30 minutes to kill. What do people want to talk about? I was trying to look for someone to argue with, was what I was doing, but I didn't see anyone on. No one to fight with. What a bunch of losers. None of the left-wingers on tonight to argue with. What can you do? The press ever would I don't know if he got a better mindset or not. I feel like a depressed caveman. Talk about the union coming out for Trump. Yeah, it was interesting, right? Hey, what's up, Bleezers? But who knows how much that is, or if it's just some guys. I view unions a lot like other organizations in that a lot of times when you get down to the bottom level, the average rank and file, people are pretty reasonable and there's a diversity of opinions. But a lot of it's controlled by the leadership so much. And I think a lot of people just go along to get along. So even previously, I bet even when unions, Democrats had dominating on unions, probably at the rank and file level, they're a lot like, I don't like these guys. I don't like Obama. I don't like Clinton, whatever. But hopefully it's a positive sign that unions are waking up. I mean, it is true, regardless of the Republican Party is terrible too, don't get me wrong. But the Democratic Party has totally left the concept of fighting for the working man. Communism and socialism is not policies that are good for the working person. And they don't care at all about the working person. They care more about the illegal. They care more about the criminal. They care more about the foreign citizen than they do the blue-collar worker here. They think the blue-collar worker here exists merely as a tool to provide benefits for those other groups that they consider oppressed. So I saw Elon's, apparently she's hungry. She's homeless and hungry, yeah. How are we going to convince the other side that voting against Trump is bad? I mean, the people you're debating know the guy. I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to try to convince them that it's not about Trump or not. It's about the idea of a potential outsider, and we'll never get to a conservative party if we have the corruption that we have right now that's endemic in the group that's going after Donald Trump. What's up, Jeff? How you doing? Do I think unions would have ever been established without using violence? Yeah, they probably did. Violence is one tool that a union could use, but the idea of a union of just a collective group of people that are labor coming together and saying we're going to increase the value of our labor by unionizing, working together. So right now, if I have a company and I employ 10 people, the value of the labor, their bargaining power is less as individuals because I could easily replace one person. However, it would be very difficult for me to replace 10 people. So even without violence, those 10 people can come together and say, okay, if you fire one of us, you fire all of us. What do I think of police and police unions, pro or against? Difficult question, right? I think police are a necessity, that we don't want vigilantism as much as possible, and so you need a police force. I think probably the majority of police officers are fine. There are certainly police unions that will stick up for any police officer no matter how corrupt, and I think that that's something that needs to be challenged, but it's difficult. All unions are like that. One of the interesting things about sports when it comes to labor, collective bargaining, these sorts of questions, sports actually show it in a way that's easy for most people to understand. So for many years, it used to be cliche that the strongest union in the country was the Major League Baseball player union. They went on strike, famously there. And what season was lost because of the baseball union? Am I a Biden bro? Far from it. But take the umpires union. So there's this umpire. I don't know how close people follow baseball, but there's this umpire by the name, thanks, Jeb, an umpire by the name of Angel Hernandez. Everybody knows he's terrible. Like, you could find just YouTube videos of hours of this guy missing calls. He's just terrible. And yet, the umpires union will never get rid of that guy. They're going to defend that guy to the death because that's what the union's for. So you could say, like, well, shouldn't we reform the union? Well, as an outsider, of course you would say that. But part of being that union is, even if I'm shit, this union's sticking up for me. The same's true of law enforcement. They don't want to pile on a shitty cop because the whole point of the union is, well, someday I might be considered a shitty cop. It's a brotherhood. We're all in it together. And that means the good and the bad. That's the concept of a union. I got jumped by this fraternity once when I was in college. It beat me pretty bad, too. And like 2 years later, I had people over at my house, and this dude came around. I think he was my roommate's friend. And he hung out, and he was fine. And then he came back like a week later. And the second time he came back, we were listening to the Pittsburgh Pirates on our little radio out on the porch drinking beer. And he's like, hey, man, I got to tell you, I was in that I was in that fraternity where those guys beat the shit out of you. And I was like, were you one of the ones that hit me? He was like, no. But I was there, and I would have had their back, even though I know they're wrong. But they're my friend. They're my brothers. I get that. It's like, yeah. I've been that guy. I have shitty friends that you're out with, and they start something, and it's like, well, I have their back. I don't know why. They suck, but I'm their friend. Or even family members. It's like that, Yeah, the teachers union's tough. It's terrible, too, most of them. So I get why you would want to unionize. And I remember that wonder, yeah. He's so bad. Yeah, I miss Above Top Secret. I tried to sign on the other day. Was it you, Tyler, that was telling me they got hacked and you got to get in touch with the mods? I should probably do that. I still, every once in a while, one of the things I liked about blog, I would call that a blog, kind of. It was like a blog type website focused on politics and conspiracy theories. And one of the things I liked putting a bunch of time and work into that, even though I was anonymous and I never made a name for myself or anything of that nature, it's easy to search what you said. When something's in writing, you can say, So, for example, if I was like, oh, remember I read that report on COVID, the CDC report in 2021, blah, blah, blah. To look that up as a video and then find the source is tougher than if you already have it in writing. And so oftentimes I would write big, long threads where I would compile a bunch of research, and it's all right there. So if I ever want to go back to, hey, remember when I was doing that research on I remember I did this huge thread on Hillary Clinton's connections to all of these like Arab countries and Russian countries. I would be able to go on there and bam, right there, right at the beginning of the thread was all my sources. So I should write a book. Now, I will tell you, one of the things I would like to do, and I wasn't even a good researcher. My debate partner was a fantastic researcher. So was my coach. But one of the things I would like to do, I think there's a lot of room for bringing together right-wingers in a collective way to make us more effective. It's one of the reasons, like when Steven Crowder was saying he was going to like try to bring together under an umbrella of a certain network a bunch of right-wing streamers. Now, he didn't do that, and I don't know that he would be a good person to do it, but maybe someone like Tim Pool, or even better would be someone like Glenn Beck at The Blaze, which they have Alex Stein. But to get a group of people, a group of streamers that could interact with each other, but they're all kind of independently doing their own thing, that are sort of pushing for a right-wing conservative populist agenda, I think would be really smart. And one of the things that they should do in conjunction with that, and I've thought of doing this, but I just have no time to spearhead it, I would like to have a compilation of research on the topics that we talk about, almost like I used to do with debate evidence, so that it would be available to anyone either through a subscription or preferably not through a subscription. And so anytime you were debating abortion, right, any question you could think of, when does life begin? Here's 30 articles. Here's 30 medical journals. And then we'll highlight, like paragraph 3, section 7, or, chapter 7, paragraph 3, highlight that part out. Have the whole document there, but have it highlighted so that it's easy to get the relevant information for people. And I'm not in debate. You did it for all sides of the argument because sometimes you had to debate the other side. That's not what I would do. I would do it just for the ideas that conservatives believed in, or that populists believed in, or right-wingers believed in. And I think that would be effective because that would help anyone, whether you're a streamer and you're debating people, or whether you're just talking to people at your job and you're trying to convince them to vote Republican or to vote against Biden. I think that would be, I think a website would be cool. A Discord channel would work, but an actual URL would be preferable. And I think that if you had someone like Glenn Beck spearhead that you could really get wheeled. I'd be more than happy to contribute, even if it was for free. Go away, Gentrum. We don't do that stuff. But, say what you will about the left, and we'll probably talk somewhat about Conor working for Progressive Victory PAC. Brianna Wu went out there, and there's a PAC that understands the importance of younger types of media, or media that's directed towards younger types of people, such as political streamers, and they tried to get them together under one umbrella to push for the Democratic Party. You don't see Republicans doing that. When I talk to Republicans, it's like, let's put yard signs up, phone banks, calling phone banks. Yeah, of course, Tyler. It's hard to get those chords right. So, but those are things that I've thought, and I feel bad because I don't compile as much research as I used to because I just don't have the time, but I think it's funny. I put that video, like I was saying earlier, I put that video up from the short last night about hypotheticals. It's really funny to me. Like Andrew Wilson then, re-put it up and people are just like, this guy's an idiot. What a moron. It's like, I mean, for God's sakes, the name of the video is Biden supporter answer hypothetical challenge level impossible. And still people look at it and like, look at this Biden supporter. B.R. Brianna Wu, I can't. Why do all rural people look the same and think the same? They all wear beards, caps, same shirt shades. They're all overweight, obsessed with guns. They're fake Christians. They all have the same likes and dislikes. Vote Republican. There's no independent and individuality in the countryside. Where are you from? Get a life, commie. Just to be curious. Tell me where you're from. Just curious. I don't think all rural people look the same around here. I don't think they're fake Christians. I happen to be overweight. You're from Arlington, Virginia. Why does everyone from Arlington, Virginia look the same? Get a life, commie. They all look like they work government jobs and suckle off the teat of the largest federal government in the history of human history that actually accomplish nothing. They claim to care about people and be informed, but actually they're some of the dumbest people you ever meet. Most of them use pseudonyms online to insult groups of people they don't understand while they're sitting there with a butt plug up their ass getting off on the fact that they know if they ever met someone like me in real life, they would cower in fear because not only am I mentally far more superior than someone like you, but I'd probably, even in my out-of-shape fat ass, still be physically imposing to you. So that's usually what I get from people like you from Arlington, Virginia. Why you all like that? It's weird. Sure. Yeah, we'll see you, man. Talk shit in rural America. Yep. There's a group that has it coming. I finished half of my Moosehead Lager. It's delicious. What are you looking here? Here's a pet peeve I have that has nothing to do with politics, really. We do all wear shades. What's up with all those rural people? They wear sunglasses. I've seen them wear shirts. What's up with that? Like, every rural person I see has a shirt on. Do I agree with what you said about Conor? I didn't see what you said about Conor. I think the fact that Conor did that shows how far he's fallen, or he was a cop to his side of TDS. We'll see. I don't necessarily agree with that. Somewhat. Do I still do group vids? Nah, I haven't done that in a while. I talked to Jerome Tech about getting some of those people back together and doing some group panels like that. So maybe that's something we'll start here in the near future. I would love to do it, to be honest, but it's just a matter of finding the time. Thanks, Jesus Go. What was I going to say? Oh, okay. Here's something that has nothing to do with me versus Destiny Boxing 2025. Sure, I would do it. As long as I get my back. Yeah, I can't see that shithead Get a Life Commie guys post, but just the other day we showed the Democrat that's running here in rural Pennsylvania, who is transsexual and believes that all abortion should be legal and believes blah, 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 blah. Hardly the stereotype that you'd have them believe. That person received 1/3 of the votes in this rural district. It's just a bullshit stereotype that someone would say. That's how all rural people are. It's not even worth the time of day to discuss. There are a lot of rural people that like guns. It's because guns are awesome. And when you live in a rural area, you understand the importance of guns, not just because no institution in this country has had your back for a long time. So it's easier to understand the ideas of why the Second Amendment exists in the first place, to fight against government tyranny, but also because there's a lot of practical applications, such as hunting, such as keeping farm crops safe, etc., that you use firearms for, that someone that lives in Arlington, Virginia, just wouldn't have an idea of those sorts of things. There's also a vast diversity of the way people look and the way people act around here. It would be like saying, why is everyone in California, everyone's the same, they all wear bikinis? It's just stupid. It's just someone who's showing their ignorance, which I don't care. I'll make fun of them as well. No problem. Moving on. But yeah, I don't have time of day for it today. We're getting ready for a debate. It's funny. Other than like fake Christian and overweight, I'm thinking, like, yeah, I'm fat. I'm not insulted that someone calls me fat, but I don't think that's necessarily something to be proud of. But like, really liking guns, okay, wearing ball caps, sure. I don't know how much of that's like negative. None of us think for ourselves. In fact, I'll make it so I can see you again here. I think I have a good sense of humility. I do. But if pressed, I could say this. I'm 99% sure, Get a Life Commie, that if you want to call into the show someday, I'll show you just how capable I am of thinking for myself. I'll bet you don't look so good by the end of it. Just a hunch. Get a Life Commie from Arlington with your butt plug. Just a hunch. Also, I love people in general that want to make comments on people's appearance and stuff. I don't mind it. I really don't. But I always find it funny when it's someone who's anonymous. It's like not using their real name or their real image. It's like, because maybe you're, incredibly physically fit and the most handsome person in the world, but maybe you're a piece of shit, ugly troll. Maybe. How do we know? Yeah, sometimes I wear ball caps, sometimes I don't. I'm balding, and the light's sort of distracting sometimes. I got fuzz in my hair there. So, because sometimes I'm bending my head over, I put the hat on. But sometimes I stream without the hat, too. I don't know. Well, I knew that about Zen's forehead, yeah. Oh, yeah, I saw that Only M bill. Maybe we'll talk about that tonight. So, all right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the restroom. This debate should be starting here in 15 minutes. So, come back, get into a debate mindset. And get ready. So, I'm just going to put the outro on, or the intro with music. I'll be right back. No, there's no internet problems. I just went to the restroom. Physical problems. All right. I should. You know what I should do? 1 second. Where's this at? Should copy and paste these questions somewhere. Where, though? Online notepad. There we go. Okay. Yeah, Zen's only 7-7. Trump, we need so bad 2024. I don't disagree. Now, be forewarned, I will be criticizing Trump a decent amount in this debate tonight. I don't think Trump's the ideal person. Of course, I'm not running, so who is the ideal person? Hopefully, most people won't agree with any candidate on everything, and I preferred Vivek and then DeSantis over Trump. But my big issue is corruption, and I think Trump, by mere virtue of being elected, will once more out the corruption in ways that are, for normies, almost unbelievable, that they'll see how corrupt the system is. And hopefully he's learned his lesson and will do more against it this time, though I'm doubtful. But at the very least, it will be a pause on trying to jail people like me, or people that were nonviolent on January 6th, or people that are at school board meetings. And that itself is worth fighting for. But by no means does that mean that there is no criticism of Trump. And seeing as how I'm debating conservatives that don't like Trump, one of the arguments they're going to make is Trump's not all that conservative, which is true. For example, for me, a big part of being conservative is being a fiscal conservative, and Trump was not that. And he deserves criticism for that. He absolutely deserves criticism for his wild spending. So don't think that just because I'm saying, yes, we should vote for Trump, that my take is, well, Trump can do no wrong. He's perfect. Far from it. I've criticized Trump probably better than almost any lefty that you'll see. But I think at this point, seeing what the Democrats and Joe Biden offer, you'd be a fool to risk 4 more years of that because you don't like Trump's mean tweets. You know. Yeah, I know, Salty Cracker. Mm-hmm. I'm going to finish my beer before we go over to that channel. Yeah, Salty's good. I can't say I watch him all the time, but I've seen him, yeah. 5'10", 190, bench 365, squat 50, skin a buck, and run a trot line. Country boy can't survive? Is that what you tell me, Joshua Michael? Yeah, he is funny. Salty is funny. I could skin a buck and I could run a trot line. Country boy can survive. I don't have the best singing voice. Little Hank Williams Jr., though. What a great... Love me some Hank Williams. He's a better Republican candidate running than Trump. Vivek. Maybe DeSantis. Toss up between Trump and DeSantis. I would prefer DeSantis, I think. Vivek's the only one who talked about disbanding the FBI. That's easily the most important thing that anyone suggested. He also talked about getting rid of 70% of the federal workforce. Absolutely a necessity. Haven't heard Trump or DeSantis talk like that. You know, and then there are people like arguably Thomas Massey, who's a Republican, Chip Roy, Rand Paul. They're probably better than Trump in many ways. But no bull don't like them. Which one don't you like? DeSantis. That's what the Trump DeSantis people hate each other. I don't know. Well, I do know why, but whatever. I try not to listen to what the crowd says. I'm trying to think for myself. Did you get that commie guy? Did you get that? I don't know yet, Connor. We'll ask them. I would say they'll probably write someone in. Yeah, I guess we farted. That's the devil's in the details with all of that stuff. We end up funding the very institutions through these big omnibus bills and the fine writing that then Republicans will say, this is outrageous. They're bringing people in. Right, you signed that bill. You gave $9 billion for that. The whole situation makes no sense anyways. If you really think that it's genocide, then why are you funding Israel? And if you're like, well, but Israel's doing bad shit, so we have to fund Hamas, then stop funding Israel. Or if you think that Israel's doing bad shit, but it's still worth funding the military, then stop sending money as human aid to Gaza that's just going to be soaked up by the very supposed terrorists that you're suggesting we need to send billions to fight in the first place. I don't buy the too new in the game stuff, to be honest with you. It's what they told me when I ran. So. By the way, Zygmunt, you still there? Are you still in the chat, Zygmunt? Just say yes. I have a question for you if you're there. You may have left. Zygmunt I know in real life. He's involved in politics here in Pennsylvania. I had a question for him. All right, we'll wait a couple minutes. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Trump was too new in the game in 2016, right? He was literally never involved in politics and ran for president in 2016. A lot of vehement Trump supporters say, well, you know, DeSantis is too new or Vivek's too new, but wouldn't that have applied with Trump? You know? Yeah, that's how I look at it as well, Aftershock. I think the longer you're there, the worse you become. 2016 Trump seems better than 2024 Trump to me. Does anyone disagree? That's how I feel. I did like his statement the other day about Bill Barr, though. It was actually quite funny. All right. We're going to join the... Let me get my headphones. They're down on the ground. What? We used to, when I was in debate, we always quoted movies. One of my favorite movie quotes we used to use all the time anytime we'd eat Chinese food. There's a movie called, I think it's The Deadpool, and it's one of the Dirty Harry movies. And there's this scene at the beginning where it's Dirty Harry, right? He's just a badass cop. And he breaks into this Chinese restaurant, and there's this like criminal, gangster there. And he's just like holding his Magnum in one hand. He goes, "You forgot your fortune cookie." And the gangster guy goes, "What?" And he says, "It says you're shit out of luck." This is great. We used to say that all the time. Be like, "You forgot your fortune cookie." What a great line. I don't know how many people remember those movies, the Dirty Harry movies. You don't hear them talked about like you do a lot of other classics. Yeah, they're great. Love, especially Dirty Harry itself is the best one. But you had what? You had Dirty Harry, Magnum Force, the Deadpool. Jeez, there's at least one more. I can't remember them all. Good stuff, though. You're out of line, Callahan. That's like the whole, Spaceballs, solid. Mel Brooks. My favorite Mel Brooks, still Blazing Saddles, but Spaceballs is solid. May the Schwartz be with you. Good one. So there, some of my favorite movies they're coming out with sequels to here. So Heartbreak Ridge is a great movie about Grenada, correct? Isn't that the conflict where he's like a drill sergeant? Clint Eastwood. It's a great movie. Really, it's been a while since I've seen that one, but really good movie. Now they're coming out with a new Beverly Hills Cop and a new Gladiator movie this year. So, yeah, Predator, Aliens, all good. Yeah. Well, I'm in the waiting room. No one else is here yet except the mod, so can't let us down, conservatives. I talked it up. I said, having a conservative-only panel, everyone will be on time. And so far, only me and the mods. We're missing EOD, Jeb Tan and Conor. Got to get it started at 9. It's always the damn lefties that are late. Punctuality, that's something conservatism stands for. Populism stands for. I'm ready. Let's do it. I've been ready for an hour. Yeah, Aftershock nails it. They might as well be lefties. Connor would have.
Hey, Rob, how are you doing, brother?
Good. I'm complaining, is what I'm doing.
Oh no.
I don't know if
what are you complaining about?
Well, I told everyone, seeing as how this is the first actual debate panel I've done with like all right wingers, I was like, guarantee everyone will be on time. It's always those damn lefties that are late. But so far, it's just me.
Hey, they got 3 more minutes.
That's right.
They got 3 more minutes.
We're holding out hope. So I'm streaming.
I saw that you were. I saw that you were streaming. Saw you were streaming. What did you guys talk about today?
Nothing really, because I misread the time and thought we started at 8 p.m. Eastern. So I was like, all right, we're going to do this debate. And I hopped on. And then my internet petered out, which hopefully, if there is a chance, I just got new internet put in today. It petered out for some reason earlier. Hopefully it doesn't happen. But if it does, I might hop on my 5G with my phone until I get my computer back up. But
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if that happens, we'll figure it out. It's no big deal.
So,
did you watch any? I haven't seen any of it today. Well, just to let you know, in general. So the reason why I wanted to do this was because I'm actually a liberal, and I'm actually just curious about the infighting of the conservative side. Mm-hmm. That's why I kind of wanted to moderate. I try to I just want to see you guys kind of talk about this. But speaking of that, though,
well, wait. The question is, do you want us to talk about it, or do you want us to yell about it? Because
you guys can do whatever you want. Okay, it's just let's try to make it as not talking over people as much as possible. But I don't care if you guys yell at each other, call each other. I don't give a fuck about that. So.
I didn't watch a lot of it. I didn't watch a lot of it today. I was sort of busy doing a lot. I did see some of the key points because you'll see on X, people will post little snippets of some of the things the justices were saying. My gut feeling hasn't changed based on what I heard. It's what I thought would initially happen, which is I think they'll try to come to some compromise. My guess is the way that compromise will look is they'll probably send it back to the courts and say that they need to make a distinction between what are the alleged crimes that Trump did that were as part of his office or things within the realm of things that a president would do in the carrying out of his duties versus things he did for private. And I think they'll kick it back. And that's actually going to be a big loss for the anti-Trump crowd, because if they kick it back and ask the courts to do anything new, that probably means that the actual trial won't occur before the election. My guess is that's what's most likely to occur, though it's very odd. Yeah. I think that today, for the little bit I saw, it sounded good for the Trump side, better than I expected. I don't know that that means that Trump's side will win, though. I just think that it means that they did a better job than I thought. I'm not so sure what I think. Go ahead, please.
Well, really, what I have read and random things, just like articles and stuff like that after, because I actually didn't listen to much. I was at work all day, but
I didn't work today.
It does sound like a lot of people are hedging their thing, saying basically it sounds like they're probably going to kick it back down a level. And then when they do that, it does seem like that if that does happen, like the DC federal indictments probably won't happen for a while, like what you're saying, and it's going to delay it. But I don't know about state investigations, like because is it Florida one down there?
Cannon,
is
Judge
the Florida
Cannon
one
in
down
Florida.
there?
Yeah,
That's that's a state, right? And so is Georgia.
The Florida one is being done by Jack Smith, so I don't think that's state. It's being done by the DOJ prosecutors, right? The special prosecutor.
Oh yeah, I think it is. You might be right.
But
So,
the
York
judge
obviously
is
gonna keep
Eileen
going,
Cannon,
yeah,
and then Bragg's state. Letitia James was state. That was the Trump Tower, Mar-a-Lago. That one's done.
Right.
The E. John Carroll rape case was state. The Stormy Daniels one is state. But I think the alternate... Well, now you have, in Arizona, these alternate electors, which Trump isn't indicted in, but his team is indicted in.
So
That is a state thing. But I think, the Jack Smith ones are federal. And those would definitely fall under the umbrella
Yeah, it
of
seems
what
like if that does happen, it does seem like that is a very likely thing that's going to happen. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but it seems like that's what people are hedging. That's going to be happening, but I guess we're just going to have to wait and find out.
Don't say, listen, don't ever
over here, though.
Don't say, I don't know I'm a lawyer. 95% of these jack-off left-wing lawyers I talk to on here don't know what the fuck they're talking about, so don't ever hedge I'm not a lawyer. If I've learned one thing streaming on here, it's that, like, many people that claim to be professionals in a certain area are very unimpressive in that area. Foreign policy experts or economics professors or... that's why I've just always said that I'm just a schlub that's not an expert on anything except late night snacking. That debate I would win. I'm quite confident in that.
All right, well, welcome. Hey, welcome, guys. How are you today?
Doing tonight?
Good. All right, perfect. Let's do this. So, I guess, okay, so tonight, what we're going to do, first thing, obviously, I'm going to go around, introduce you guys. And then after I introduce you guys, we'll kind of get the ball rolling. Let's have 1-2 minute openings of the question, and I'll just kick it to you guys to let it just flow. I'm going to try to stay out of the conversation as much as I can. Obviously, I will step in when I have to, or at least try to, I should say. And what we'll do is we'll kind of go from there. So I'm just going to start at the top of me, and then I'm going to work my way around. So counterpoints, if you want to introduce yourself and let people know everything about you.
Yeah, my name is Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints 40K. I do like debating politics, but my main thing is science fiction. I break down the Warhammer 40K universe, but I am moving into other universes. I'm excited. Tomorrow I made a real 72 caliber bolter from the Warhammer 40K universe. I'm going to be doing a long form video on that tomorrow, and I'll be editing it up for next week. So if you're into violence, then check that out. As far as politics go, I do kind of joke about being an authoritarian centrist. I identify heavily with the philosophy of Burkean conservatism. I'm okay with capital L liberalism in the American sense. And I'm sure we'll get into it in the debate. But I am never Trump. I very much dislike the man.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. EOD?
Yeah, sure. I'm EOD on Twitch, EOD on Kick, EOD on Twitter. I'm hanging out. I am an absolute fucking pro-Trumper. Y'all can suck my dick on that one. I'm gonna tell you what. However, we'll get into it when we get into it. But I believe the prompt isn't quite so focused as we discussed prior to. But anyway, I'm very curious to hear what the other side of the aisle has to say about who's going to be their choices for tonight. We'll see what happens. But for me, yeah, absolutely, Trump all the way, baby. Trump 2024.
Alrighty.
Let's go.
Beautiful, Mr. Jeb.
Can't hear you, Jeb.
Yeah, I'm a conservative, actual conservative, like with conservative policy interests. So I am not interested in Donald Trump very much because he is not one and doesn't have those conservative policy interests. I voted for him in 2016 on the hope that he would. He showed a little bit of some and a lot of not. So in 2020, he got a begrudging vote from me because better than Biden. And then after the way he behaved in 2020 and the subsequent evidence I've seen from the cases against him since, I've just been confronted with too much evidence that he is not a person worth voting for. And so I won't be voting for him or Biden in the next election.
Okay, beautiful. Mr. Rob.
Yeah, my name's robnoerr. I am a politics streamer. I do home health care with adults with developmental disabilities, so this is just a hobby for me. I got into streaming because I'm from rural America and don't think that any of our institutions stick up for the values or the ideals and beliefs of the people in rural America. I think that Trump is okay. He wasn't my first choice. I would have preferred Vivek or DeSantis, but I would have taken any of those three because I think that the biggest issue in our country today is corruption in our institutions, and that the average people don't have a voice. And I think the war from these institutions, including primarily the intel agencies and going after Donald Trump, is evident to anyone who's being remotely objective. And so therefore, I hope to convince my opponents on this issue tonight that even if they despise the man Donald Trump, and even if he isn't a traditional conservative, that the best route to get to a real conservative party would be to end the corruption, particularly in the intel agencies. And there is zero chance of doing that if a Democrat wins this national election.
Got it. Okay, so just to let you guys know, when I asked the question, I'm gonna do it where I'm gonna kind of separate you guys, even though you're on the discourse differently. I'm gonna try to separate you guys into not teams, but like teams. So when I ask a question, I'll ask like EOD or Rob, and then the other person follows suit, and then you two do that as well. Okay. So let's get right into it. So the first question. Some of the greatest feats in American history have been accomplished by leaders who have been able to unify in times of immense political division. As public support for American institutions plummets and the gaps widens between American voters and the politicians elected to represent them, who do you see best suited to address the division or the divisive issues and act as a unifying figure in and after the 2024 election? I started with Conor last time, so let's start with EOD this time.
Well, if I had my ideal choice, it'd probably be somebody like Ron Paul, or in recent terms, probably Vivek Ramaswamy would be the ideal fucking candidate, but I have to be a realist. I have to sort of roll back my ideological fucking preferences in favor of what's actually going to work and who's actually on the ticket. And right now, it's a choice between a douche and a turd sandwich. I concur, but you got to go with Trump. You got to go with the guy who's at least willing to challenge the establishment and at least willing to put out in front of everybody that, some of the shit that the people who are appointed bureaucrats are doing is kind of fucked up and we need to do something about it. Now, is Trump the best person to do that? No, honestly not. However, as Rob pointed out, like one of the biggest issues, one of the most alarming things about this country in its current state today, especially under this bumbling buffoon of a fucking president that we have right now, is the state of the DOJ, the state of the FBI, the state of the ATF, the state of the Department of Education, and so on and so forth on down the line. There's this huge bureaucratic class which is absolutely bloviated and overfilled the executive responsibilities of our three-branch system and is abusing its power at every single turn. And the two-tier justice system being weaponized against Trump is a perfect fucking example of that. We'll get into that later, I'm sure. But when it comes to who is the best person, who is the best candidate to actually lead our country forward, between the two people that are going to be on the fucking ticket, all things being equal, it's got to be Trump, 100%.
Got it. Appreciate it. Rob?
Yeah, so I find this question to be a lot like the statement, diversity is our strength. Like, there are these cliche, well, we need a great unifier. Do we? Is that what, am I going to unify with the people that, think that I should be deplatformed on here and that you should have parents at school board meetings chased by the FBI or pro-life people should spend 15 years in prison because they were outside? But I don't know that I want to unify with those people. But in general, I understand the spirit of the question, which is we have all of this division. I would argue the division occurred because every institution in this country, both political, such as obviously the intel agencies, executive agencies, and then Congress, Senate, etc., and certainly courts, and then just cultural, so academia, the entertainment industry, Silicon Valley, corporate America, they've all been at least paying lip service to the causes of the left, and they've become more and more extreme. So if you follow Jonathan Haidt, who is a left-winger himself, who writes for Heterodox Academy, he talks about how academia is becoming more and more increasingly virulently left, like far left-wing, and so it's hard to want to unify with those people. What I do suggest is I try to unify by saying, look, a lot of what the Tea Party and Occupy Wall Street were complaining about were sort of the same things, They just had different solutions. To me, the great unifier would be someone who could show just how corrupt this system is, even if it isn't through their own rhetoric. It might be through actually being a martyr of sense. And that's why Trump was good in 2016. Two reasons I voted for him. One was because the mere fact he was seen as a potential outsider would force these corrupt people to the forefront, which it did. And anyone who's remotely objective, as we'll prove in this debate, would be able to see just how corrupt that system is. And secondly, I hoped he would do something about that corruption, which he did not. And I'm not so sure that he would do anything significant about the corruption again. But certainly he would again force them to come out of the woodwork and show just how corrupt they are. And hopefully then we could go forward as a party and as a country to unify against that sort of bureaucratic corruption and be able to get people that, whether you're a left-winger or right-winger, advocate for the issues of people as opposed for people behind the scene at executive agencies and in our cultural institutions completely controlling the direction of the country.
Got it. Mr. Counterpoints?
Yeah, so preferred Republicans over Trump who are alive. So obviously I would love Teddy Roosevelt. Unfortunately, he's been dead for quite a while now, so I can't get Teddy. So who's still alive? Mitt Romney is too big of a pussy, but I would prefer him over Trump. Ron DeSantis I like. Chris Christie I like. Nikki Haley's too much of a neocon, but I would take her. Jeb Bush is also a pussy, but I would still take him over Trump. Rand Paul, not Ron. I think Rand's a little bit more pragmatic than Ron. I would take Marco Rubio. I would also take. He's a little bit of a sellout, but the truth is when he's not on a stump speech, when he's actually speaking candidly, he can be quite convincing and charismatic. His main problem is he's listening to pundits and professionals who tell him to give stump speeches instead of speaking candidly. Jared Kushner, of all people, I've heard him speak quite a few times, and he seems like an intelligent person. Whether or not he has the qualifications to actually run for office is probably not, but still. Rick Perry from the great state of Texas, I think the N-word has lost its sensitivity over the past few years, so I think he could probably run again, and the N-word head vacation home wouldn't be as big of a deal in the age of post-Trump. And then Joe Arpaio out of Arizona. He wouldn't win because he's such a controversial figure, but I would take him and I would trust him to solve the border crisis pretty militantly. So those are the Republicans who are alive who I would take. When it comes to like unifying, I'm hoping what's happening since October 7th is the left has publicly lost its mind. They have said some, like all of the things that we were warning about for a decade, saying that the left is filled with racist people who are using weird rhetoric to justify racism, and they're bigoted and they're violent and they're doing X, Y, Z, ABC. Everything we were complaining about for the past decade has been fully unmasked for the past 6 months. And I know a healthy chunk of people who are moving back center, so I would try to appeal those people and not to the far left. We can talk about institutional corruption. As a matter of fact, I'm looking forward to it, but I'll stop ranting for now.
Appreciate it. Mr. Jeb.
Yeah, so I mean, as far as a unifier, obviously no one's going to unify everybody. What I think ideologically is going to unify people is generally, I guess my criteria would be somebody who is going to reverse the things that people don't like about the economy right now. So it would be someone who is a little more restrictive in their spending, a little more transparent about what they're spending on, is a little bit less hostile toward the opposing party than both Biden and Trump are. And that's not going to unify everyone, but it'll get you closer. And I think for me, I would obviously pick a conservative to do that. And I would pick either Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis. The reason why in terms of unification, I picked Nikki Haley above Ron DeSantis is because Nikki Haley demonstrated on the debate stage, and it's part of the reason why she started polling so well so quickly, her ability to concisely cover sort of the in-depth muck of the bureaucracy of Washington, D.C., and how she was able to sort of educate voters as she was also campaigning for them, where she was saying things like a federal abortion ban. Everyone on this stage is talking about something that's never going to happen. They are just throwing platitudes at you because there is no way we're going to get the majority that we need. Boom. Concise, informative, and it helps unify because it gets that fear out of moderates that have voted Democrat in the past. It gets that fear to settle, and it gets the idea that, oh, we have a very reasonable GOP nominee here who just wants to cut taxes, but is still willing to support Ukraine, is still willing to negotiate with Democrats. They're not doing this hard line, will never say yes to anything. And then the next best option, I think, is Ron DeSantis. Again, he's not nearly as aggressive against the other side. People seem to think he is because of some of the culture war bills he's passed, but he's been very open with working with Democrats pretty consistently. He's really unified Florida when they were getting pretty tired of his brand of politician after Rick Scott. And he's passed a lot of bipartisan great legislation so far. And so I think just through his legislative effectiveness, he would also unify the country really well.
Okay, so before we get into the institution point that Rob brought up, I do want to ask you guys something. So it sounds like we do have a connection here with everyone basically saying that these two candidates are someone that you basically do not want, or you are almost forced to vote for, or at least not even vote, that you brought up, right, Jeb? So is this an issue that we see with the America division where we literally are just putting in our guys that are already there and we don't have actual, like, candidate thought anymore, or...
Yeah, we need to retire the boomers, to be honest. So right now we have entrenched, like, people who have earned their stripes, so to speak, but they're like 20 years past their prime. And as a result, you can kind of see their brains melting on national television whenever they speak. I think the reason why Gen X and millennials are scared to seize power is because we know that once we seize power from the remaining boomers, it's on us. We can't blame them anymore for all our fucking problems when we actually take power. The problem, though, is they are going to die in the next 10 to 20 years. I don't care how many babies they sacrifice to Moloch or how much adrenochrome they inject into their blood.
We got to compromise, right, Jeb? We got to compromise with those abortion people, right? Compromise with Moloch.
Hold on. I'm kind of meaning on the
Hold on,
shit,
talk to me real quick. We have to stand on what we literally said for 4 decades, which was we wanted it to be a states' rights issue. That's what we need to do.
Well, I don't disagree.
We need to be honest, principled conservatives and stop acting like it is appropriate for us to say it's a states' rights issue until we get it overturned, and then suddenly decide it's time to talk about a federal abortion.
That's not the point. That's not the point. No, that's not the point. That's not the that's not the point that I was. That's not the point I was making. The point I was making is the idea that you say what we really need to do is reach across the aisle. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you on the states' issue of abortion. What I'm criticizing you for is you're saying yes, these are evil. At least Connor's saying these are people that worship fucking Moloch and sacrifice children. We need to work with them. We need to work with them. That's what we need to do. Let's work with those Satanists.
Sarcastic, and by the way, I think plenty of the entrenched Republicans, if the Democrats are going to Bohemian Grove to worship Moloch and sacrifice babies, I'm pretty sure like the top tiers of the Republicans are also doing that.
That's right. Sure. That's right. So let me clarify just Rampage for the. I'm not saying I think what you're saying I'm saying there. I'm saying that Trump wasn't my first choice, but he was an acceptable choice. Trump was the best president in my lifetime. He was the best Republican candidate in my lifetime. I was born in 1984, so I don't count Reagan because I didn't know anything at that point. I was so young. But like, let's go from the time that I would have been old enough to vote, like Bush Gore, suck. Obama Bush, suck. McCain Obama, suck. Romney, but these are the same people. They agree on 95% of the policies that really affect us, like the foreign policy, the economic policy, the bailing out the banks, etc. In fact, if you didn't have the names or the dates and you looked at the foreign policy of George W. Bush to Barack Obama, you would have difficulty deciding when one term ended and another began, right? So that's the question I have. Like when we talk, and that's where I want to get into with both, like Nikki Haley. I mean, that's laughable. Neocon Nikki, she's so principled. She shows smart. She couldn't even name the provinces in Ukraine that she wanted the money to go to. She had to lie about her position when it came to her position when it came to trans in sports and things like that. She's just terrible. But to Connor's point, which I think is more reasonable, what confuses me is you've given such a large swath of potential Republicans, like running the gambit, like Jar Arpaio on one side to sort of Rand Paul on the other, which would have huge disagreements when it comes to policing and things like that, obviously. So would it be fair to say that your criticisms of Trump are less about his policies, because I think they would fit in that group somewhere, and more about his personal actions and his personal character?
Somewhat. It depends on whether or not you consider, like, I don't want to get distracted for the next 2 hours or whatever with January 6th, but it's whether or not you believe that he was earnest in his belief that the election was stolen. I think that there's evidence, or it could be circumstantial evidence, but I think there's circumstantial evidence to the fact that he kind of knew that he lost. He wasn't getting the progress that he needed in the investigation of voter fraud to contest the election in a court. And as a result, he decided to do what he did. So that's kind of where it's a non-starter for me.
It's ridiculous to suggest that Trump does not believe that he fucking lost the election. Of course he fucking did. Okay, of course he believes that. Of course, otherwise he wouldn't be.
He believes he lost it, or he believes he didn't lose it.
Take him seriously, not literally, Connor. He's saying Trump definitely knows that he lost the election.
No. He absolutely believes that the election was stolen from him. Is what I meant to say. I'm sorry. I might have misspoke.
Okay. But do we mean stolen? There's a definition. Hold on. There's a definition. I want you to nail down this real quick. Do you mean stolen as in thousands of ballots were like submitted via mail-in in order to stuff? Hold on. I need you to clarify a definition while you're telling me these things. So do you mean stolen insofar as like ballots were stuffed with dead people's names on it to the tunes of tens of thousands of votes, or do you mean that the institutions, like when you're talking about media, FBI, DOJ, whatever, they put their fingers on the scale because they had a preferred candidate? Which one do you mean?
Insofar as what's relevant to the topic at hand, okay, regardless of my personal stance or the things that I've investigated or the things that I've uncovered or tried to display, Trump believes that he was wrongfully fucking denied ability to appeal, ability to propose alternate electors. All of these things are coming under the scope of a corrupt DOJ that obviously has a completely skewed double standard that leans one particular way but not the other way. That's really what's at hand right before us right now. Okay, is the fact that it's painfully fucking obvious that the Democrats have a double standard. And one of the things I'd like to bring up to you is the Her report, which absolutely demonstrated that Joe Biden completely broke the fucking law when it came to the handling of classified documents and was not the president at the time that he took these documents out of the hands of NARA and the National Archives. And Trump was. And yet one of the things that was also revealed from the Her report was the fact that the president has the authority, and it is commonplace for a president to treat classified documents as personal property, whereas the vice president or a senator does not. And yet, again, we have this corrupt DOJ leveraging this double standard. Trump is simply trying to point that out and say that, hey, I'm getting fucked over here. So that's what I believe. Okay, when it comes to what's relevant about what Trump thinks and what Trump believes is it's a double standard, and he's getting fucked.
Really quick, Jeb, I'll let you respond to this, just like point by point, really quick. Yes. But I do think that we're going to actually get way deep into this in the next question, so let's not dive too deep into this.
Connor didn't want to spend all night being distracted by this fucking issue.
Once you got pushed on specifics, you wanted to walk it back, but it's okay. I got the specifics.
I'm not walking anything back. What are you talking about? What am I walking back, Jeb? Let's clarify that real quick.
The Her report explicitly says that both the president and the vice president have the ability to take home these documents. It actually explicitly outlines the vice president is treated almost identically to the president in terms of who can take these things home and what they can take home. Obama made sure of that because he wanted to share the load and have multiple people that could handle these documents and not just him. We can argue that, that sucks that Obama did it, but unless you're going to argue he had fucking future sight and he was pre-targeting Trump because he knew Trump was going to do all the dumb bullshit that he did, that makes no sense. It also doesn't at all demonstrate that he clearly broke the law because there is a requirement in the law that the Her report goes over extensively, which it's okay. EOD didn't read it, but it's fine. Which is that it requires intent, and Her repeatedly demonstrated all of the different ways that Biden didn't meet the intent standard. And they're going to say, yeah, they said it's because he was an old man and he couldn't have known what he was doing wrong. No, that's not it. That was one of about 13 different reasons why he didn't demonstrate the intent. Others were some of the documents were stuffed in notebooks and he had a staffer.
He forgot. Yeah,
sorry,
is what it was.
Sorry, OD.
Okay. Okay.
I'd like to respond to Jeb when he get a chance, and then back to Connor. I'll try to bring it back to what Connor said.
Okay? It clearly demonstrated that no, Joe Biden didn't break the law because the law requires that you intend to break the law, and it clearly demonstrated that he didn't intend to break the law. It also demonstrated that the VP is treated almost identically to the president in terms of what he can take home documents-wise, and that the documents that Joe Biden had personal possession of when he was a senator, they were ones that he was allowed to have personal possession of because they were his own personal briefings and notes and travel itineraries for the trips he was coming back from.
All right. First off, that part's not true. He was not allowed to have those as a senator. You may be right on the context of a vice president being treated similar to a president. However, senators do not get to take classified material home. He took that material out of a skiff. He also broke the law and had intent in serious ways that are blatantly applicable. It proves that there was a double standard by her in not charging this. For example, here's ways we know. He admitted on tape that he had the classified Afghanistan documents. He found them in the basement. That is an admission that he found classified documents in the basement. The reason that he was allowed to get away with that was twofold. They said, well, even though that would be a crime and it would prove the intent, we can't prove that the Afghanistan documents that we actually found are the ones that he's talking about on tape. And second, he's a doddering old man that's confused, and so a jury would be sympathetic. But they say absolutely in the report that they could prove, or that they have evidence of his intent. He also did what we were told by Democrats and probably fake Republicans like Jeb Tan, was the smoking gun against Trump, which was that he told a news reporter on tape that he had classified documents. We know that Biden did that 3 times. Now, when Trump did it, it was considered a smoking gun, proof that he knew he was breaking the law. He had classified material he shouldn't. Biden did it 3 times and then went further than Trump by not only then reading that classified material, something Trump never did, on tape to his writer, but at one point literally showing it, which is actually, believe it or not, a different standard to read classified material as opposed to physically hand over the classified material, which is what happened. Now, the ghostwriter then proceeded, once it was figured out that there was going to be this special counsel, decided to delete the audio recordings, which the only plausible explanation would be that they were trying to obstruct justice. Another thing that they went after Trump for, but they decided to allow this person to get away with it at all. So you can see, just when you're listening, I would be happy to debate Jeb Tan 4 hours on this specific topic. We'll see how deep we get into it. But know that that flavors when he's talking about the type of Republican he wants. He wants a Republican like the Mitch McConnell types who will do anything to get Trump out of power. That's the whole point. He's happy with it. Right.
Neither of them are Mitch
Right.
McConnell,
So
but-
Nikki Haley would be one. He wants neocon Republicans that would be happy to get back to the George Bush era, and they are upset that there are populists coming through, so they are completely fine with the weaponization and the double standard. Now, to go to Connor's point real quick.
Not at all.
Connor, I will answer specifically what you're saying. You are absolutely correct to point out 2 distinctions, because I've argued that the election was stolen from Trump from day one, not because I could prove Dominion voting machines, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I don't have any of that proof. I have suspicion, but I don't have proof. But I consider it stolen because what we see was the sort of collusion between intel agencies and other government agencies going after Trump for 4 years, working with tech companies, censoring algorithms, censoring free speech, etc. So you're right to differentiate that. I will say definitively that Trump absolutely believes that the election was stolen because there were fraudulent ballots, voting machines that were changed, things like that. He probably also believes it was stolen in the aforementioned way, but my opinion is, regardless if it's actually true or not that the election was stolen from voting machines, Trump believes that it was. That's my interpretation.
So let me ask you one question, though, Rob. So you're thinking that because of the way that COVID happened and the rules were changing is the reason why, is what you're saying?
No, that's part of it. The changing, so for example, in Pennsylvania, the Superior Court in Pennsylvania, where I'm from, actually at one point overturned the mail-in ballots and said it was against the Pennsylvania Constitution. Wisconsin's done similar things. There have been groups that have outlawed sucker bucks and said that they probably didn't go with the state constitutions. That's part of it, right? And the massive ballot harvesting, the massive way we change voting with mail-in voting. But I'm talking about something far more nefarious, which is that we've had the weaponization of the Intel Committee since 2015-16 against Trump. That's been a never-ending saga. They've illegally spied on him. They've illegally leaked to the press. They pressured social media companies, where we get the majority of our public discourse, to censor people that were like Trump and people that were favorable to Trump. Professor Robert Epstein, for example, did a study on this and said that Google's manipulation of the algorithm alone would have the potential in future elections to sway 16 million votes. So when we're talking about an election that was decided in 3 or 4 swing states by basically 40,000 votes, if we have almost every institution putting their thumb on the scale, including former intel agencies denying truthful stories about the corruption of the other party, then yes, I think it's legitimate to say that that was stolen, and that's what I'm referencing.
Got it. You address something to Connor as well, Connor?
No, I'm happy Rob said what he said. I agree. I would be open to an argument saying that Trump believes the latter, basically. But it's no big deal one way or the other because for me that's borderline disqualifying right there. But oh my fucking god. So Rob and I agree enough that it's not worth contention.
Got it. Okay, so let's go back to the institutions. So I heard a couple of you guys bring up institutions, and actually the institutions are actually an issue, and either we should need a drastic change, and or basically sounds like completely get rid of them or of some sort. So I guess we'll start with you, Conor, because you had a contention with the institutions and you wanted to fight Rob about it.
Yeah, so that's actually where I would push EOD a little bit on. Are we talking about Republicans and Democrats for the double standard, or are we talking about institutionalists versus non-institutionalists, which I think I heard Rob say, which is like populists versus neocons or something like that. So I could agree completely on whether or not there's like a pro-institutional bias in the government. And I think that if you look at the patterns of all the things that we're talking about, that's consistent and it's visible. It's borderline undeniable. I think the thing that we get into is how much of this borders into legal or illegal versus ethical and unethical, and then also, what is it good? So for instance, I wouldn't want to start from scratch with the FBI. I'm sure the FBI does good work related to drug trafficking and kidnapping and all that kind of bullshit. Now, if you want to talk about Crossfire Hurricane, I think there's some fucked up shit there. So there's some people who want to throw out the institution's root and stem, whereas I don't think that is even close to necessary.
EOD, do you want to take it? Or me?
Yeah, sure. So, what do we take is ultimately one of the reasons why I like Vivek Ramaswamy so much is one of the campaign promises that he ran on was firing more than 2/3 of the unelected bureaucrats that have been appointed to these positions and seem to just linger and never go away. It doesn't matter how long the administration lasts. Doesn't matter if it's 1 term or 2 terms. Those people are still there after it ends and for years and sometimes decades going into the future. And they get embedded into this obviously corrupt fucking system where apparently, I think Bill Hicks said it best. When the president's elected, the CIA brings him into a dark room and shows him, a film of the Kennedy assassination from the perspective of the grassy knoll that nobody's ever fucking seen before, and says, essentially, any questions, right? Like that's kind of where we're at. Like the president does not seem to have the authority that's actually guaranteed to him by the Constitution anymore, because of how corrupt and how widespread the corruption is throughout these bureaucracies that have overextended and overblown the power of the executive branch in America. So to some extent, you're right. There's got to be something salvageable. One of the things Ranger and I tend to disagree about is the saving the CIA. We need some sort of counterintelligence organization. I mean, it's true. We definitely have to do something to counter espionage and shit like that. They're basic fundamental needs that these agencies were originally intended to fulfill that need to be fulfilled, no doubt. However, a gross restructuring, I think, is necessary at this point. We can probably cut, 75, 85% of the fat. What do you think, Rob?
Yeah, a lot of the FBI are people that aren't the agents we think of when we're watching, and I guess NCIS doesn't have the FBI. It's in the name, you dumbass, Rob. But you see what I mean? Like those sort of shows that you
federal
see,
law enforcement.
Right. Like there's a lot of bureaucracy that goes on to it. I think Vivek on this direct point is correct. Where he has a plan where he would say we'd work with institutions like the U.S. Marshals, state police, etc., and a lot of the on-the-ground agents that are working on task force. We would redirect funds to those sorts of groups. There'd be a gradual phasing out of the FBI. I agree with that because I think the FBI in its current form is unsalvageable, and perhaps we could create another institution with similar powers but more checks and balances that would take across the mantle of the FBI in the coming years. Because right now the a priori issue of the FBI is to decide what is best for this country and usurp the power of the executive leader, which is the president of the United States. And Chuck Schumer called this out in 2016 once Trump was elected and was waiting to be sworn in, where he said the mere fact that Trump was criticizing the FBI was a huge mistake because they'd find 6 ways of Sunday at getting back at him. And I could talk for hours and hours and hours showing how the FBI is done just that. The easiest would be, as Connor knows, Crossfire Hurricane, where literally for the first time in history that I'm aware of, the FBI illegally used FISA warrants to spy on a sitting president and his campaign. They did that. There is no excuse for it. They did so under the auspices that he was supposedly colluding with Russians. The way they sought to prove that was to go to his opponent's campaign, who was colluding with a Russian spy named Igor Dushenko, or at least an alleged Russian spy, and then they took that information unverified and used it to spy on a president. You cannot have that agency or the people at the top of that agency continue to have the faith. You want to talk about unifying people? How could people unify around that message? That's blatant. We can see what they've done to just average people since then. We see the FBI kicking in the doors of peaceful pro-life protesters that just want abortion to end, and they're looking at 15 years as their families broken into with dozens of agents with armed weapons that are forcing them to the ground in front of them. We could see how they went after school board parents. We could see how they tipped off CNN before they went after Roger Stone. And we could see the exact opposite interaction anytime there's someone that's a pro-institutional Democrat or even Republican and they're accused of crime. They're always treated with the softest hand possible. So to me, any one politician, whether it be Trump, Biden, Obama, Hillary, whatever, all of them will come and go. But when you have an institution like this that has so much power that politicians admit, like Chuck Schumer, you can't criticize them. They are more powerful than even the president of the United States. And you see the blatant evidence of the double standard they're employing. Until we get rid of that sort of institution, there will be no unification, and we can't get back to policies as normal where I sit here and tell Jeb Tan how stupid it is to send money to the Ukraine.
And actually, I saw, Jeb, you were shaking your head. Yeah, you were shaking your head, so you're more than welcome to go further.
From the beginning. So, well, I agree. I also don't love the three-letter agencies. EOD's fucking emphasis on how we need to bring back the power to the executive branch is fucking ridiculous for a conservative to say. That's what all conservatives always wanted, right? The president to have more executive power. That's what we love. It's fucking ridiculous. And also,
it's not that ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. One of the things that I think is...
At least the president elected, Jeb. Okay.
Listen, you said the most dumb shit of anybody here so far, and I didn't interrupt you. So let me get my stuff out here. So I think we can agree on three-letter agencies needing some reform, 100%. I agree with Connor. You can't just tear them down and then just say, well, we need a ground-up restructuring. You need to have somebody with a plan for that, and not a plan to do it, a plan on how to do it. And Vivek didn't have plans for jack shit because he was dog shit, terrible candidate. Not even going to cover him because he was useless. He ended up with topping out at 4% by the end. The issue is Donald Trump being the guy that is more likely to do it when that dude fired anybody who disagreed with him and attacked anybody he couldn't weaponize. He tried to weaponize an executive power Mike Pence didn't even have, to the point that he didn't stop his own people from saying that they should hang him because he didn't use a power that he didn't have. He talked shit on Bill Barr and pushed him out because Bill Barr said he couldn't find any evidence of election fraud over and over, which, by the way, Donald Trump believes he got the election stolen from him. With the number of very reputable people that he handpicked to lead every single investigation, telling him that there was no election fraud, if he does genuinely believe that the election was stolen from him in the way that Rob respectfully was willing to bite the bullet on, it is more disqualifying of him being president than if he lied about thinking the election was stolen.
So just to be clear, if we would ever find evidence that any one of those states had significant fraud that teetered on that state changing, you would be willing to bite the bullet and say you're a complete jackass and that you're ashamed of the fact that you intentionally helped cover up this.
It's been a few years, Rob. I would like it to get exposed at this point.
Well, right. Yeah. For example, we see the woman who was elected in Arizona that's now going after the people that were the alternate electors, where time after time in court, she refuses to go after these cases where they're providing quite solid evidence that there were issues with chain of custody, with the types of ballots that were sent out, with ballots that didn't have proper signatures, ballots that weren't submitted on proper times, and they're refusing to look at those issues in court. In Georgia, for example, we can see that they're still delaying a court order where a court has ordered that they go back and look at some of these ballots. Now, I don't know how those will turn out, but what I'm saying is the people that are like, yep, definitive, no cheating, absolutely, we know it, and it's disqualifying forever.
But you're not in the room with those people, though. So yeah. That's that.
But no.
That's where for me,
ask me a question, Rob, about what bullet I'd bite. I will bite if there is definitive proof that the election was stolen from Donald Trump. Yes.
No. That's not the question.
I don't care what your question is, because if that wasn't your question, then
I'm going to answer your question, but I don't care what your question is, Rob.
What if they proved that Georgia was stolen, but that still wouldn't be enough to turn the election?
that would still be the election being stolen from Donald Trump.
Okay, well, that's why I said it's not, because they could prove that, for example, there were tens of thousands of fraudulent ballots, but it wouldn't be enough to switch the national.
Rob,
If they could prove that there were tens of thousands.
If they can prove that there was widespread election fraud that stole the election from Donald Trump, I will say you shouldn't trust the people who said there wasn't widespread election fraud.
Fair enough.
Stole the election from Donald Trump.
Well, Rob, and here's the thing: we're a full election cycle past this. Yep. So for instance, like I was promised a fucking Kraken 4 years ago.
Bullshit.
Okay, no, but I'm saying, like, if I'm promised a Kraken, 4 years ago, and then I don't have a fucking Kraken 4 years later. And by the way, this is there's more people than just what's her name, Sidney Powell or something. There's more people than just her. So there's plenty of other people who could have produced like substantive documentation to the public. They don't even have to go to court. They could just publish the documentation and say, here's a concise summary of how we think this election was stolen, not through the institutions putting their finger on the scale so public opinion swayed away from Trump, but legitimately just, no, it was fucking stolen.
They can't do that for two reasons. One, you could see that if you say that and you don't have access to the evidence, you could be sued. And second, oftentimes what a lot of these ongoing court cases are trying to get access to that evidence. So I'm going to butcher this, so please don't take me at face value of this, but I watched testimony the other day. I believe it was in Georgia, and the people in Georgia and Fulton County were admitting they never actually used the government mandated process to certify the ballots that they got. They were forced to admit under oath in this court hearing, actually, we have these programs for signature mass verification, but we never use them. So the question then becomes, and I could tell you, like, for example, in my state of Pennsylvania, one of the big issues were because of the massive change in the way we voted, everybody knew that there were going to be significant challenges no matter who won the state of Pennsylvania. So predictable challenges that were going to arise were there was a law that was passed in Pennsylvania that said that your signature on your mail-in ballot didn't have to match your voter registration. That was clearly going to be challenged. So the precincts were instructed to keep those ballots separate. There were also ballots they were instructed to keep separate that were ballots that were like sent post the date of the election, but were sent previous to the date of when the election occurred, but were received after. Anyways, there were just a bunch of piles of ballots. Guess what happened? They all got mixed together. And so there have been ongoing court hearings to be like, look, we have to figure out what happens. And they're just like, well, there's nothing to see here. You can't look at it. And we could see in places like Fulton County and places like Arizona, what happens is the government agents drag their feet. For example, in Arizona, one of the things that occurred, but
I'm not trying to be rude here. I'm just trying to say, like, this is where it's just not enough, right?
Well, that's just
so. For instance, hold on. So you're telling me that there was a voter registration ID system that wasn't used.
Correct.
That to me, okay, now the next step, right? The next step would be, okay, they didn't use the system that was implemented. That's a breach of some policy that I'm unaware of because I don't work at the fucking state election.
Sure.
Now, how many ballots do they suspect of being fraudulent as a result of this?
They won't.
Right? Would be.
That's absolutely right. And the problem is they're fighting tooth and nail to allow access to an actual audit of those ballots. Now, let me throw both you and Jeb a bone here. None of this proves the election was stolen. None of it. It could be that we look and actually Trump got less votes. That's entirely possible. What we're saying, though, is there are significant questions, and the people that could resolve these questions are dragging their feet and refusing to be transparent about it. So it's entirely plausible that someone like Donald Trump, although you are right, there were people around him, such as Bill Barr, saying nothing to see here. Well, we see that Barr was disingenuous. He didn't look into this as he was telling Trump he did. He didn't look into any of it. He just said, no, the election's over.
Can I bring up probably the most...
Matter. Why are we investigating? Yeah.
Well, can I bring up probably the most prominent example that everybody was talking about?
Sure.
Right. So the ballots being brought out from underneath the table when the pipes allegedly burst when they didn't burst.
Okay, so
et cetera,
just for the record, you're the one bringing this up. Nobody brought that up.
Okay, well we might as well.
He's saying this is the most. Yeah.
This is the most prominent one. So the people who investigated it.
I disagree,
right?
honestly, but.
Hold on, I'll let you go next.
Well, I haven't even said anything yet. So the thing that a lot of people said was that, these ballots were pulled out, they were fraudulent. Basically, it was bullshit, blah, blah, blah. They should have never been counted. They were likely, blah, blah, all that kind of shit. The people who investigated whether or not those were like fraudulent ballots or whether or not there was a problem was the GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. That is a state level entity. It's like Georgia. I don't know if you've ever fucking been there. It's not exactly like blue dog fucking Democrat in the governance. So these would be the number one people who would have every cultural motivation to fucking expose like deep voter fraud that fucked over Donald Trump. And the GBI said, nah, like they explained it. It made sense. We didn't find any fraud. Sorry about it. But so like for me, it's like, how many times do I have to jump from target to target to target before I just say, it seems like the people who are lying are lying. And as a result, they cannot be trusted.
And just a very quick thing before we go over to EOD is just what Robert said, which was none of this proves it, but they're fighting our ability to even get to the next line of evidence, really. Like over my issue is, and I think what gives a lot of people pause with that argument, is it seems like every time we do get a step forward and the evidence does go against Donald Trump, all of a sudden there's a new reason why that evidence shouldn't be trusted or why the organization that collected it shouldn't be trusted. It doesn't seem like if we continue wasting years and years continuing to litigate this and more evidence comes out against Trump, it doesn't actually seem like that side's ever going to relent. It's just going to, they're just going to say that's just how deep the corruption goes. Look at them exposing how deep the rot goes.
Really quick, Rob. Let EOD go first. I apologize, brother.
Okay, man. Like, look, the most prominent issue, Connor, is not this grossly obscene fucking optical scene that we got out of Fulton County, Georgia, which is the county that encompasses Atlanta, which is absolutely blue dog fucking territory.
GBI state.
It's not that. That was a fucking, you know, a distraction as far as I'm concerned. What the real issue comes in is the several states. Some of them were listed: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, for that matter, changing the way that elections work in order to supposedly facilitate the COVID pandemic or whatever, okay? And the problem isn't that they did that. The problem is how, you know, it was executive fiat. It wasn't legislated. It wasn't done through any sort of reasonable due process or by representatives of the people. It was brought down from on high by governors who wanted to do something to deal with this public health emergency that we were all dealing with. And that's where a lot of things become questionable. We have mountains and mountains of ballots with unverified signatures, unverifiable signatures, improper paperwork, improper handling. We lost, you know, what is it? Chains of custody on a lot of these ballots. Which, and again, the real fucking issue now is that we can't investigate this stuff because they won't fucking hear it at trial. They say, oh no, we don't have any standing. Even if what you claim is true, then it wouldn't have overturned the presidential election. So we're not even going to hear it right now. Like this kind of fucking jurisdictional, you know, procedural horseshit that just stops the case from moving forward before it even fucking begins. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous.
But I want to bring up an example though, because like you're going down a rabbit hole that I just can't follow you on. So for instance, let's talk about like Georgia specifically. We all should have heard the Trump, like Georgia, I forget if it's like the state attorney or attorney general or whatever.
Primary example, but you keep wanting to go back there.
Well, I'm not trying to go back there to be obtuse. I'm trying to go back there to use it as an example of why I'm frustrated with the evidentiary standard that you're using, okay? So within that phone call, like the Trump is adamant that he's like, he cites the same things that you cited, right? He says, we got unverified signatures, we got out-of-state voters, we got dead voters, we got this, that, the other, and then they estimate that the total tally for irregular votes is at like 58,000 or some shit like that. And basically what the state attorney or attorney general or whoever the fuck it is on the phone goes through, we eliminated this pool of suspicious voting activity through X. We eliminated this pool of suspicious voting activity through Y. We looked at this group, and not only is it not substantiated, but it actually went against you. And as a result, we don't think that your concerns are valid. Therefore, we've concluded our investigation. Therefore, we're done. And they said, guess what? Tough titties, deal with it. And basically, Trump is insisting.
I'm going to toss it off to Rob here in just a second, because we keep fucking dogpiling on this bullshit about Trump this and Trump that, and I fucking knew this is what this debate was going to fucking turn into.
Well,
but
I can steer this. The problem is that the focus of this and the burden of proof is exactly being inverted, and I can explain why. So let's start first with what Jeb Tan said, if I can remember. He said, oh, geez, we skipped that part.
With the people
so
making
get
claims, they have to have evidence?
He said that
Jesus Christ, Connor.
getting more evidence, every time we get more evidence, it shows there wasn't corruption, right? That's in a nutshell. It's one
No,
of the
not
arguments.
what I'm saying is every time we get more evidence that there wasn't corruption, the Trump camp finds a new reason
Bar
why that
moves.
Okay,
evidence cannot be
right.
trusted.
So the argument is then they'll just keep moving the goalposts and they'll never concede that they lost the election. The problem is,
100%.
although I might agree, I think strategically it's a really bad idea at this point to relitigate the 2020 election if you're the candidate going for 2024. I agree. And it's a mistake Trump's made the whole time. Now, if you sincerely feel you lost, he should couch it in terms of, look, whatever you think of the 2020 election, here's why election security is important, because inevitably these things could happen. That's the better way to do it, and I think that's what DeSantis did. I think that's a smart way to go about it. So I disagree with how Trump's going about. However, the reason that we need to relitigate the 2020 election is two reasons. One, because literally there are court cases to stop Trump from winning from the DOJ and Biden that's relitigating. Right? And second, because of in the context of this debate, Conor said the disqualifying issue with Trump is basically that he still thinks he lost 2020 and acted a fool because of that. And so the point is that if we could concede that there is evidence out there still to be seen, the problem is every time we do get access to smaller amounts of new evidence, it doesn't seem to prove what Trump's alleging. It does speak to his mindset, though, that he really believes that this evidence will eventually prove him this way.
Not necessarily, no. I think one of the things that Trump has benefited from is the sort of good faith of his own audience, thinking that as long as he is continuing to push the 2020 election issue, the conspiracy, because even if you believe he's right, it would still be a conspiracy. As long as he keeps pushing the 2020 conspiracy, he's trustworthy in believing that in the 2020 conspiracy. I'm sure it'll get dropped if he were to win the election because it doesn't matter anymore. The issue is, when we talk about if there is evidence out there that the election was stolen, my problem is we're already taking for granted that there is. You have guys like EOD who haven't looked at what you've looked at, Rob, who are saying, we have all of these ballots that have unverifiable signatures. We have all of these things that broke the...
I really wish you would stop personally attacking me.
It is alleged that we have
that'd be
those
great.
things, but we have not. It has not been proven that we have those things.
But if
you just listen to Trump, we have all of these things, and that is a lie. And if you are lying to me, that leads me to believe that he doesn't believe what he's saying is true. He feels the need to lie about it to support it.
I completely disagree. I think Trump is the type of person that flies off the handle a little and says, a little on his chest more than he should. That's one of the things that people did like about him, and sometimes that comes into handy. But it doesn't come into handy when you're talking about things that you're going to be prosecuted for, which, regardless if you think it's...
So, hold on, but why would I trust him to run the country then?
Well, because it's a binary choice between him and Joe Biden, and he's better than Joe Biden.
But Joe Biden is a corpse. Hold on. If we
wasn't worse.
If we want to pivot away from relitigating the 2020 election, I am okay with doing that.
Can I finish this real quick?
So,
can you give me 10 seconds? The relitigation is primarily at this point because the weaponization of government going after Trump. That's why it's being forced to be relitigated at this point. It's not Trump. It's the DOJ. It's Biden. It's the Democrats.
Okay.
I mean, not really,
so
but
let's
also
hold on, Jeb Tan. I see.
Yeah, Jeb, hold on one second. He was in the middle of saying something.
Sure.
Yeah, I see an Jeb, if you have an idea that you want to share it. But I do think I see a pivot towards the topic of like the 24 election. That way we don't have to relitigate the 20. Because I don't, we're not. We've had this conversation for a year. I don't think we're going to solve it tonight, right?
Yeah. My only blurb on it is I think the looking at evidence and deciding it is not enough to take to trial is relitigation. I think that is legitimate relitigation.
We'll see what
Let's pivot real quick. Let's pivot real quick. So the way that I would pivot to the current election, right? So we are talking about two candidates, one of whom who I have said January 6th, his perceptions on the 2020 election, the way that he dealt with the alleged transfer of power are disqualifying. And Rob brought up rhetorical points that if Trump was the kind of sober, sane, politically savvy individual and he said the things that Rob said, then I'd be like, oh shit, maybe he is playing 4D chess. Maybe he does understand what's going on. Maybe I do want to trust him with power. But what Rob said, where robnoerr can fucking figure it out, Rob fucking rule Noor
Not that smart.
can figure it the fuck out. Well, no, you're
I know what
smart
you're
dude,
saying,
but
right.
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
like,
you're a smart
I'm just
guy,
saying,
Rob.
this motherfucker's a multi-billionaire running the fucking country, and you're a fucking home healthcare worker, which is not a dig at you.
No, I know.
It's just saying, like, these are our relative positions of power. So if Rob Noor can figure it the fuck out, then why can't Donald Trump? And so as a result, what we're talking about, you guys said that Biden is not better than Trump. And so we are both making a calculation here. My calculation is that Biden, which you're going to take this as a dig against him and a reason why you're not voting for him, is effectively a corpse. He is the deep state duct taped to a rolling dolly that maintains the momentum of the status quo. That is what he is right now. And I am saying that I would rather take the stability, the relative stability, bear in mind, of the status quo versus taking what looks like a fracturing country and throwing a fucking hand grenade at it, which is Donald Trump, which is what fucking happened in 2016.
How'd that work?
We threw a hand grenade at it and it fucking cracked.
Okay,
And
so
now you guys are like, let's throw another grenade at it and see what happens.
I'm not biting that bullet, by the way, to be clear. I am a lot more politically selfish, and my reasons for not wanting Trump to be president is because of the damage it'll do to the GOP.
yeah, okay. So let's get to Connor's point. And then I don't mind having that discussion either, Jeb, because I think there are a lot of people that say that. Like my friend John Burke, for example, is a DeSantis guy, and he thinks the Republicans will be better positioned in 2028 if Trump loses. That's his argument. So there's certainly an argument to be had there. But to go to Connor's point here, like I will concede, I think EOD will, and maybe Jeb as well, that Joe Biden's basically a walking corpse. He's not running the show. We all agree with that, right? So who's running it? You said deep state. That's the word you use. Perfectly happy to accept that. So let's go back and look at the grenade of 2016. I remember that. I remember going into it. Can you trust Trump with foreign policy? He'll get us into World War III. Yeah, how's that looking? Oh, he'll lock up all the gay people. Yeah, how's that looking? He'll lock up all of his political opposition. Yeah, how that's looking? Oh, black people will do terrible under him. Yeah, how's that looking? All of the things that we were told that Trump was unstable and was a grenade and was going to cause all of this horrible stuff, none of it happened. In fact, the only things we saw happening...
I have a counter argument for
okay,
that.
that's fine. Certainly you can get to it. But the only things we saw happening with the vision was left-wing people going insane, deciding even the day that Trump was elected to riot, to beat Trump supporters, to beat Republicans and conservatives on college campuses, to riot anytime there was a Trump rally, to burn cities down around this country. That's what we saw, left-wingers acting like that. We saw left-wingers doing that. And then, of course, we could talk about COVID and what the response to COVID should be. But the criticisms I have of Trump and COVID is he acted too much like a Democrat. So if we're doing a binary choice between Trump and his actions and how he's this unstable grenade versus not Biden, but the deep state that's really running the show, that's literally locking people up like me that are pro-life, that's literally sending FBI agents to school board meetings to people that are arguing against masking their children and forcing trans bullshit to their kids all the time, that's literally ignoring Trump like when he tried to pull out of Syria where the generals just said, nah, fuck you, we run the show, that's literally weaponizing these institutions to go after people like Trump and all of the 97 felonies or whatever he's facing. Why wouldn't I say that Trump is more stable in that sense? Because another 4 years of Biden and the deep state could literally mean people like me and you being locked up because Nina Janikowski gets her disinformation czar position and decides that me and you saying that we don't like Biden spreading disinformation. We didn't have to worry about that under Trump.
I don't think you recognize the dubs that the right wing has taken in the past few years, which I think is a little crazy, but I'll explain why. So for me, the repeat. So all of the things that you said, I don't think that black people were materially worse off under Trump. Hispanics, you could make arguments about Hispanic illegal immigrants versus citizens and residents and all that kind of stuff. I don't give a fuck about that either because I do want a strong border, so I don't give a fuck about that. I think that the Democrats, though, you are underestimating the panic from the left for the repeal of Roe versus Wade. This is a federal equivalent to the passing and actual enforcement of a assault weapons ban. That's what this is, like, culturally from a momentum standpoint. So when you say, like, well, Trump had no effect, why is anybody complaining about him, ruling? He didn't really do anything. Nah, he appointed, like, 2 pretty conservative justices and oversaw the fucking repeal of Roe v. Wade, which is one of the largest political cultural developments of the past 50 fucking years.
Can I ask you just a 5-second question? Do you think if Jeb would have won in 2016 instead, that there's a chance he could have appointed these justices? And would you have used that to blame him going into 2024?
Wait. If Jeb had won, would he have appointed the same justices?
Well, justices. Well, obviously, probably not the exact same, but conservative justices
judges.
that would have
conservative enough to repeal Roe versus Wade.
Right.
Yeah.
See, that's a really interesting question to me that I would borderline have to think about more, because I always think of Jeb as like a softer guy, right? But he's also like a pretty strong Christian. So the same shit might have happened.
Amy Coney Barrett would have been a go for fucking Jeb. Okay, Neil Gorsuch would have been a go for fucking Jeb. So would have Brett Kavanaugh. Okay, I mean, there's no way that any of those three justices that Trump supported would have been not cool with fucking Jeb Bush.
It would have happened anyway.
Yeah,
okay. I don't know. Sorry, real quick. I don't know if that's necessarily the main thrust of my point. I think the main thrust of my point is that when you look at Democrats and you're like, why are they panicked? Trump really wasn't that bad. I think abortion is the main thing.
Okay, so
even if it would have happened under a moderator.
Real quick. I agree with you guys that another Republican would have picked the same justices. That's actually why I think we don't need Donald Trump. Every good thing about the Donald Trump presidency that you brought up are the things
was somebody else.
Are the things where he followed the general conservative platform. But then, as Rob said,
him not being a politician might have had something
to do
with
with a bunch of fucking
that.
Democrat shit, and all these conservatives calling me a fake conservative and me a fake Republican. Fucking red flag laws, love them. Overspending a Democrat, love it. Like, what the fuck, dude?
No, we don't love that. That's actually two big criticisms Rob and I share.
An even better economy under other GOP nominees.
Like,
so I hate the fucking cop-out. It's a binary choice between Joe Biden. Don't give a fuck.
Not a cop-out. That's the reality of the situation you're faced with.
Shut the fuck up. It wasn't before. And all these same 90% of the same people were saying that we shouldn't vote DeSantis, we shouldn't vote Nikki Haley, we shouldn't vote anybody but maybe Vivek, who is a proto-Trump because he has no platform of his own and just copies Trump. So I don't give a fuck about this bullshit argument. It's a binary choice. When it wasn't a binary choice, all these same people were jerking off Trump and Vivek, who was just proto-Trump.
Okay.
So Republicans would be better, and Trump is not a Republican.
Go ahead.
To address, I want to address Connor's point that it's tantamount to an assault weapons ban. I really don't think it is. An assault weapons ban is the federal government coming down and telling the states, here's what the fucking reality is, and you all will not be able to sell these weapons anymore. And that's the end of it. When it comes to the dismissal of Roe v. Wade, it's actually turning shit over to the states. It's letting the states make a decision about what it is that they want to do. It's actually putting more power in the hands of individual fucking voters such as you and I, instead of in the hands of unappointed fucking bureaucrats at the upper echelon of the federal government. It's kind of ridiculous to sort of make that comparison in my mind.
I'm not saying it's a 1-to-1. I'm talking about cultural impact.
Yeah, cultural.
Well, I can understand that they're both divisive issues. However,
I would say those are the two most divisive issues that have dominated dinner tables since I was a child, and I am almost 40.
Even if the fucking Democrats are as upset about this as okay, even let me backtrack. Even if the justices hadn't done that, if they had ruled in favor of Roe v. Wade, I think the left would be absolutely fucking tedious to the brim. They were anyway, long before the overturn of Roe v. Wade happened. So I don't think that I don't think Roe v. Wade being upheld or Roe v. Wade being overturned actually has a significant impact on the Democrat voters' general perspective of who Trump is. Orange man bad, orange man bad, orange man bad. That's all it's ever going to be.
But I wonder. So part of the panic that we're seeing on the left right now, I think, is the fact that they know that there's a real chance that Biden will not be able to hold together through the election, and that Donald Trump will have a few good appearances, and as a result stands a real chance of winning. And then I also think that they're worried about, I think the freak left is in full fucking swing right now. Like I don't know how you guys feel about like the left. Like you could have absolutely hated the left for the past decade, but there was always like this veneer of like we're the good guys and you guys are all bigots and you're evil. When we're in charge, we're on the right side of history. Like there was like this very sincere attempt to be like the left wing has never done anything bad whatsoever, and when the left wing did do bad stuff, it wasn't really the left wing. And since October 7th, the freak left is just like out in force, where they're like, yeah, fuck Jews, fuck Israel, let's kill them all. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Games for Palestine, that's the most retarded fucking message I've ever heard in my life.
All right,
but my point being that like the mask is off. And so I think that part of the reason why the mask is off is because of a panic, because they think that Trump has a real shot of winning.
So leave Biden win?
They're feeling pressed.
So let's leave Biden be president. Here's the problem. Like, this isn't a problem with anything you two are saying. We're all individuals. Ironically, I think that what's happening is Conor and Jeb are almost making the exact opposite arguments. So Conor, when I ask him specifically, like, well, what is it specifically about the grenade aspect of Trump? You're like, well, like this unique shit, like the left's freaked out because of Roe v. Wade. But Jeb's admitting, like, no, actually, he was just a run-of-the-mill Republican who then had run-of-the-mill Democrat policies on top of it, right? So he had some of the good shit he did.
Him not a run-of-the-mill.
Well,
right, but what you're saying is...
We might not be one-to-one. Jeb and I might not be.
Right,
Yeah,
which is fair. No one expects that. So it's difficult, though, to try to argue in both worlds. So
yeah.
I'll say for Conor to say this, but I think you can see that, like, that's not a reason to impugn Trump. Even if you think he's uniquely responsible for Roe v. Wade being overturned, I don't think that's a reason to say, then the reaction of the unhinged left is a reason that I won't prefer Trump going forward, because they'll be so nuts. Because I think I could make the argument that there's an awful lot of people on your list that would be really happy that Roe v. Wade was overturned, and the left would also continue their insanity with that person. So if the idea is like, well, look, the reason we can't have Trump, one of the big reasons is because at this point, if it's Trump versus the deep state and which one will be a more calming force going forward, I completely disagree that another vote for Biden and the deep state behind it is all of a sudden going to pour water on the insanities and the excesses of not just the corruption in these intel institutions, but also further the insanity of the left. I think that a Trump election will force, you won't see that sort of corruption because all of these institutions...
I think a Trump election is going to be pouring fucking diesel. It's going to be pouring napalm mix on the fucking fire, but I mean... I'm happy to hear different.
But the problem is that battle's coming inevitably anyways. There's two different things we're talking about here. There's the insanity of the people on the left like we're talking about. That's going to have to be dealt with. And if the Democrats keep winning elections despite that insanity, it's going to push them more and more to that insanity, right? Whereas if Trump wins, then the Democrats could make a case of like, look, instead of this like crazy fucking insane progressive people that we're pandering to, and instead of the lawfare strategy of going after Trump, why don't we get back to like sensible policy, like sticking up for workers, or, you know, those sorts of things that Democrats used to claim to be about. So I think that an election of Trump not only leads to that more, but also means that we'll rein in the excesses of groups like the FBI. Because if you're worried that Trump's going to be corrupt and go after his opponents, the problem is every institution, from our academia to our media to our intel agencies, etc., are the ultimate check on Trump. They won't leave him he couldn't even pull out of Syria because they were all stabbing him in the back. So the idea that he's going to come in and be an authoritarian is nonsense. However, Joe Biden and the people running things are going to continue to be authoritarians. And I know you see it, Conor. You see it with their treatment of Hunter Biden and with Joe Biden. You see how they put their thumb on the scale. That will never end until we start to reject their lawfare process.
Here's the thing. I never expect that to end.
Yeah, Trump is willing to put his thumb on the scale in a similar way,
but he can't
literally allow his supporters to say, "Let's hang this motherfucker."
But he can't.
We don't listen to him.
But he can't.
He can, and he
no,
did.
he could say, but there's no institutional power behind that. What did he do? What institutional power did he have? Bill Barr lock up his opponents? Did he have his FBI used unverified opposition research that he sourced to spy on his opponents?
Well, hold on.
No,
I'm still sore about that. I want to see Hillary in jail.
Again, no, I mean, yeah, whatever. The Hillary thing, I'll probably agree with you more. And listen, me and Conor are going to break a little bit because Conor is a centrist. I'm a pretty extreme conservative minarchist. I'm just not extreme for the sake of being extreme, where I jump on Trump's dick because he's extreme. I'm extreme, but I'm principled. And
But
I
don't
have
jump on
value-driven
anyone's
votes in
dick.
the
We don't want to hurt anyone.
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying that a lot of Trump's base does, though. A lot of Trump's
That's
base
fair.
is just extreme to be extreme. They call me a centrist because I'm extreme in the wrong way.
Well, listen,
right?
and just to clarify to you, I took shit because I did want Vivek, but I also preferred DeSantis over Trump. So a lot of Trump people threw shit at me. I just said that I was willing to support whoever of those came out of it. I was. So the question I have to you, if you could just put your blinders on, and even though I think you'll have valid criticisms such as bump stock policies, insane amounts of spending. Trump was not a fiscal conservative. He spent at a higher clip than Obama. So as an actual conservative, you would, I'm not even getting into the debate that you would be right. There are things that aren't conservative about Trump. But my question to you is, if we're just looking at policies of a Biden administration or a Trump administration, which one of those would be closer to your conservative vision?
Well,
Not thinking ahead to who would be best for me in 2028.
That's where I'm saying that Conor and I will split, is out of the two presidents, who am I hoping to see become president a little bit more than the other? Is still Trump, because policy platform-wise. My issue is the fact that he's the candidate in the first place.
But why wouldn't you vote for him?
All right, guys, we are rounding on about an hour and 10 minutes on this. So let's just do closing statements so we can get to the next question. EOD, you went first on this. So Jeb, how about you close first, and then we'll go Rob, and we'll go all the way around.
Sure, yeah. So let me remember what the original question was here. It was the
original
question.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
So unifier one. Okay, so I think a unifier. I actually agree with. I think something Rob would agree with, which is that I think the Biden presidency has made people crave some like bread and butter conservative policies. I think it has made people crave stronger support for our police, like city police, things like that. I think it's helped people see the immediate effects of massive spending. I actually think people are moving on guns a little bit, seeing all of these wild protests and seeing all of the law enforcement organizations be under-supported and DAs that won't prosecute. So I think a real unifier would be somebody who leans on those things and doesn't have like 80% of their platform be focused on vilifying people who don't already support them. I think a little more of the Biden brand of, listen, I'm in it for you. I'm in it for this individual person. I was talking to this old lady yesterday and she wants me to support the police because her catalytic converter got stolen. That kind of shit. DeSantis will do that shit. I like DeSantis more than Nikki Haley, but Nikki Haley got my support because she proved like, holy shit, this is someone who, if she became president, I think would move a lot of moderates to become sympathetic to voting conservative in the future. She's not my perfect candidate, but she kicks the shit out of Trump. And so I think she would move people over and unify people. Nikki Haley would have been the best unifier out of any candidate from either side, in my opinion. And I don't think that this idea that Trump is going to do anything about the deep state or the three-letter agencies has any merit, because I think instead of doing anything about them, he'll just do what he did last time, which is fire the current leader and try to plant one that he thinks will help him. And then when that one doesn't, he'll fire them and he doesn't want to take down these structures because then they won't be available for him. He wants to he wants to reframe and redirect them to work for him. He doesn't actually want to divest from them.
Got it. Mr. Rob?
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree in the last point. I think that Trump has about a 5% chance to win, and I think if he wins, he has like a 2% chance of actually doing anything meaningful like I want, like disbanding the FBI. It's just not going to happen. But there's two levels to it. There is the mere fact that he's there stopping the excesses of the intel agencies, literally targeting people like me that are pro-life, that are at school board meetings, etc. We're being targeted by the FBI. We're just finding out today, I saw more information, bank accounts of conservatives are being looked at by the FBI and groups like that. So even if Trump doesn't end it, at least he delays it. Another 4 years of these excesses, who knows where we'll be. We could be in World War III by then anyways, the direction things are going. So I don't disagree with the criticism of Trump that maybe he won't do enough. He'll fail like he did the first time. He'll go after the deep state by appointing John Bolton. Great job. It's just stupidity. It's on its face. That was a stupid decision. The problem I have, I'm not going to argue about Nikki Haley or anything here because she's no longer in the race. Like or hate our system, we have a binary system. And at this point, tantamount to not voting for Trump is a vote for Joe Biden or just throwing your vote away. That's inevitably what it's going to be. If there's enough of a principled reason to do so, and maybe we'll get that to the second topic here, why Jeb would think that will propel the Republicans, that's an argument worth to be had. But in the position of Conor, I think I would implore you to consider a vote for Donald Trump, because even though his excesses could be terrible, you think he's corrupt, you think he's a terrible person. I'm not arguing with you on that front. Trump. I'm saying that the alternative is worse, and that the worst impulses of Trump will be controlled because every institution hates Trump. So they're not going to let him achieve authoritarian power. The worst you'll get from him is mean tweets and kicking the dirt, and then people like Mitch McConnell and Mike Johnson taking the reins and doing a bunch of shit that I'm not going to like, but that would be considered normal sort of Republican stuff. So I don't think the grenade, now you're right, it might trigger people on the left, but I don't think that's a reason not to vote for Trump, because there are insane people on the left that have been brought up thinking they're morally virtuous and they're allowed to use acts of violence, intimidation, censorship, etc. So for me, it's clear cut. When it comes to unification, I don't really think that that's something that we should specifically be looking at necessarily, but the best chance we have to get to that unification is to have someone like Trump that would rein in those excesses, and hopefully it will encourage people in the Democratic Party to get rid of some of their insane people and get back to what, hopefully, it'd be nice to have two parties. I think we have zero right now. It'd be nice to have two that you could say at least they're looking out for, people with sensible policies.
Got it. Mr. Conor?
Yeah, the Republican that I want, the great unifier, they don't exist, unfortunately. I would say give me like 15 or 20 years of salting and maybe I'll try to, run for office or something. I expect my use of slurs to prevent me from doing so. But maybe in 20 years, nobody will care about slurs. Maybe
it'll earn
maybe.
my vote.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe being a memer and a gamer when you're younger will actually be a reason to vote for someone. But so the Republican that I want doesn't exist. It's unfortunate. I do want kind of like heterodox characters like Teddy Roosevelt, even Richard Nixon, believe it or not. I swear to God, if you listen to Nixon's speeches, he's one of the most thoughtful people that I've ever heard speak. And it's kind of a shame that he got into his own paranoia about Watergate and the burglary and the DNC and all that kind of stuff. Because the truth is, if he ran clean, I think he would have been remembered as one of the greatest presidents we ever had. But anyways, so doesn't exist. Wish it would. I think Rob knows, everybody knows that I'm working with Democrats against Trump. I do hate him that much. And I do hope that he loses and we maintain stability for another 4 years. And then hopefully we can create the Republican that we want.
Beautiful. Mr. EOD?
Oh, man. I don't have a lot to say other than the fact that what we're talking about is the ideal person. The ideal person to lead the country. And what are the suggestions that we've gotten so far? It's Teddy Roosevelt, Mitt Romney, Rand Paul, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis. Essentially, the opposition to Rob and I about Trump is anybody but Trump. Anybody but Trump. I mean, literally, you're all over the place with this, Connor, with these suggestions. At least Jeb's a little bit fucking consistent, where he's like, okay, maybe these two who actually ran in the fucking primary might have a chance. And the fact that you work with that fucking political action committees, it hadn't even come up, and I'm trying to fucking avoid it, Connor, because this is going to get real fucking contentious if we do start to talk about that. However, what am I trying to say? The ideal person, okay, isn't on the ticket. That's the reality at the end of the day. And who is on the ticket? You got the douche and the turd sandwich. You got Trump and you got Biden. And who's going to be better? Who's going to be worse? One of the things Rob said was that Trump has a 5% chance winning. I think that's erroneous. I think Trump has a much stronger chance of winning than that. I think it borders on like the 40 to 50% chance. Okay, that's really where I'm at. Because when you look at the polls, you look at Biden's approval rating, it's in the fucking dumpster. It has been for years. Since like the 1 year Biden had a positive approval rating was the first year, and not even the entirety of the first year. Since then, it's all been downhill. It's all been upside down. And why? Because inflation is through the roof. Your groceries cost 40% more than they did under Trump. Your stock market, your 401k is 40% less valuable than it was under Trump. The border is wide open. We have Chicago, New York City crying out in pain because their social services are being absolutely strangled to death because of the open border policies of this fucking institutional authoritarian fucking government that we have right now. I haven't even touched on the idea that yes, people who seem to be on the wrong side of the fucking aisle are being persecuted daily by this corrupt DOJ, thrown in jail, thrown under the fucking bus because they don't carry the narrative. They don't toe the party line, which is Biden's party, which is the Democrat party, which are fucking communists at this point, as far as I'm concerned. That's a whole different goddamn story we can get into if you really want to. I don't think we do. At the end of the day, It's a choice between a douche and a turd sandwich. You got to go with the person who has proven himself to be better for this country than the person who has proven himself to be a gross authoritarian trying to destroy what this country was built for, what this country was founded upon. This guy does not seem to give a shit. And you know what? Maybe it's because it's weekend at Biden's. Maybe he doesn't have any fucking real authority or autonomy over the situation, and it's the deep state who's pulling all of the strings, trying to throw all of us under the bus so that they can continue to maintain power, so that they can continue to engage in endless foreign wars, such as what Nikki Haley wants to support. You know, I was hopeful for DeSantis for a long time. He would have been my dude, but the guy obviously demonstrated that on a national stage he's unable to compete. He's unable to facilitate the appeal that's necessary to run in politics on a national stage. I think DeSantis is right where he belongs. I think Trump is right where he belongs, and our next president had better be Trump, or our country is in serious fucking peril. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Biden lost like 3 times, still beat Trump, so I don't think that's even an argument against
Can I ask who is the douche and who is the turd sandwich? I was curious earlier, and you repeated yourself.
I mean,
Yeah, so
the point is
which one?
it's two unpalatable
Obviously Trump
options.
is, right?
Okay, it doesn't matter.
No,
which
no,
is what.
but a douche is cleaner than a turd
Right,
sandwich.
and a
turd
douche has
sandwich is
utility.
That's actually
dependable,
true.
but you
Trump's the
expect
douche.
to have to take terrible bites out of it.
Right.
So
I think Biden
Trump
will
is
be
the
the third
douche.
sandwich because of the people having always to hold him up when he's
Right.
finishing.
And a
speeches.
douche has utility. Trump, there's utility in Trump. Turd sandwich, good for nothing. You know?
for
Yeah.
sure, for sure.
All right, guys, I appreciate that. All right, so let's get on to the second question. So I have a quote here. So we could very well have a sitting president under felony indictments and ultimately a criminal trial, Trump said during a
back 2
campaign
seconds.
rally in Reno, Nevada, November 5th in 2016. It would grind government to a halt. Trump is facing a combined 91 charges across 4 criminal trials. If Trump is successful in his presidential bid, would this impact his ability to focus on national and international concerns? Further, should Trump be able to actually halt the federal investigations against him and or pardon himself? So it went Jeb. Let's go with Rob first then.
Okay. So there's a lot to say on this. I'll try to keep it brief. First, the point of, let me get this right. Will it impact his ability to focus? Yes and no. I know that sounds like a stupid answer. Yes, because they'll keep harping on this, but no, because they would have found something anyways. You know what hampered his ability the first time? The illegal spying and Russiagate investigation that was all bullshit. They will find something, whether it's these trials or something. They will use lawfare and use the weaponization of the intel agencies to go after Trump, and it will impact his agenda. That's absolutely true. So these cases could be part of it. Should be allowed to shut down investigations such as pardoning. Of course, you can't get rid of pardon power uniquely because for the first time in history they decided to charge Trump. You can't do that, and so that would be even more devastating and going against norms. The greater question that I hope we spend time doing here is talking about the corruption of these investigations themselves. Now I'm going to do something to try to narrow the focus of this. I'm going to implore Jeb and Conor to focus on it in this way, and you can disagree with me if you want. If any of these cases are illegitimate, it shows a gross weaponization of the government, which is a bigger threat than any of the things Trump is accused of. For example, if you're like, well, I think Trump did mishandle classified documents, so I'm okay with charging him, but the other 3 are bullshit. Those other 3 being bullshit and the weaponization and interfering in our elections is a far greater crime than Trump potentially mishandling classified information. And so I think that all we have to do is prove that any of these cases for the terms of this debate are bullshit so that you can see that what the group is behind Biden, as Conor put, the deep state or these institutions that are behind Biden that are actually running the show, as we've all agreed, what they're doing is far more corrupt and harmful to the country than any of the things that they're alleging that Trump has done.
Got it. We'll go actually EOD next because whatever.
I don't understand why. I mean, okay,
Because you guys are like the
aligned with
team.
Rob, so I think he's
We're going
Yeah.
most attractive to least. So.
Doing teams.
There we go.
He's doing teams.
Okay. So Rob's better looking guy. You do have a better looking beard than I do. I'll tell you that. All right. What am I going to say? Will the indictments distract Trump? I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing that happened earlier today. Is the Supreme Court's hearing on presidential immunity with regard to Trump, with regard to all presidents, past and present, and in the future. And I think this is going to be one of the most momentous rulings in the history of our country. Actually, this is going to either uphold the precedent that the president does generally have immunity when it comes to his time in office and his official proceedings and his official fucking businesses, or he doesn't. And then if the Supreme Court comes down and it says that the president lacks this immunity, then it really puts into jeopardy a long history of our system of jurisprudence kind of turning a blind eye to whatever happens while the president is in office. Turning a blind eye to Obama, drone bombing an American citizen in the sandbox simply because he was in the sandbox and he was tacitly associated with terrorists. To President Bush starting a war without Congress's approval. To Trump, fucking bombing Syria without congressional approval. Yada yada yada. Going down the line, okay. When it comes to the idea that they're going to uphold presidential immunity, I think that's going to have huge implications for these quote-unquote 91 indictments, which are primarily witch hunts over stupid fucking garbage. One of the big things that I brought up earlier was the Her report and the classified documents bullshit. It's plain as day that there's an absolute double standard in the DOJ when they look at Joe Biden and they say, yes, we found wrongdoing. Yes, this goes back to the 70s. Yes, Joe Biden is absolutely fucking guilty of all these things. But you know what? A jury's probably not going to convict him because he's old and he's senile, and they're going to be sympathetic to his plight and his plot as an elderly, sympathetic man. In other words, he's not competent enough to stand trial, but he is competent enough to lead our country. I'm sorry, that doesn't fucking track. This shit doesn't make any sense. So, it's just a disgusting thing. It really is to sit here and think about what's happening in Trump. The fact that 90% of it is bullshit. Okay, it's not illegal to pay hush money to somebody to shut them the fuck up. It's not illegal to find loopholes in your taxes, and it's not illegal for a president to walk out of the White House with fucking classified documents. Every single president prior to Trump has done this. Suddenly, when he does it, it's the fucking worst thing that's ever happened in the history of our fucking country. Not to mention the fact that, mind you, Biden's documents he forgot about because he's fucking senile. They were in a fucking dilapidated cardboard box in his fucking garage, okay, and then Trump actually had a skiff. So when you look at this stuff, and a skiff that was certified by like the National Security Agency and shit, you know what I'm saying, or the FBI or somebody along those lines. God, there's so many. We need to get rid of a few. Anyway, what's happening to Trump is a gross miscarriage of justice. I think the Supreme Court ruling that's coming down is going to absolutely fucking support that, and then most of these indictments are probably going to go away because of that. In addition to that, yes, the president has the ability to pardon himself. I don't think there's any precedent or any legalese that you can spin to say that doesn't exist. And is it expressly spelled out somewhere in the Constitution? No, but the president does have the sole authority to pardon. Of course, why wouldn't he be able to pardon himself? And of course, that is the premise behind presidential immunity in the first place, which is why presidents have never had to deal with this level of fucking persecution or prosecution in the history of our entire fucking nation. So, there you go.
Mr. Conor?
Yeah, I'll try to keep it short and sweet. Yes, it's going to give him a headache. Yes, he should maintain the ability to maintain the pardon. I don't think screwing over Trump is worth screwing over the entire system of governance. I'm a Republican, meaning I care about the republic and the rule of law and the balance of power between different people. I wouldn't change this rule just because Trump might use it in a spicy way. As far as the actually just responding a little bit, paying off your mistress with campaign election funds is illegal, should be illegal, and I'm old enough to fucking remember when Bill Clinton getting a fucking blowjob from a secretary and then lying about it was something that Republicans would argue disqualified him for fucking office. Now we got a motherfucker. He's got 3 mistresses banging out fucking porn actresses while his wife is pregnant, cheating on his fucking wife. And it's like, no big deal. So for me, it's like, we either do have a standard of conduct that we expect out of our leaders that we are going to hold people to, or we don't. At which point this is all bullshit and theater. So basically, the reason why I'm perfectly okay with the legal process going forward, despite it being in New York, that's kind of sketchy. New York might as well be California. But the reason why I'm okay with this in general is because, no, due process of laws. He's not any bigger than anybody fucking else.
Mr. Jeb?
Yeah, so there's a lot to cover. So with what Rob said, no. I mean, I think maybe not. Maybe I agree with what Rob said, but I just don't agree with the premise under which he's framing it. These cases where, like, if they're illegitimate, basically kind of saying if Trump is found not guilty, then they are illegitimate. I don't know if that's what he was saying, but if that is, I disagree with it. If he's saying that he's kind of assuming that I think any of these cases are illegitimate, probably not. I think the New York one might be a little aggressively litigious, but as far as the letter of the law, every single one of them is legitimate. That is why they were found to have standing, and I believe in the American justice system. It's a fucking good one. And we, time and time again, are seeing, you know, as evidence starts to unfold and we see these indictments, we're like, oh, fuck. Even me, who originally was like, maybe these are pushing a little too hard. Every time an indictment comes out, every time they reveal some evidence, I'm like, oh, fuck. Trump is fucked. Specifically in Georgia and in the federal cases for, I think, in Florida. So my issue here is with what EOD said, generally being that Trump had a skiff, and so that makes it okay. The issue is he had fucking classified documents in his guest bathroom. Don't think that was the skiff we're referring to. So if Trump did have a skiff and he just couldn't pull himself to draw those boxes from the potty to the skiff, okay. He also admitted on verbal recording, again, that he didn't declassify those documents, which his main legal defense is that he thought he had de facto classified those documents. And again, the big major difference was when it was requested for him to return those documents, he didn't. He stalled. He has written instructions to his staffers to move and hide those documents to make it harder for them to be retrieved. Whereas, again, EOD continues, even though I've already called him out on this, but it's because he didn't read it. He really might believe what he's saying. Her report does not show that Biden was guilty. It acknowledges that guilt implies intent and that he did not meet that standard of intent time after time after time. And Donald Trump isn't being convicted for taking home documents like any other president did. He's being convicted for not returning them. And then he has the legal defense for, or not being convicted, being charged for not returning them. And his defense against that is I declassified them on the way out because simply by moving them, I declassified them. But we have an audio recording of him admitting that's not the case, which again, robnoerr brought up that Biden said something kind of similar, which he really kind of didn't. But even if he did, Biden's main defense isn't that he thought he had declassified them. Biden's main defense was that he obviously didn't intend to flout the law because these documents were found later on in the same way that they have with previous presidents that didn't get prosecuted because they hadn't used them. It was stored next to a bunch of non-governmental documents in beat up boxes in his garage. Obviously, most of them hadn't been touched. And a lot of them, from the time he was vice president, were his personal notebooks, his personal handwritten memos. So her report hammers this home that it's very clear that he may not have realized that these were classified documents because they contain classified information because they were his own handwritten notes. So in terms of whether Trump will be able to pardon himself, that's the last and the easiest thing. He would only be able to pardon himself for the federal charge. As far as the Georgia case, which is equally strong, I think, maybe not equally strong after that audio recording, but similarly strong, he won't be able to pardon himself for that. And I think Trump, when he is convicted of some of these crimes, might be disqualified for office. I think this immunity case is important, not like EOD is saying. This Supreme Court case is not about whether the president has blanket immunity for issues involving his official functions as a president. It is, where does the line of official functions as president end? And can you just say, because I was president when I did this, it was an official function as president? That's what this case is about. And so it's not that big of a deal. If he gets off based on it, it's not a great precedent. If he is not allowed immunity, I think that's probably the proper ruling because it didn't seem like he wasn't acting as president. He was the president acting as a fucking dickhead trying to incite a riot at the Capitol.
I have a question for you guys before I let you guys yell at each
peacefully
other.
go and make and patriotically make your voices heard is inciting a riot.
Oh yeah, dude! I said the.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. You guys go. I don't actually give a shit. I was actually
Okay,
just,
Jeb.
one thing I was going to ask. The one thing I was going to ask is you guys keep saying he's allowed to pardon himself. If he's allowed to pardon himself, I thought it was unwritten territory if he could or could not do that, and that was actually the main reason why Nixon ended up quitting, so that his vice president can pardon himself.
No, you could. It was more political. He knew he would have been impeached. So you could pardon yourself from a crime, but impeachment and being convicted of the impeachment would still remove you from office. Nixon could have pardoned himself. He could have. It's just he would have been impeached. That's so he stepped down because he knew that.
Yeah,
Because he had a sense of honor that he didn't want to fuck up.
Yeah, I'm like, but
I don't know how contested it is that he can pardon himself, but for me, it doesn't totally matter because I think the Georgia charges are probably more damning if he's convicted of.
All right, so how do you guys want to get wrecked on this? Let's start with what Conor said. We'll start with the Bragg case, right? Now, I contend that if any of these cases are blatantly illegitimate, it shows more election interference and is more serious than anything Trump was accused of. That's just my statement on it. So Conor made the comment. He said, quote, "Paying off your mistress with campaign funds is illegal." You're standing by that, Conor?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not why he's being charged. He's being charged for the opposite reason. He's being charged because he didn't use campaign funds. He's being charged because
he moved it through his fucking
No.
lawyer? That's your defense?
No, that's exactly why he's being charged. He's being charged because the argument they made was he used his lawyer paid. He didn't even know about it. His lawyer paid, and then he reimbursed his lawyer. And the argument they're making is that's a campaign contribution. That the reason for the NDA was to advance his campaign, therefore it has to be disclosed as a campaign expenditure. And what you've done is what I've said would be done from the get-go. The mere fact that Trump did something that almost every multimillionaire does, which is have someone sign an NDA, he was damned if he did and damned if he didn't. If he used campaign funds, they would have charged him, and people like you would say, you can't use campaign funds to pay off an NDA like that. You can't do it. If he didn't use campaign funds, people like you would say, you have to charge him because he didn't write down that he used campaign funds. So what you've effectively proven by your misunderstanding of this case is that Trump was fucked either way, and it's not as serious as you're saying.
Do you know how he could have avoided being fucked?
Go ahead.
By not cheating on his pregnant wife with a porn actress.
So,
Oh,
what's
great.
that have
Thanks
to
for
do?
pointing that
Right.
out.
So, like, I get the deflection to his immorality or him being a bad person. I'm completely with you, by the way. I think infidelity is a very serious thing. I'm happily married, and I don't think it's cool when anyone cheats. I don't even like people having multiple partners before they're in a committed relationship, but that's my preference. Irrelevant to the question of legality and putting your thumb on the scale. Now they're charging this case, which is brought by a prosecutor who admitted he was running on the promise of taking down Donald Trump, who the feds, the Federal Election Commission, decided not to bring the case. The statute of limitations had ran out, and they decided, well, we're going to say it's a federal crime, so we're going to extend it to a felony so the statute of limitations don't apply, and then go after him for this. Meanwhile, just one more cherry on top of this shit sandwich is that Hillary Clinton's team actually 100% did in the most clear-cut way what Trump's accused of. She actually did get campaign stuff. She paid for the Steele dossier with campaign funds and lied about it and did not write down that campaign disclosure. Was she charged with felonies? No, she was asked to pay a small fine. The exact same crime. The only difference is I could make a compelling case to you that there is reason that someone would want an NDA signed outside of their campaign. Like you didn't want your wife to know you cheated on her, or you didn't want your business to be harmed. But Hillary can't make that case. What Hillary did was 100% clear-cut violation of the law, and the justice system decided to treat her 100% differently than Trump. That alone shows the election interference and is more serious than any allegation. Or doesn't the law matter when it comes to that? The equality of application of the law doesn't matter. All that matters is Trump banged a hooker, so let's go. Or I'm sorry, Stormy, porn star. So let's go.
Pornographic actress.
Yeah,
let's
sorry.
get it accurate. So, all right, hold up. So here's the thing. Like normally, if you were arguing with a lefty or a center lefty or whatever, then what you would get is you would get a 4-hour passionate defense about how the Bidens and the Clintons didn't do nothing and they don't deserve any kind of scrutiny whatsoever. But because you're talking to me, when you ask me like, well, isn't it fucked up that Hillary Clinton's getting a pass and Trump isn't? The answer is yes. And my further answer is fuck them both to the longest extent of the law. Now, I know your counter proposal is going to be, well, that's not going to happen. Right. Well, for me, we're making an argument here. we're either saying we get one for doing something fucking wrong, which we can at least agree moral if not legal, or we just let them both slide because this is the way that it is and we're trying to get a consistent standard. And we should actually reduce consistent standards in our society.
Yeah,
and by the way,
precedent too, because the Hillary
last point.
issue is only,
Last point. Sorry, last point. This is the kind of social degradation of norms and concepts of honor and legality that I think is a snowflake in the avalanche that is our degrading culture.
Yeah, and so Hillary set a terrible precedent. I think we'd all agree with that. The beautiful thing is, we as conservatives, if that is what everyone here claims to be, we have a chance right now to make it not precedent by not doing the same thing. Once both parties in our evil binary system decide that we're going to let this shit slide and we're not even going to stand against our own guys all in the same way, that's how it becomes precedent. If we score Trump on this, if we allow Trump to meet the consequences of his own actions, maybe not in the New York case, but definitely in Georgia and the federal charges, we get way more credibility when we're trying to go after Democrats for the same thing. Or we say, fuck it, Trump, who we all agree, I think now at this point, was worse than the candidates he ran against in the primary. We're going to protect him? We're going to sack you. Okay, I mean, you pretended that Vivek was better than Trump, even though he was proto-Trump. But we're going to save...
He is better than
for
Trump.
the sake of,
Vivek actually came out and said we're going to get rid of the 3-letter agency.
For the sake of
Would you-
Trump,
would you
are we
propose
going
that you
to
actually
give up our
appreciate it?
credibility to ever prosecute a Democrat for the same things?
Credibility. That's hilarious. I love this argument so much. Now, first off, Jeb Tan's full of shit because if there was weaponization, for example, say that Nikki Haley was the nominee and say that an attorney general came and said, we're going to get Nikki Haley. I'm running on the promise to bring down Nikki Haley. And then the big charge they went after Nikki Haley was she spent $5,000 over her campaign getting her hair done, but she didn't put it down as a campaign contribution.
She didn't put it. Please, I'm talking about.
That's not even a good analogy.
It is a good analogy because the
documents and refusal to return them.
Please, what you're doing is
shut the fuck up. Let him go, dude.
So here's what happened. We're talking.
I don't have to let someone misframe my argument.
No, I'm not misframing it. If you're okay, so then Jeb's argument is, oh no, Rob, I'm completely deflecting from this shit case because I can't defend it. I'm talking about the classified. We'll get to the classified document. Jeb, we'll get to the classified documents case. So there you have it. Jeb can't argue the double standard here. He can't, right? The argument he seemed to be making, and I'm sorry that if I misapplied it because, he's just a fucking shill and can't argue his case successfully. It seemed to me what he was saying was, well, just because what Hillary did was a bad precedent with her campaign finance stuff doesn't mean that we should let Trump go. And this time we should go after Trump, and then we'd be able to go after someone like Hillary in the future. That's what I thought he was saying, and then he just deflected there again to, no, I'm talking about the classified document cases. So the exact analogy that I was using is...
there's 3 different cases, unfortunately.
Well, and we could go through each of the cases if you like. I have no problem. We could stay here till 3 a.m. if you guys want. That's no problem. We just started with the easiest and the first one that was mentioned and the one that's in the news now. And we could prove that it's shit. So the reason that I used the hairdressing analogy is this.
Why is it
we can
shit?
Prove that he might not be found guilty, but not that it's illegitimate. It was found to have standing.
No, it's not it's not legitimate. Like, so if you listen to like congressional law scholar Jonathan Turley, who laughs at this, and many other law scholars that laughs, it's not legitimate for the following reasons. One, because it was brought by someone who it was outside the jurisdiction. When the feds looked at this, they didn't think there was a crime. But this guy who ran on the promise of bringing down Donald Trump in a state is now putting his thumb on the national election by expanding the statute of limitations in a way that has literally never been done. That's one why it's illegitimate. Second, it's because it rests on a theory that what we consider campaign contributions or campaign expenditures would be more accurate. And the way that theory has usually been implied are things that you would pay for that were exclusively for the campaign. So, for example, yard signs. If I'm getting yard signs that says robnoerr for school board, I'm never going to get those signs unless I'm running for school board. Therefore, that would reasonably be a campaign expenditure. Now, laws exist because what we don't want to have happen is Rob to get a bunch of campaign donations, then go buy a sweet Corvette and say, oh, but it's for the campaign. Look how cool I look driving around in it. I was campaigning. They would say no.
I like paying off your whore. Yeah.
Right. That's right, Connor. That's exactly the point. So the standard that was usually used is you don't have to claim something as a campaign expenditure if it's something that you could reasonably purchase outside the scope of you running for an election. So the question is, would a billionaire who allegedly cheated on his wife have reason to have an NDA signed if it was outside the scope of him running for an election? Yes, I bet he's had NDAs signed before he was ever in politics. So then the reason that I use the hairdress analogy is the theory that Bragg is using would say anything. We're now changing what a campaign expenditure is. A campaign expenditure is now anything that remotely could help you on the campaign must be qualified as a campaign expenditure. Therefore, if you buy a new suit and then you go to a campaign rally...
I have a question, sorry. I'll let you finish.
No, therefore, if you get a new suit and you go to a campaign rally, an overzealous prosecutor could say, wait a minute, I didn't see that suit expenditure listed on your campaign expenditures. And they could charge them and say, you bought that suit for the campaign and you got your hair done for the campaign. You got services done to help you in the campaign. That's why I made the analogy. And you were actually incorrect, Connor, in your assessment that the law said that he couldn't use this money. It's actually the exact opposite. It's actually Bragg saying the fact that he didn't write it. He used the money and didn't write it down as a campaign expenditure. That's the problem.
So hold on. You're saying words, but I'm not fully understanding them. So hold on. So let's walk through this.
Okay.
Are you saying that the paying off of the mistress should not be reasonably perceived to be a campaign expenditure?
I'm saying that the standard that was employed before was, even if something could be beneficial for a campaign, the question that must be asked is, could it be beneficial and could someone pursue that outside the scope of running a campaign? It is entirely
I'm asking you, Robnoerr, what do you think the legal experts and your personal opinion are? Is that a campaign expenditure or no?
I would say no.
Okay. I disagree.
Okay, so that's why the case is ridiculous for the reasons I outlined. Then to go further,
well, hold on. Can you tell me why paying off your mistress while you're running for public election is not campaign related? Can you tell me why?
Because it relates to your personal life.
The standard wasn't campaign related.
People's personal lives are part of their public campaigns all the fucking
Connor,
time.
I could turn the question to you. Can you explain to me why, when I ran for Congress and I bought a new suit, why that's not campaign related?
Hold on. You're saying you bought a new suit?
Correct. I was running for office.
Why is that not campaign related?
Correct.
I think if you use it on the campaign trail, it is campaign related.
Right. So that would mean that almost every single person that's ever ran for office is guilty now. Because if they bought a new suit, if they got their hair done, and they didn't write it down as a campaign expenditure, even after the statute of limitations, an overzealous prosecutor in a state could say, 6 years ago, you got your hair done to the tune of $2,000 so that you could go to a campaign event, and you didn't write it down as a campaign expenditure. Therefore, we think that's a felony. And the problem I have to get to the biggest point on this is the absurd idea that this NDA and that we have to, crimes are crimes, and it's a small snowflake in an avalanche. You're right, it is a snowflake in an avalanche, and the avalanche is the unequal application of the law. We're literally talking about prosecutors running on the promise of getting Trump, using a legal theory that has never been used for, in a crime that is laughable in the first place. Meanwhile, we have evidence that his very opponent in that same election committed the crime far more seriously than him. And so you say, well, we need to stop this.
Who's the person who committed the crime? Your passion is outweighing my understanding.
Hillary Clinton, what she did was not even arguably
the Steele dossier.
Correct.
Okay.
Which she lied for over a year.
My statement to that was fuck them both. That was my statement.
But okay, so let's use an analogy. Let's say we're in the Jim Crow South and there's a racist police department. And that you witness this police department, they only pull over black people. You watch white people driving 70 mile an hour, they free pass. But a black guy goes 1 mile an hour over, they pull him over, right? And you see this over and over. And the evidence is clear as day. Racist police department from the top down, only targeting black people. The argument that you're effectively making is when someone like me comes and goes, there's a huge problem here. This police force is intentionally only targeting people of color, and when people that are white commit the crime in more serious ways, they're let off the hook. Your argument would be, but we have to start somewhere, so arrest that black man. We don't have time to talk about...
Oh, hell yeah. I'll bite the bullet. No, hold on. I'll bite the... You have gone on several long, passionate rants so far. I would like the opportunity to respond to why I would passionately, happily bite the fucking bullet on this shit, right? Let's use another analogy. Let's say shoplifting. A fucking rich person comes in and they're shoplifting from a store. It's fucking Winona Ryder or some shit. And then 2 seconds later, a poor black lady fucking comes in, shoplifts the same shit so she can sell it so she can feed her kids. Yeah, you're goddamn right. I'm gonna say, yeah, punish the fucking shoplifting from the second person, because the whole reason is I'm not going to argue to degrade a fucking standard. I'm going to argue to increase the fucking standard 100%. And on top of that, if you keep arguing to degrade the standards constantly in order for the game to be fair, then what is going to fucking happen is you will no longer have standards, which is what we are increasingly doing as a country.
It's an absolute bullshit argument that ties into Jeb's argument. I'll explain why. Because what happens is you'll say, no, now is the time. With this one time, unique in history, the guy that ran on getting Trump, now's the time. Now we put our foot down. And you just gave us how your interpretation would mean probably 80% of people that run for office violate this same law because they've got something that could be used on the campaign trail that they didn't put down as a campaign expenditure. So you would say, I am perfectly fine with people running on the promise of I will take down this specific politician and they will use a legal theory that's never been used. I'm totally fine with it because now is the time to put our foot down. And then here's what's going to happen.
I trust the courts more than you do, but yeah, sure, continue.
Okay, so then here's what's going to happen. They're not going to charge Hillary Clinton. They're not going to charge any of the Democrats. They're not going to charge any of the establishment Republicans. And you know that because you know these same institutions. I've heard you argue how they're covering up for the Bidens. So you know they're not going to do it. And then you know what you're going to say? You're going to go, well, shucks, I'll consider who to vote for next time. So you make this mountain out of Trump maybe paid Stormy Daniels. We need to put our foot down now, blah, 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 blah.
Not maybe, did, but sure, continue.
And the problem is the greater sin by far is the weaponized legal system that will not correct itself, that is going to continue to go after in unprecedented ways as people they feel is outside the establishment. And you look there and every time you and Jeb will go, well, this time we need to go after that guy outside the establishment. And then next time we'll get them. And there will be no next time.
I'm a big fan of it.
The rule of law, one of the most important factors of a rule of law is the equal application of the law. The rule of law ceases to exist when those that are operating for their own benefit, that have control over the rule of law, selectively target and enforce things in ways that they allow those that they agree with to get away with it. There is no effective rule of law then. Yeah, and the idea that it should only be enforced on Trump and outsiders. Sure.
Yeah, but you're saying Trump gets a pass.
Your alternative is just let it all go. That's
let Trump gets a pass.
That's a worse alternative. So my issue is, sure.
You just said Trump gets a pass.
If you think the New York case is he's not guilty of that, there's still a chance that he's found not guilty of it. But what about the Georgia case and the federal cases?
Let's get into the other cases. Yes,
of course.
We're nitpicking on the weakest case, not one I find illegitimate.
I don't even think it's that weak.
Well, I think it's weaker than Georgia and the federal case because they are so strong.
Jeb, if you want to move those locations, that's fine. Rob, you kind of asked me like, am I willing to put up with that? And my answer is gonna be every single fucking time, yes.
So no punishment for the selective law enforcement. You just hope it
no. No, of course punishment.
Okay.
Rob, really quick. I think what Connor's saying here is that yes, it seems like there was issues in the past where people were ended up like Hillary Clinton did end up.
No, there's issues now. I'll concede to issues now.
Exactly, but right now, if we also do this with Trump and just let him slide with this, where do we go as a country?
Okay, and that's where I got to Conor. It said that he will continue to not care when it's not then enforced on other people. I could prove it.
I do care. You've seen me scream from the fucking... Hold on. You have seen me scream from the fucking rooftops about Hunter Biden for hours, to the tunes of fucking DGG, basically saying like, you're a conspiracy theorist, you don't know what you're talking about. Meanwhile, whenever I push them on anything, they don't know any of the details of the case at all. And you're acting like I just want to give Democrats a fucking pass. I don't want to give Democrats a fucking pass, and I don't. Rhetorically, that's the limit of my power.
I would like to respond, Jeb. I would like to respond. Like, you do. You might use rhetoric to say you don't like it, but ultimately you're okay with it. And I could prove it. You want to know how? Didn't you say that it's not really Biden running, it's the deep state behind him? Okay, and didn't you just go work for a progressive PAC to help Democrats win the presidential election and downstream?
I would like to think that most of my work is on the presidential, but yeah.
Okay, and yet you're admitting that those deep state people at the presidential level, which you're admitting are deep state people that are selectively enforcing this, that apparently you have this huge problem with, and yet you're taking money to help them win.
Indeed.
Okay. Because the beef that I have is not with let's just like run it down real quick, right? So I don't have a beef with the Central Intelligence Agency as a concept. I have no fucking problem with smart, intelligent linguists monitoring the communications of foreign adversaries and terrorist organizations in order to feed that information to the military branch so they can kill people. I got no fucking problems with that. Same thing with the FBI. I have no fucking problems with federal law enforcement hunting down some of the biggest fucking scumbags on the fucking planet. And by the way, I think this is like 80 to 90% of their operations. You guys talk about how like 30% or 40% or 50% is like political corruption and shit. I would say the fucking shit that I have beef with is probably maybe 5% at fucking most. So what I would like to do is go after these institutions where we're attacking the cancer, the 5%, not destroying the entire institution and starting from the fucking ground up. So when you're like, why do you fucking defend the deep state? And it's because like, I don't want to destroy the deep state. I want to modify its function so it's actually in line with the aims of the republic.
Well, you could say all of that, but that's not mutually exclusive.
I do say all of that. That's what I said.
You could say that, but that's not mutually exclusive with what I'm accusing you of. You could say the FBI is important for all of these reasons over here, but what you said specifically on this case is it's important even though this is a unique legal theory and the underlying crime isn't that serious, but it's still important to go after
the unique legal theory to be hashed out in court.
Well, right, but
like
the idea
you and I are not the fucking the judge and jury from this fucking. Well, and here's the thing. So New York, right? I have skepticism of New York because basically they're a hyper litigious, gay GHEY pseudo fucking lefty communist fucking utopia, right? So I have my skepticism about New York, but what I would do is I would evaluate the case based off of its merits and what they state once it's being resolved. I wouldn't immediately go, oh, it's New York, therefore there's actually no justice here. Well, there is an injustice here.
There is
and
no
so
injustice.
Far there's no injustice.
That's correct. There's no injustice.
There's no injustice. Okay, so I'm going to articulate this to you, and maybe you can articulate it back to me in a way where I agree with you that there's no injustice, okay? So the story, as I understand it, is that Trump was running for the election. He knew that, or he found out that Stormy Daniels was soliciting stories on the back channel with news orgs in order to sell the fact that she had an affair with Donald Trump while his wife was pregnant.
80% true. He didn't know. It came out in court today that Cohen and them knew, and they said that by the time they paid Stormy, they went to him, and he's like, oh, okay. But he didn't know it at the time. But go on.
It is a hush money payment, but the shit didn't actually fucking happen, dude. I mean, for real.
It may have. I don't care if it did or not.
What didn't happen?
Stormy has written a letter saying she never did sleep with Donald Trump. That's what he's referencing.
So she's just lying under oath?
She's lying to get money into fucking play into the fucking narrative and to seize her fucking name,
so why would you pay off a whore you never fucked?
But that happens all. I mean, are you really asking? Are you really asking that? There are people that sign NDAs all the time.
The reason why I'm asking is because it begs belief.
I agree with you. I think he probably
Trump
slept with
likely bangs hookers on the side.
But it's irrelevant to this, to my criticism. But he's making the point that it hasn't even been proved that he slept with Stormy Daniels, and she's contradicted herself. She's also owed him legally hundreds of thousands of dollars that she lost in court, and she refuses to pay him. The head witness, Michael Cohen, has been told over and over again by judges that he's a liar, been held in contempt, or been held of committing perjury. Nonetheless, you can go on with the story. That's just again, I'm not making the argument.
Okay, yeah. Let's get through the story first. So Stormy Daniels is story shopping with different media outlets. The Trump campaign, I'll just amend my statement temporarily. But the Trump campaign finds out that Stormy Daniels is story shopping. As a result, they basically buy and squash the story. Cohen pays for it up front, and then Trump reimburses him out of campaign funds on the fucking back end.
I don't know if it was campaign funds. I'm unaware of that. I think it wasn't. I think he just paid him monies.
Okay. If it wasn't, let's say that money came out of a personal fund and was therefore not declared on the campaign trail.
Right.
I would want that to be dismissed.
Okay, that's what I think.
Because if it's not campaign fund.
Hold on.
But the contention is that it is campaign funds.
No, the contention's that it. Go ahead, Jeb.
Let's get Jeb and EOD in here.
Yeah, for an illegitimate case, that just set off red flags for me. For something to be an illegitimate case, I would expect the level of certainty to be a lot higher than I think it wasn't campaign funds. That's literally what the trial is there to figure out. That shows it's a legitimate trial. If you're just like, I think it wasn't campaign funds, then let's let the trial play out and find out.
That's an absurd statement. That's an absurd statement.
Well, hold on, but I think what Rob is trying to say, I'm not trying to steal words out of your mouth or whatever, is that the person would be going after Trump regardless of what account the money came from.
And Conor proves that when he says in his opening statement that you can't use campaign funds, and now he's actually being charged because he didn't use campaign funds. That's what he's being charged.
You might need to say that again. So you're saying that the legal theory that the guy is presenting is the fact that the Stormy Daniels campaign was necessarily a part of the campaign and therefore should have been declared and paid through campaign funds.
That is correct. He is not being charged that he fraudulently used campaign funds to pay her. That's not why he's being charged. He's being charged because this was considered a campaign expenditure and he did not write it down as such. That's why he's being charged.
Hold on. So let me clarify my position then. Okay. If Trump paid Stormy Daniels with campaign funds and then marked it as something else, which I believe to be the case, I'm not saying 100% because I'd have to check the files again, then I think that investigation and prosecution is fine. If, however, he paid for it out of his private funds without declaring it, I don't give a solitary fuck. And I would hope that case would be dismissed.
Okay, this is what just the top of Braves AI says. According to the search results, there's evidence suggesting Donald Trump did not directly use campaign funds to pay Stormy Daniels. Instead, his personal lawyer,
is an alarm bell.
Let me finish. Okay, instead, his personal lawyer, Michael Cohen, used his own funds to make the payment, which was later reimbursed by Trump. The payment was recorded as a, quote, monthly retainer for Cohen's legal services rather than a campaign expense.
Okay. Reimbursed from what monies?
Why would it matter?
Why would it matter if it came from the campaign or if it came from Trump? That's the entire contention.
But that's not
really quick. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I think really quick what Rob is saying here, Conor, is basically that yes, Cohen paid Stormy Daniels, but the campaign funds in general were to pay back Cohen for lawyer expenses. So, and that as a retainer or whatever they called it, right? But again, I agree with you, Jeb. You probably need to wait for the court case to really settle this out to see what comes out.
But also, Rob is based.
No,
he uses
that's
Brave,
true about
so
everything.
that's all I needed to know. Brave browser, he's based.
I am based, and
Okay.
so let me finish to what's said here. He is not being charged because he fraudulently used campaign funds. That's not the argument. The argument is the billing of this. Wherever the money came from, no one's charging him. They're not saying where the money came from is right or wrong. They're saying the fact that he wrote it down as a legal expense instead of a campaign expenditure.
Relatively speaking, concealed it. Yeah, I get it.
That is absurd. That is absurd that they're bringing this case. And furthermore, right, like, again, I can't stress this enough to get back to the relevant point, and then we can move on to every case. I don't care, right? Like, to get back to the relevant point, what you said about the CIA, the FBI has real jobs, that's not musically exclusive to my criticism of you. My criticism of you is you seem to be saying, like, rule of law is really important, and therefore you can work for literally the deep state, in your words, because you're not advocating for Joe Biden. You didn't work for Joe Biden because he's just a corpse. It's the people behind Joe Biden, the very people themselves that you're admitting are putting their thumb on the scale. So let's say I agree with you and 80% of the work or 90% of the work they're doing good. Nonetheless, in this instance, the size of the snowflake that they're accused of putting their thumb on the scale and going after Trump in these instances and allowing people like Hillary to get away with the crime, it's far bigger than what Trump's accused of. And yet, not only, you might say, I don't like that, but you're still working for them. You're still going, and so I don't buy the excuse. Well, I think they're doing good things other ways. You could say the same thing about Trump then. You could say, well, I think that he's corrupt and terrible, but I think he did this good thing. He got Roe v. Wade overturned. So it's okay to take money from him.
Well, isn't that kind of what you're doing?
No.
I think.
Hold on, isn't that almost exactly what you're doing?
Also,
Where you're
no,
saying,
no.
hey, I don't like this, I don't like that, I don't like this, but I think this is based. Isn't that exactly what you're doing?
If
Wait,
Rampage
Rob,
lets
really
me
quick,
answer, I'll answer.
Really quick, let me ask you something, Rob. So I know that Connor's been getting a lot of shit for a lot of months now about this progressive victory and shit, which you keep bringing up. Which, whatever. I think what you're doing is
Some of it's
to be completely
deserved.
honest with you, Connor. But
It's disgusting to me. It's a gross. It's a gross interpretation of
but
FEC
is
law.
this not a kind of a good thing where you have one of your guys that is like on the center right, leans more conservative? I know he calls himself centrist, but he definitely leans more conservatives. Working in these organizations to try to kind of get the actual.
Isn't he on your team, Rob?
You're
Doesn't that make it
bitching
okay?
about.
Yeah.
No, it's
They,
dumb.
they,
get a lot of
they do
time
say
to
some
change
wild
that.
shit during the meetings sometimes, and I got to reel them back in.
It's not a good argument because, I mean, that would be the equivalent of being like, well, wouldn't it be good if you're a progressive liberal to send someone to, the Groiper that's running for Senate and help the Groiper win? Because wouldn't it be better that you be that?
Well,
Right. No.
they're not Groiper,
Right.
but
Right.
yeah.
But no, the
I
point
guess
is,
so.
if you call it,
Yeah.
if we're talking about here and we're saying the importance of like even small things that don't seem like a big thing, that are unprecedented to go after a president or a significant politician, even in unprecedented ways of extending the statute of limitations with these unique legal theories that have never been applied, still the small snowflake of what Trump did, it needs to go out in court. You wouldn't then work for it, say, well, I do care about the double, because my entire criticism of Conor and Jeb Tan here is going to be this, that this is why outsiders, and it's not left and right, that's the irony of this, and Jeb at least knows.
I agree with you, by the way.
But Jeb, that's what, and
Yeah,
Jeb,
I
I'm
agree
going to
too.
call you, I'm going to impugn your integrity right here. I think Jeb more than Conor understands that he understands it's bullshit, but it's okay because it's Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's preventing more establishment type Republicans that he likes, like Nikki Haley. I don't think that's the case necessarily with Conor, because I think Conor would be willing to take sort of anti-establishment Republicans if he thought that they didn't have significant character flaws like Donald Trump. But Jeb knows exactly what he's. You don't think so?
Yeah, hold up. So here's the thing though. So maybe I align with Jeb a little bit more than you think. So here's the thing is like the things that I want are corruptions of the deep state as it presently exists. So if the rhetoric around the deep state was the performance of the deep state, I would actually have very little problems with the United States. I think that though, a lot of these institutions, they basically get told one thing and then they do another, and they do that at the behest of some people. And so as a result, like, it gets all fucky. But that being said, as far as like corrupt versus non-corrupt functions of the federal government or the government in general, I'm at like a 95.5, like good to corrupt. And so as a result, I'm willing to pinch my nose a fucking little bit in order to make sure that the republic continues to perpetuate. Whereas you and EOD are basically saying it's half corrupt. The apple barrel is spoiled. It's rotten. It's degrading. It's falling apart. We need to throw this shit out and start from scratch. And I'm not even fucking close to that.
But that completely contradicts your stance on why it's important to go after Trump here. You allow the snowflake that becomes the avalanche. And the problem is the snowflake you're allowing is far more significant than Trump paying off a porn star that he allegedly slept with. What you're acknowledging is simultaneously, not only did the FBI and these organizations know that Hillary committed this exact same crime more significantly prior and chose to do nothing, but that they're continuing to cover up for these crimes. And despite that, you're saying, I'm willing to work for them, which is a unique difference.
So let's talk about Clinton real quick.
I don't want to
Just
harp
real
too
quick.
much on the progressive victory Connor bullshit, because honestly, I think
No.
I mean, I love it.
Let's talk about the Clinton thing real quick, okay? So what I expect Clinton to do, because all of her flaws, like I think she's actually a baby eating demon, but I think she is smart enough to insulate herself with rhetoric and legalese and lawyer shit, is that if you ask Hillary Clinton, did you personally pay for the Steele dossier? Something that you would need some kind of paper trail, some kind of money, some kind of verbal admission, some kind of audio recording, something like that. Clinton is the kind of person who's going to insulate herself behind enough lawyers and legalese, and I don't remember that you're never going to get a conviction out of that shit. Why are you shaking your head at that?
Because it wouldn't matter. Like it's such a poor excuse. So we're okay with the constant weaponization of the FBI and these institutions as long as the person that's benefiting from it is a better expert at legalese. Let's say I would concede that she would have.
This is literally a skill issue.
Okay, let's say that's true. Well, isn't there going to be someone that they're able to prove made these payments? We know that the payments weren't recorded, and we know the payments were made. So then someone in Clinton's orbit should go to jail. Same with the destruction of classified documents, but they never do.
Yes, actually,
never gonna happen, Connor.
But they never. That's my point, Connor.
Hold on. Before you say never gonna happen, there was somebody who did take a felony conviction for forging the documents during Crossfire Hurricane. There were other people who were indicted and they were dismissed out of the court. And there were people who basically took a professional black eye and as a result were pushed out of the establishment. So basically, like, you can say that this is a slap on the wrist compared to the crimes committed, and I will agree with you. However, saying that there was no punishment whatsoever is not accurate.
This is an institution that we should.
Okay, guys. Okay, hold on.
Come on, man.
Hey, really quick, guys. Hold on, really quick. Hey, we're talking over each other. We're harping over random things here. We are getting close to the 2-hour mark. You guys are I'm more than happy. I'm streaming till 11:30 tonight, so I'm more than happy to hang out with you guys as long as you guys want. I do think that we should get off of this Conor progressive victory thing.
We're kind of
not
on
really part of it.
Deep state corruption. Actually, can I articulate why I'm willing to plug my nose for the deep state? That way, instead of them like attacking me for it, I can articulate the vision for it.
Yes.
Sure. Okay. So basically, like, I agree that there is effectively a uniparty. Okay, I agree with that. I think that the Republicans, they talk a good game about family, conservative values, riding horses, smoking Marlboro Reds, all that kind of shit. But at the end of the day, what are they going to do? They're going to cut taxes. That's all they're going to fucking do, right? They're going to leave the border unsecured. They're going to get involved in interventionist wars, okay? They're not going to do shit besides that, right? Then when it comes to Democrats, they talk about, the blacks and the gays and the transes and the non-binary transes and how they're all oppressed by the white man and all that kind of shit. But what are they going to do at the end of the day? They're going to increase taxes a little bit. They're going to push some really shitty social issue legislation that we all fucking cringe at. That's what they're going to fucking do. That's what those people do. But the truth is that 95% of what the United States is it's a $65 trillion global commercial empire that is based off of the American military that makes sure that oil and goods flows across the entire world with our enemies and with our allies, but most importantly, to the advantage of our allies, right? That's what it is. And so when it comes to who is in charge, because it's not a speedboat, it's an oil tanker, there are people who are ready to say, this is an oil tanker. I'm going to drive it the way that it's supposed to be driven. And as a result, these are the institutionalists. When they shift the political left-right spectrum of the federal government, they do so at a 5% increment. People get pissed off at them because they don't implement enough broad sweeping changes. But realistically, the boat stays relatively stable. What Trump is a egomaniac who wants to be as important as Napoleon or Julius Caesar, and he wants to drive the United States of America like a fucking speedboat. And he tried last term. But the people who try to drive it like an oil tanker undermined his decisions.
I'd love to understand. I'm almost done.
We're changing topics after this, too. This is just kind of explaining.
Okay,
there isn't any more topics.
So I'm almost done. So, as a result, we are in a precarious position where we can either vote for the guy who is pissed off, who wants to drive this motherfucker like a speedboat again, or we can vote for another fucking oil tanker captain. I am voting for an oil tanker captain.
Confuses me, bro. Okay, in what way did Trump drive the country like a speedboat? Please help me understand that.
I would say his attempted withdrawal from Syria and his attempted withdrawal from Afghanistan were both attempts at driving it like a fucking speedboat.
Which Biden did.
I'm sorry, we didn't withdraw from Afghanistan until Joe Biden did it, and Joe Biden completely fucked it up. Really fucking hard, bro.
That's because Joe Biden ripped off the fucking Band-Aid because Trump scheduled it in order to fuck Biden. Which was hilarious.
Let Jeb talk. He hasn't talked in a long time. And then EOD, you guys can go at it for a little bit. You guys have been quiet, so you guys fucking go at each other's throat forever.
No, I'm
and by the way, Connor, for what it's worth, I think what you're doing is admirable. irrefutable. Okay,
It's
so
fucking
Jeb,
disgusting, Connor.
Directly answering. Here's Trump driving like a fucking speedboat. Democrats asked for $1,200 stimulus checks. Donald Trump asked for $2,000. Democrats passed zero gun control legislation during Obama's term. Donald Trump passed 2 different pieces of gun control executive action during his presidency. Donald Trump put his hands on the fucking speedboat and fucking whipped it and whipped it and whipped it because anything he fucking wanted to do, he did. He passed more gun control legislation through executive action than the 2 Democrats sandwiching him did through legislation. He is a fucking speedboat captain. That is irrefutable. That's what Republicans wanted him for. He was going to come in. He was going to.
It's a ridiculous claim, and it's bombastic as it can be. It's no worse than Trump saying.
3 heads of the FBI that didn't agree with him. He did whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted.
You're being, but you're not.
Let EOD respond, Rob. Let EOD respond.
I was
He hasn't
asked
talked in a long time.
why Donald Trump.
No, Connor was, and you decided to interject your opinion.
No,
Rob, go
it was
ahead.
a question to the.
Thanks,
yeah,
EOD.
I know, because
I appreciate
EOD
it. So I'll talk about. I'll explain why Jeb's sort of talking out his ass here, because Connor's point is there is a difference that Joe Biden's the tanker captain and Donald Trump's the speedboat, and yet, and Jeb seems that's what he's saying, and yet when asked earlier, which he admitted, given the choice between just the policies of a Trump administration or Biden administration, he would choose the Trump. So now he's saying he would intentionally choose the speedboat because Jeb's full of shit. And let me make my ultimate point here.
I don't care about him being a speedboat. I like that.
That's bullshit.
He cut out
A lot of Republicans like him because he's a speedboat
I'm
captain.
with Rob telling me what my fucking point is, like a dipshit. Jesus Christ.
No, it's because you continually contradict yourself. You have no logical fucking consistency.
Hey, EOD, I promise I got you. You're next, brother. I promise.
Hold on. I'll tell you what the moderator won't. Every time I've spoken, EOD has cut me off because every time I've gotten.
It's because you cut everybody else off every fucking chance you get, bro.
See how it goes? Really? I've sat here and let Connor and Rob have their fucking jerk off about how Connor's an evil deep state plant for fucking an hour and a half. Okay?
True.
I've let everybody
half,
speak.
bro.
Every time I've gotten a full point out, EOD looks like a fucking retard. That's why he tries to interrupt me every 3 seconds in. And if it's not the truth, then don't do it. If it's not the truth, then don't do it. So here's why Rob's shit is bullshit. I don't have a problem with Trump being a speedboat. I have a problem with you guys trying to say he's not.
You're a liar. You're a liar. I can prove it.
Oh my fucking good lord. You spoke for 45 of the last 55 fucking minutes. Shut your mouth. Donald Trump being a speedboat was one of the things I liked about him, as long as he was holding to the platform he fucking pretended to have. He said, I'm going to take out 2 regulations for everyone. I'm pretty sure he averaged like 18 to 20, depending on the year he was president. That speedboat captainness was great. The issue is he has no fucking principles or values that actually drive his policy other than his own interests. So he will also be a speedboat captain for, again, passing more gun control than the evil fucking oil tanker president that would be so much worse than him, and passing more aggressive fucking stimulus legislation than the Democrats even asked for, and saying, I want to be the one that makes abortion a states' right decision again. Then when Arizona actually uses the states' rights he won for them by nominating justices, he fucking condemns them for it and says, don't do that. You shouldn't do that. He's a fucking piece of shit. He is a speedboat captain. If you like that he's a speedboat captain, say it. But don't try to argue that he's not a guy who's going to put his hands on the wheel and move it as fast as he fucking can. He fired 3 heads of the FBI because they didn't agree with him.
You said that
passed
already.
2 gun control legislations and did everything he possibly could executively.
Okay, go ahead, EOD, if you want.
So when you say the speedboat captain, what you're saying is that he's accelerationist and he's extreme and he's pushing the country further to what, the right, the fascism, right? Let's just throw that.
You're presuming some shit. You're presuming some shit. It doesn't even have to be.
No. I'm asking Jeb Tan if I'm appropriately representing his position. Is what I'm asking.
Donald Trump is more willing to put his hands on the wheel and whip the country left and right than. So you think being a speedboat captain is an accelerationist? Many of the examples that you give of being a quote unquote speedboat captain are actually him waffling and trying to fucking play politics. It's actually not an example of him being accelerationist in any way whatsoever. In fact, what it is him listening to the constituency and trying to interpret their will and trying to represent that to the best of his fucking ability, which is, oh shocker, what a politician probably ought to be fucking doing most of the fucking time. Okay, so at the end of the day, okay, it's rough sometimes to see
these people fucking whiff waffle. I know that Nikki Haley has done it more times than I can fucking count, and I'm sure you've just gotten to the point where you can stomach that shit and just deal with it, bro. But it's like for me, when I hear you making these erroneous analogies, it's really kind of confusing and disingenuous and bad faith, in my opinion, of you to try to strongman this opinion with a lack of understanding of what it means that you were trying to say in the first fucking place, dude.
Okay, sure, if you don't mind, I know you interrupted. I know you interrupted EOD there. So let me. I'll respond. I'll respond to all of you. One, I think it's.
Hold on.
Nikki Haley's legislative record literally looks like fucking this. It is narrow and it is direct and it is straight. She has barely changed throughout her entire career as far as what she's actually passed and put forth. Donald Trump has literally put forth some of the most progressive policy we've seen passed in the past decade and some of the most conservative, because that dude doesn't have a fucking platform or principle at all.
Okay, so allow me to respond to everyone. We'll just blow the whole debate up here if we don't mind. The reason Jeb Tan isn't talking as much is because he's fucking worthless and doesn't have anything good to say. Insert your direct and Nikki Haley neocon chill. Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting? If it's not true, don't do it. Why interrupt? If it's not true, don't do it. Anyways, why interrupt? Because right? Now, the reason he had to talk about supposedly me and Conor having a jerk-off session is because, like many fake conservatives like him, he can't help but imagine masculine men in sexual situations. I'm sorry he's going to go spank his fucking dick as soon as this is over, thinking about the idea of me and Conor jerking each other up. Sorry I'm married, Jeb. Don't swing that way. Go back to fantasizing about Nikki Haley liking trans people in bathrooms. I'm sure it's something that you could get behind at the end. Second, to our moderator that says he wants to get off that, Conor worked for this committee, then don't have a fucking debate, you loser piece of shit. I don't give a fuck if you I don't give a shit if you respect what he's doing or not. I don't think I've been too antagonistic about please.
You're good.
Okay? I don't think I've been
the last 20 seconds. What the fuck happened?
Please, if we're going to blow shit up, let's do it.
Up, baby. We're blowing it up.
Melt the fuck down.
If it's not true, why do you keep interrupting, Jeb? Just go back to thinking about people masturbating and leave the big boys talk, okay? Great. Keep it. If it's not true, Jeb, if it's not true, why are you doing it? If it's not true, why are you interrupting, Jeb? Thank you. Now, the point, just because you don't want to talk about this because you respect what he's doing, one, it's not respectable, it's contemptible, but I happen to think that there's things that are... Shut the fuck up, Jeb! Shut up, Jeb! Shut up, Jeb!
I'm pretty sure he's talking about me right now.
Right.
I'm pretty sure he's talking about me.
Yes, so shut up!
Yeah.
Again, stick to your masturbation fantasies and leave the people that have something to say talk. The reason I find it contemptible is because working for groups that you claim that are antithetical to you for some sort of personal financial benefit is not something to be applauding of. However, there are things far more important. I think Conor's one of the nicest people I've dealt with on here. I think Conor, everything I've seen exhibits that he's a good father, and I think he's funny and smart and intelligent, and I like interacting with him. So even though I ask questions about him working with this pact, and I've kept my responses to him working with this pact germane to the conversation we're having. It's easy to say, I criticize the deep state's treatment of the Bidens and think they're covering for it, but if your actions show you're willing to take money from them and work, I think that's germane to the conversation. And even though I'm being a little hard on you as a moderator now, the fact that you like and think it's commendable that he did that is why you're trying to get the conversation steered away from that. And then on to Conor's point real quick at the end here. You do, then I apologize for misreading the situation.
No. The reason, really quick, the reason why I I applaud him for what he's doing. I'm a liberal, brother. I'm a Democrat. So what he's doing for my party is very good. And also, to be honest with you, on top of that, I think what he's doing for your party is actually great. That's why I fucking think it. Because I do believe.
It's not the topic. That's why he was trying.
Yeah, and that's actually the main reason why I want to move
to the fucking conversation. Whether or not that you really can. So I'll finish this because I could talk all night. So I'll try to finish here. The idea that I said that Jeb Tan is exactly what Conor's exhibited here tonight. When he talks about, actually the willing reason to defend the deep state, even if you listen to the specifics when he talks about what Trump did, it was immoral. He cheated on his wife and blah, blah, blah. Conor, just say it. Just fucking say it. You're okay with the double standard of the mistreatment of Trump because you don't like Trump. Just fucking say it. That's where Jeb's at. That's where you're at. You think Trump is a net bad thing. You think he would be a bad president. You think he's an immoral person. So you're willing to give some slack and say, hey, fuck it. If they're going to engage in double standard to go after him, so be it. Just admit it.
Okay. So here's what I will admit to. I am willing to tolerate the status quo as it presently exists, because I think the speedboat tanker analogy that I have is existential. I think tens of thousands, if not millions of lives ride on it. And so who I choose, or who I like, my little bit of help, right? Let's be real. I'm not fucking like bringing in thousands of fucking voters by myself, right? But who I throw my weight behind has a moral impact on the world that will kill thousands or millions of people. Like that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the United States. So I am making an evaluation of the lesser of two evils. I am choosing one, and I am throwing my weight behind it. However, so that's what I will admit to. However, when you say, like, oh, well, you don't really care about the double standard, it's like, nah, I do care about it. I bitch about it fucking incessantly. However, I am just a dickhead with a fucking YouTube channel that is 95%, Warhammer. My ability to affect the federal government's application of the double standards to institutionalists versus non-institutionalists is minimal. And the best thing I can do is cry and piss and moan and shit blood in DGG, the biggest platform that I have access to. So that within the scope of my power, I still try to make that an important thing. And by the way, like, real quick, like I do pay a social consequence for that. Like I do get mocked and shit on and shit talked on fucking Reddits and Discords and all that fucking shit. So, like it's not like I'm not willing to pay some level of social consequence for my principles and beliefs.
Yeah, no, and my thing is like we aren't okay with the double standard, but as a principled fucking conservative, dude, did I not predict it? Like, I swear to God, EOD knows. Anytime I talk, he or Rob is gonna have to melt down after.
I keep jumping on you on purpose just to piss you off.
I am very principled. That is something I don't think anyone can strip from me. And my principle is, at a certain point, when you have these dynamics where two sides are kind of doing the same thing and you need it to stop, you can't allow your side to do the thing where we're like, well, we're going to wait till the other side fucking gets their guy before we get our guy. Because then when it gets to their turn, they're going to say the same thing about you. And then you're going to say the same thing about them. Hold on, just let me just get it's just like 10 seconds. What's going to stop the flow is having one side be willing to get their guy first.
Well, Jeb, I'm going to jump in before Rob and EOD real quick, because I think the reason why they jump on you for that perspective is because like agnosticism doesn't really buy you much. And on top of that, like we in this room can be good faith and reciprocal because we're human beings who are capable of negotiation. However, it seems like our political parties at the higher levels, the stakes are so high and the system has been the way that it is for so long that trying to be good faith in order to try to get reciprocity out of your partner seems like a fool's errand. Now, I'm with you. I'm ready to die on the principled hill. I'm just saying that's why people are like, why are you trying to die on the principled hill?
Within the GOP.
Because you're not going to get reciprocation.
If it's not true, don't do it, dude. If it's not true, don't do it.
Within the GOP, we have Trumpists passing motions to vacate on every fucking speaker who disagrees with them.
Yeah, that's retarded.
At a certain point, the other side of the GOP has to be like, you know what, fuck you guys. We're going to slap you down because we actually have way more support. We actually have way more principle. We actually have way more written law. We actually have way more of the history of the United States on our side. So if you're going to sit here and pass motions to vacate every time a speaker does something you disagree with because of the guy that came in here fucking 6 years ago, or if you're going to pass every single piece of, or if you're going to try to pass all these fucking poison pill bills, then you're going to get on the current Speaker of the House for literally doing what was a victory for the GOP a year ago, which is we wanted clean Ukraine aid bill passed. And we even got our TikTok ban bill that we wanted passed with it. And you're going to call that a failure and pass a motion to vacate. At a certain point, the principled side of the Conservative Party needs to say, you know what, we're going to slap you back. We need to get Trump out, and we need to get Gates out, and we need to get MTG out, because they're going to sit here and become a cancer that wants to become malignant to every other part of the party that doesn't agree with them until they're out. So we need
Gates-
to be willing to hit back the same way they're willing to hit us, because they're willing to go off their principles and hit us every chance they get within our own party.
Listen to that irony. Listen to the irony you just heard. So when it comes to the weaponization of the legal system, no, we can't fight back. We have to be principled. We have to say, nope, we'll never go after our opponents, and we have to accept even the smallest crime. If someone on the Democratic Party runs on, we're going to take down your president for the smallest crime with a legal theory that's totally novel, that's never been used before, we have to accept it because we can't have tit for tat. But when it comes to Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, we need tit for tat. We have to do a tit for tat. Do you see how it works? Now, let me finish.
Hold up. You know Matt Gaetz got a pass for fucking a 17-year-old, right?
It's irrelevant to any part of the conversation. It's irrelevant. So I'll finish. Why interrupt him again, Jeb? Why interrupt him again?
Seriously, hold on. Let Rob go.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on. Yep.
Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is it almost seems like to an outside observer that the fact that you really dislike Marjorie Taylor Greene and you really dislike Matt Gaetz and you really dislike Trump allows you to have a separate standard, someone who claims to be so principled. You say with them, well, if they're targeted, we could go tit for tat with them, we have to do that. But when it comes to the left wing, when it comes to the Democrats, when it comes to their double standard of the way they're implementing,
Jeb's
you're like,
Jeb's
we
not
can't
with me with
sacrifice
this,
our principles.
No, yeah, let me say it, because Rob, you've done this to Conor too. We are saying aggress against the Democrats and the left too. Aggress against them even just as hard as we aggress against the cancerous.
Okay, so who are you voting for that
but
doesn't?
We're saying I'm not voting for president because I don't want either of the candidates.
But
also
I
lives
mean,
in,
but like
blue state.
give me a congressperson that you think's accomplishing what you're suggesting.
Oh, dude, tons.
I
think Thomas Massey does. I think Mike Johnson has been an incredible Speaker of the House.
Both of them, but just to be clear, Massey finds the weaponization against Trump to be completely despicable.
Yeah, but I like what he's done in the legislature. I don't care what he says about the judicial.
So he's wrong about the judicial stuff.
Yeah, of course, but it doesn't matter because he's a good legislator.
But and I'm not trying to interrupt you. I know you're being generous here, right? Because you could yell at me, right? You're saying that you're for, just like they're aggressively going after Republicans like Trump, aggressively going after them. You haven't, so all you're going to be able to do is name a bunch of congresspeople that you like other things they're doing. I'm asking you to name me the congressperson you support that's aggressively going after the Democrats' judiciary.
Currently, technically, there aren't many right now. But
Right!
But no, in the past, Trey Gowdy. I was like a huge fucking Trey Gowdy.
Okay,
fan.
Gowdy's not in
He
the
was
Senate
head of
or the representatives anymore. Dude, who's on the floor right now? Chip Roy, Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, Marjorie Taylor Greene. These people that you cite as cancerous, Matt Gaetz, are actually taking strides to try to put us towards single issue spending bills rather than these omnibus fucking just fucking 2,000-page libraries of shit that gets passed in 24 hours of the Congress people actually seeing the shit. I mean, the very people you attack simply because they disagree with you about fucking Trump, not because they're not good Republicans. These are the only people who are fucking Republicans in the goddamn Congress right now. The 20 people who voted against both Israel and Ukraine spending are the only people who are actual real fucking Republicans right now. Fuck Nikki Haley. Fuck fucking Mitt Romney. Okay, fuck fucking John McCain. God rest his soul. Thank you for your service, sir. But my goodness, these people are not fucking real fucking Republicans.
Yo, we got it. For me, like, I gotta go in a second. My wife
you're
is
good,
dying.
brother. You're good.
So,
you're good, brother.
do we want to do outros, or are you guys staying later?
And anybody, we can do exits. We can do closing arguments. I'm gonna be on for another hour roughly. You got all the people that are in here. I appreciate everything that you guys have done tonight. This is my first time doing this, so I appreciate that. And Rob, just to let you know, you can shit on me whenever you want, brother. Okay.
Okay. Now I'm the one with the
metaphorically.
fantasies. Yeah. Now I got fantasies.
Exactly. I will make this open. I will make this open for people in there. If you guys want to hang around and hang out for a little bit, if you guys want to keep going, more than happy to. Again, I'll be on for another hour. If you guys want to dip, totally fine. Guys.
Yeah. Can I just do like a shout out outro and maybe just like a little point before I go?
Yep. Of course. Okay. Yeah. We'll do closing statements. We'll start with you, Conor, and then if you can't stay for the other closing statements, no big deal.
I'm a professional. The wife will understand. So all right. So when it comes to the topics, I just want to say that I make political judgments based off of who I want to be in power. I do not expect my candidates to be perfect, but I do want them to align on some level of principle. I do think that there is a direction of the country, and I do think that we have to be subtle with the way that power is like used inside our country. Right now, I would say on a personal level, I've been holding back on my political content. I'm not producing as much. And also let's just say that in the Twitch and YouTube political sphere, there have been some developments in the lefty sphere that I think should be capitalized upon. And yet I am waiting until November 8th, 2024 in order to do so because I don't want to damage my fellow travelers at this time. But please, as rightoids, feel free to capitalize. So I have 10,000 other things to say, but I won't say them. If you want to find me again, type in Counterpoints 40K in the search bar on YouTube. You'll find my science fiction and Warhammer breakdowns. I'm expanding into different intellectual properties in what I call the unified timeline. So I'll be breaking down Aliens and Prometheus and Predator and The Expanse and all that kind of stuff because I created a unified timeline that acts as Warhammer prehistory. I am also shooting a bolter breakdown. I created a 72 caliber firearm that is based off of the Warhammer 40K bolter. I will be exploding things tomorrow, including pork shoulders, fish slabs, tannerite, and maybe some gelatin mix. So we're going to have a good time tomorrow, and then we'll be trying to release that.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, but we're going to release that probably next week. So thank you for having me. It was a blast. Parasocial love to everyone here. And yeah, I'll shut up now.
Appreciate it, brother.
Cheers.
All right, let's go. We'll just go in order. EOD.
Yeah, well, I'm EOD 696 on Twitch and Kick and Twitter. I got a Discord. Y'all come out and chill with us. We do a lot of music. We do a lot of bullshitting and shooting the shit. I will say that, the real Republicans have shown their colors tonight, and the fake Republicans have shown their colors tonight, and it's very clear which is which. Thank you, Paul, so much for praising Conor for his his involvement in a Democrat political action committee who's paying him to help get Democrats and communists elected. I really do appreciate that perspective a lot.
Dude, I'm cool with it, dude.
I think that reveals a lot about the truth of the matter at hand, whether Rob and I say it or not. When it comes to who is the best person to run our fucking country, the choice is clear. Okay, there's the douche and the turd sandwich. I'm gonna say it again, and by God, I'm going with Donald Trump on that one. Fuck Joe Biden. Fuck Joe Biden. Fuck communism. Fuck totalitarianism. Fuck authoritarianism. I'm not down with any of that garbage, and I've seen way more of that on display with this presidency than I ever did with Trump in his term. And so I have a lot of faith that Trump is actually a lot better for this country than Joe Biden is. The ideal candidate? No. I've reiterated that a couple of times tonight. There are things that Trump did that I don't agree with. The bump stock ban, don't agree with it. The frivolous spending, don't agree with it. The attacks in Syria, don't fucking agree with it, actually, because, looking into that, and there wasn't a whole lot to substantiate the reason that everybody was getting all pissy about it. But you know what? France and Britain participated in that. It wasn't just Trump. And again, a lot of the times people try to criticize Trump. What they're lacking in understanding of is he's responding to the environment in which he is mired. So that's the big thing for me. Trump could have done so much more if he had wanted to be as totalitarian as Joe Biden. He did not, and I appreciate that about him. So I hope everybody else can attempt to open their mind just a little bit to try to understand that. With that, I'll let it go. Twitch TV, EOD696, come check me out.
Appreciate it, brother. Jebby?
Yeah, so I mean, wow. I believe that EOD sees a lot more authoritarianism in the other side than he does with Trump, because it's hard to see the shit on your own face when you refuse to look in the mirror. But I've been called a fake Republican about 12 times here because I won't worship a guy who became a Republican about 10 years ago. But I support people who have been Republican their whole lives. So apparently that's the fake Republicanism, is anything that existed before Trump came in. And that's not authoritarian. That's not all about one guy at all. At the end of the day, that it really shows it. The fact that that EOD is talking about being open-minded, but every time we find evidence against Donald Trump, it's the deep state. There's this person that was attached to it that was distrustworthy, or there's this evidence that we allegedly have that the court said we actually might not have had, that hasn't been proven to have, and then that proves more than the evidence that we've been proven to have, and the court cases that are in action, and the indictments that have been published, and the reports from special counsel that get paid literally no matter what conclusion they come to. His own attorney general disagreeing with him. It's exhausting, and it's exactly why I start to become sympathetic to guys like Conor who want Trump to lose, because we just want this fucking chapter to be over, where people are just immune to facts, they're immune to reason, they're immune to any alternative view of the future of the GOP that doesn't include Trump and Trumpists. And it's unfortunate that I've seen some people that I look up to deeply, like Thomas Massey and Rand Paul, start to become sycophants for Trump, and then guys like Justin Amash, who I looked up to even more, have to leave the Republican Party because they were essentially ousted, because being a core member of the Liberty Caucus who actually wanted to stand up for liberty and small government values became completely incongruent with what Trump was trying to do, because he wants to weaponize all the same things that the Democrats want to weaponize. It's unfortunate. It's sad. I think, honestly, it kills my argument that Trump might be a better option for the next 4 years, because I think it gives a lot of credence to Conor's argument that just getting him and his ilk out of the party as fast as possible might be the better thing for the country. As far as Conor, because it became such a significant part of the conversation, because Conor is working for a progressive victory, and I've been on record as saying in text and chats that I think that probably makes him less conservative. I think Conor would agree. I think Conor doesn't brand himself as a dyed-in-the-wool conservative. He brands himself as a centrist who has a vision for the way the country needs to go, and the Democrats align with that better. He's honest about it. I don't give a fuck. It's not the topic, and because he's honest about it, and he's honest that he's a centrist, I understand he's going to have some values that align with Democrats. I get accused of being a centrist when I'm fucking not, because I'm not a centrist. I don't align with Conor. I just don't like Trump, but apparently that makes me not Republican anymore, even though the Trumpists hate every Republican that's been in office since after Reagan, basically. So I'm Jeb Tan. Don't really stream on Twitch, but Jeb Tan RIP on Twitter is where you can find me.
Appreciate it, brother. Mr. Rob?
Okay. So a lot to say. We're going to stick around, hopefully, people, and talk about some of the cases specifically. So I'll avoid that. I do want to say...
Yeah, I'm West Coast, so I'll be around a while.
I've probably only got an hour, but nonetheless. So I'll just want to speak in generalities here in the closing. Let me first kiss some ass a little, and then I'll fuck people up. EOD is awesome. I don't even have to say that. I love the EOD. Jeb Tan's a Steeler fan, so I can't give him too much shit. But no, game to come on, and I appreciate that. And I think we agree on things, but most of the time, because people like the fireworks and the way these topics work, we end up with topics we disagree with. So it comes off as this. And Conor, like... I was prepared to not bring up the progressive figure. I don't understand this. I asked questions about it on X. Conor never did this, by the way, but a lot of people like called out like, oh, Rob's really fucking going at Conor over this. I wasn't. I had a disagreement. I thought it was out of character of what I thought as someone who was sort of identified as like a conservative or would be against the excesses of the progressives would be working for. But from the bottom of my heart, I say this, like, listen, I do this as a hobby. I'm very concerned with the direction of the country. I think that some of the policies that people suggested tonight or strategies are fucking terrible and will make the country worse. Until they're personally coming at me, like in my real life on my property, I don't give a fuck. I could be friends with people. I could be associates with people. And I don't give a shit what my audience or anyone else says. One of my favorite people to interact with has always been Conor. I think that I respect that he's a fellow father in the space, which he's had much more experience than me at it. So I remember reading shit, showing my wife, like when Conor posted something about like, yeah, sometimes you got to leave your kid fall at the playground. That exact day my kid fell at the playground, I was like, see, I'm not the only one, you know? So I don't mean hard. And the last thing I'll say on this is I don't give a fuck. I'll come on here and scream and yell and say what I want. I walk away here and I'm not have personal animosity to anyone. I assume we're all adults. We can handle this type of rhetoric. I hope it's entertaining, but it is what I truly believe. Just to say a couple things specifically here, in general, I do think that Conor's position is heavily influenced by the fact that he just hates Donald Trump so much. I do think there is hope that I will hold out, that I will talk to him one-on-one or in other panels, and before the election, it is my goal to try to get Conor to vote for Donald Trump in this election. I do not think I could do that with Jeb Tan. I think Jeb Tan's hatred of Donald Trump is even more than that. That's okay. Hopefully we can agree to get him to work down ballot and with things that would be concerned.
Wait, you think I hate Trump more than Conor does?
I think you would be less willing to vote for him based on your strategy, because I think your strategy of trying to set the Republicans up in 2028, it's a harder case to make why. It's an easier case to make why Trump
I'll
losing
respond
completely.
later. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
derailing your
So,
closing, my bad.
but I will say this, right? I think that with Jeb, what I would hope that both of you would do was understand that more than any one particular politician, that if we have a two-tier justice system, that's something we need to focus on. And I think you can see Jeb's mistakes clearly all throughout here, but I'll even say at the end, when he talks about politicians that he likes, he mentions people like Massey. He mentioned Justin Amash. I think he mentions Rand Paul, right? All of them have heavily criticized the weaponization of these institutions and are against the vast majority of these trials. And ironically, that's the one part he says he doesn't like. And yet when we talk specifically about, he said, yes, I do want sort of this equal application. That is something we do want to go after for Democrats these way. The few politicians that he says he likes legislatively, when they actually try to take up that mantle, he's like, well, those are the parts I don't like. Like, for example, Justin Amash. And I completely agree with Jeb that there are people that have this cult of Trump. I don't think it's EOD or me. I think for Christ's sakes, EOD called him a douche or a turd sandwich the whole time. I criticize Trump quite frequently. It's not that we're people that are like, we have to worship Trump. It's that we see that when there is a potential outsider to institutional power, whether it be conservative or liberal, that they are going to be taken down in these unfair ways. And that's a bigger threat to our system than anything Trump could do or anything that Biden could do. Last thing I'll say is, specifically to Conor's analogy, talking about speedboat and tanker, I just don't understand. We don't have to play it out hypothetically. We got the records. We got nearly 4 years of Trump and 4 years of Biden. We have mass immigration. We're on the cusp of World War III. Inflation and all this crap that's going down. There's tons of problems that we could see with Biden that seems as accelerationist, particularly when you consider the border and the printing of money. It seems as accelerationist, if not more, than what Trump's accused of. So given all those, I think the prudent decision, even though he's not the best person in the world, is to vote for Donald Trump. And I do have somewhat of a soft spot of him because I think that what he has dealt with the weaponization has been pretty much unprecedented in the history of this country when it comes to political figures. So I'm Rob Noerr. I stream most Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays around 8 p.m. Eastern, which I fucked up. I thought this was starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. And you can find me on Normal America with Rob Noerr on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube. So thanks so much, everyone.
You and me both, Rob. I sat here for 2 fucking hours being like, oh, we're going to get this going here in the next 2
Yeah, I
minutes. Oh, wait a
apologize about
second.
that. I didn't realize
That's
that
my
all
fault.
you fucking degenerates
Yep.
don't use the really good S-tier time zone called Central Standard Time.
No,
okay?
no.
I apologize.
The
about
The only
that.
time zone that
I
matters is
apologize
Eastern
about
Standard
that,
Time,
okay?
I'm
Eastern
surprised
Standard
I
Connor
appreciate-
hasn't broken out the back massager one time. That was
Yeah,
I know,
I'm
I was
doing
waiting-
better, right?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. I was actually thinking about that today too, funny enough, through the debate. But hey, guys, I'm RampagePaulTV. I'm here Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Fridays. I'm more of a variety streamer. This is my first panel I held. I wanted to get some conservatism here to fight each other because I'm curious about it personally. Tuesdays, we do trivia on my channel at like 9:30 Central Standard Time. And then we do Conspiracy Fridays where we go down a rabbit hole of a conspiracy, kind of just get drunk and have a good time with the community. But you can find me on Twitch. You can find me on Kick, Twitter, all the same handle, RampagePaulTV. I appreciate all of you guys joining tonight. And I'm going to make it open. Conor, you're more than welcome to skedaddle.
Yeah, I got to
appreciate it,
dip,
brother.
but parasocial love to everybody. Have a fantastic night.
See ya.
Good to see you,
Love
Connor.
you, love you, brother. How do you guys want to do this? Do you guys want me to just bring in, if there's a bunch of people in here, you want me to just bring them all in and we can all just yell, or how do you guys want to do it?
I would think
Your
this is
show,
my
baby.
suggestion. You should bring them in one at a time and leave them make a point that they want first, then because we're all going to yell over
Yeah.
each other. So at least then whoever's
Yeah.
coming in gets one chance to be the center, have their point made. So that's
Okay,
what I
perfect. If you guys want to come hop in, just come on into the Discord. If one of my mods, if you guys can do exclamation mark Discord. I already got someone in
real
here.
quick.
You're good. You're good. You're good. I actually am gonna get a drink too because I saw you guys drinking all fucking debate, and I didn't want to do that and be a moderator and be hammered. But here's the first one. Boom. Hello. Can you hear me, Tiberius?
And I was actually about to take a piss myself, but I can wait till at least to make a point or two.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Make a point because I do got to get out of here. I know that you want to fight some shit with I don't know who actually.
I'm just
know that you
taking.
want-
Let's be real. I'm taking Connor's place, and hell yeah, Connor Boy's up in the chat too. So this will be really
Yep,
fun.
I saw that.
Oh God, wonderful. Yeah. Anyway, I definitely want to come in on the side of like Jeb Tan and Conor, because I know that I generally take up that side. It's like, yeah, I'm kind of with the tanker thing, although I'm obviously the most authoritarian person on the panel. So you know, that'll see how that one particularly goes. But yeah, like I don't know how we conclude that the longevity of like the republic that we're trying to steer the ship with is better not served with Joe Biden at this point.
It's not Joe Biden. Do you concede
Your
that?
facts.
It's the deep state people behind him?
I think Joe Biden's actually been knocking it out of the fucking park for what I expected of him. Like,
That's-
I've never seen more than a C2 presidency in my entire lifetime. I actually will give Joe a B tier.
Conservative.
No, wait.
Like,
but that-
actually, Democrats are better conservatives than Republicans right now, and I will fucking defend that shit.
Okay, so that's not the question. The question
Sure.
was, do you think that it's Joe Biden doing it or the people behind Joe Biden?
I guess it is a bit of a team effort.
If you don't mind, if I could rephrase, do you think, because you could say that about any administration, do you
Right.
think there's something because Joe Biden's feeble-mindedness that he's basically just a figurehead and there's people more than like Trump or Obama or any other president, do you think he's actually got significant input?
He definitely has input. I'll put it this way: he's letting Blinken run foreign policy, but I think on domestic issues, he's actually taking most of the front lead on that.
Okay.
So yeah, when it comes to that one, that's going to be a fun one.
Okay, because everyone on the panel, as you heard, agreed that he was just sort of a figurehead and he was running things. So we could talk. I find it interesting that you think Biden's a good president. You think things are going well under him?
I actually don't have much of a problem under Biden compared to what I think he actually has control over. I know there's a lot of people that give him shit over like inflation and shit, but I said that was going to happen during the last election. Hell, we saw it literally before the end of the year that things were already wrapping up in GPUs. Like, I fucking called it, and no one listened to me. So, quite frankly, everyone can fuck right off.
But just to be clear, to go on the record, even though you may have been against lockdowns, you were for massive government intervention when it came to COVID. You suggested literally firing anyone that wasn't vaccinated, correct?
Largely, yeah. I was largely of the idea that like the lockdowns weren't going to work, and we're going to be a fucking joke. But also, I didn't see the vaccine coming out for like 2 or 3 years. But when they did come out, thank God for the boner pill people. Yeah, like I absolutely was like, hey, look, these work. We know they work, especially after they were FDA approved, which came in mid 2021. It's like, yeah, everyone fucking squeeze them and go, just like we do for everybody's school vaccines, except we're just going to do this on a mass scale. I thought this was wonderful and beautiful, and of course you all fucking ruined it.
Okay, so the question I have then is, we have an election
Sure.
in 2024. It's Trump versus Biden. You seem to say that Biden's doing good. I assume if I bring up things that are problematic that we could all agree on, like the economy that's not doing great, or foreign policy where we have conflicts and stuff, you would say most of that's outside of Biden's control. So I have a simple question.
Some of it is.
Do you think that Biden's presidency thus far was better than Trump's presidency? And can you explain why, if that's the case?
They're about the same on some levels. Like, it depends on like how we break this down.
Answer. Come on.
Yeah, so foreign policy, like they're trading par for par. I didn't like how Trump just tried to fucking throw over the Kurds for the Turks, right?
How can you say that? How can you say that they're par for par? Okay, foreign policy wise, we didn't have any new conflicts whatsoever under Trump. We had the Syrian attacks, and that was about it. Okay, the rest of it was him being diplomatic and people criticizing him for it. So I mean, now we're this close to World War III. We have Congress trying to pass or did pass a spending bill that warrants 3 different venues of warfare: Taiwan, Ukraine, and Israel. And like how can you even say that they're even close to being on a par with that one fucking issue?
There's EOD that they're not equal, but he just gave the worst fucking argument for it.
Okay, great.
Yeah, like I can separate this out on 2 fronts. So the first part is like we're in a more chaotic time. Well, that's not fucking surprising. I don't necessarily blame Joe for that one, and I don't blame having an administration that actually supports our allies, whether it be Ukraine or Israel or whoever the else we want to help out, like Taiwan. I think that's pretty fucking based, actually. On the side note of this, Trump is a really interesting one because there's a bit of what if here. So let me break this down when it comes to handling the Russians. On one side, you have people that were like, hey, Trump absolutely was a guarantor of security because he pretty much looked Putin straight in the face and said, if you piss me off enough, I will nuke Moscow. Now, whether or not that was actually what happened, because there's been a lot of misnomers as far as that's been said, did Vladimir Putin...
Official,
did Vladimir Putin actually take him as a serious threat? There's a reality where he was sporadic enough. The answer was yes. So I'm not going to discount that. On the other side of that, the argument is made also that Trump was seen as basically a willful ally of the Russians. Now, I'm not going into like the Steele dossier and shit. I don't care about that.
That's
like
political propaganda, Ty.
Both sides are, you jackass. Come on, don't play that road with
but
me.
it's not objectively
Both are
true, is what he's saying. That's objectively not true. Like he armed. Who was more hawkish on Russia, Obama or Trump?
Neither. Like
No,
neither were hawkish.
well, that's not an answer to which one was worse. Which one was more hawkish? For example, Obama didn't send javelin missiles. Trump did.
Trump had less opportunities to be hawkish against Trump. The big mar against Obama is he didn't stop him from invading Crimea, but Trump had half the term that Obama did, and so Trump didn't have the opportunity to stop a Crimea or a current Ukraine.
Well, but that doesn't mean,
invasion.
But wait. That's sort of a cop out as well, because saying he didn't have the same opportunities, but even in those less opportunities, he was more hawkish. Yes, if he would have been there longer, he could. By the way, I don't necessarily agree with all the hawkishness of Trump. It was one of the criticisms I had. For example, he bombed Syria, which was Assad was one of the allies of Russia. He made the United States net exporters and put all sorts of pressure on the pipelines that Russia was trying to build by exporting to allies that they otherwise would have sold. He sent weapons for the first time, javelin missiles, anti-tank missiles, etc., to Ukraine, something that Obama had refused to do. There was this misnomer that Trump was like playing footsie with Russia, but actually he was doing everything possible to piss them off, to my chagrin. I thought he should have been less hawkish to them. So I just think, I don't understand where you're getting the point that that he was somehow, wasn't aggressive towards Russia. I think he was. I don't buy the propaganda, which is what EOD was saying, that he was somehow too friendly with him.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it as a friendly. Basically, the way that this argument is outlined, and I'll just outline it in my own words, is that there is a lot of common, ideals between basically like Russian nationalism and American nationalism, right? Because the argument basically is that, hey, look, as Americans, we have our own continent to worry about. Why are we dealing with the affairs of Eastern Europe, right? That is something that has been a tagline to the MAGA folks, at the same time as it's been with the Russians. And there's a level where Donald did go along with some of those narratives. Now, again, nuance, right? He did sell them the javelins, which I hardly supported but then he stopped, midway through? He's just like, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. It's unfortunate, because what is it? Literally 2 weeks before, 2 weeks before the invasion happens, we're pulling the Florida National Guard out because they're the ones training them. Now that's a Trump start, but also a Biden carry. So do we give that to Trump? Do we give it to Biden? The reality is pretty straightforward. No matter who you say was a little bit more hawkish or not hawkish, we have a problem, and it's been built up over multiple administrations. Who's more equipped to deal with it? Joe Biden, a more likely diplomatic approach to getting the allies all together, or Donald Trump, who has openly said that he was going to leave NATO?
See, I don't understand this position, though. It's because what you often see is you get excuses for when the negative consequences happen. And when you ask, well, how was this set up then for these negative? Because, okay, I could agree. There are times when a president comes in and then you're in there for a limited amount of time and something bad happens. You're like, well, what about the previous administration? They set this ball rolling. So I could buy that perhaps Russia chose to invade under Biden because, Trump was so much of a dove when it came to Russia that it emboldened Russia and there wasn't appropriate arms going to Ukraine. All of that untrue. He was far more hawkish than his predecessor. And yet, there was no invasion under Trump. And you already gave one of the reasons why, because... And this is why, by the way, if you go back and you actually read some of the whistleblowers at the CIA that talked, remember when there were 17 intel agencies that said Russia interfered to help Trump win the election? Actually, that was just Brennan. And whistleblowers in the CIA under Brennan said, actually, they found evidence to the opposite. That Putin was very concerned about Trump because he found him to be unpredictable. But he knew Hillary Clinton was entirely predictable. He exactly knew what to expect from the foreign policy of Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden. And so the fact that there was this unpredictable nature and Trump was hawkish, probably a good reason for, despite the fact that Democrats were saying he was in bed with Russia, Russia chose not to do some sort of large invasion while Trump was there. However, once we had the debacle of pulling out of Afghanistan in such a joke, which by the way, I supported pulling out of Afghanistan, but the way in which Biden accomplished it and his generals accomplished it was such a joke and only served to embolden Russia, which then predictably led to... What's that?
It's the worst way possible. The worst absolute outcome possible is what happened. in our
So I
our
just
pool
don't know.
outcome.
So the only reason I bring it up, Tiberius, is this: when we look at negative outcome, it is absolutely indisputable that the world, foreign policy wise, is incredibly worse off today than it was under Trump. That is beyond dispute. The Middle East, Taiwan, Ukraine. The question is, who do we blame? Can you blame, who do you blame, or who do you think did a good job? And that's fair. There's debate on that. But what we see over and over again is when I point to situation after situation, the economy, the border, foreign policy, that things are objectively far worse under Biden, what I'm told is like, well, the buck doesn't stop there. There's a bunch of other reasons. We can't really blame or credit Biden. And so I don't understand how you would weigh.
Hold on,
It's
let me
this,
jump in real quick. I haven't jumped in on this topic particularly.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Well, I think both sides are kind of fucking poisoned on the COVID thing. So Democrats are like, we need to give Biden the credit for COVID, but we don't get to give Trump that same credit. And then Republicans are like, we're not going to acknowledge COVID at all for Biden or for Trump. I think we need to acknowledge it for both. Biden has had to deal with a remarkably tumultuous tenure because post-COVID had a lot of ramifications on the military landscape of Europe. I do think Russia's invasion of Ukraine had a little bit to do with sort of post-COVID conditions, especially economic conditions and political conditions in relevant allies of Ukraine. I think they genuinely thought that Ukraine's potential allies would be stretched a little bit thinner than what ended up being the case. Trump got to benefit from Russia not aggressing during his term. I think it's something we can all agree. It's just a fact. Putin aggressed in Obama's term. He aggressed in Biden's term. Now, a lot of Trumpists will say it's because he knew he couldn't aggress under Trump. Maybe the evidence lies more in favor of Putin probably thought that the potential allies for Ukraine would be stretched thin after COVID. Because most of the European economies, who are the ones that were guaranteed to be kind of on Ukraine's side here, are far worse off than America. But you then have to give that credit to Biden a little bit, which is that our economy is better off than the European ones. I do agree that Biden could have taken fewer spending steps and could have left us even more ahead of Europe in terms of our economy.
Why would we? Why is the comparison to European economy something that one should matter when it comes to comparing our economy to what the economy was? And second, why would we give credit to Biden for that?
Because as far as like developed nations that could even have an even kind of similar economy to a country like the United States, particularly Western European nations are probably the closest.
Okay.
I mean, nothing's close. But Western European nations are probably the closest for us to use as sort of a barometer. But I agree with you. I think we could have been better off if Biden spent less. But the issue is Trump didn't – if we consider Trump's post-COVID tenure, he was making moves almost more aggressively in terms of spending than the Democrats even asked for. And so I don't know I don't think that I agree with you. Democrats asked for 1,200. He asked for 2,000.
But listen, I agree with you directionally. That Trump massively overspent, and he deserves criticism for that. I really do. But clearly, the Democrats wanted to spend more. When it comes to the individual stimulus, that's the one thing that maybe you could stomach. When the government forces you through no fault of your own to no longer be allowed to have your rights and to collapse you, I guess you could make an argument, even for someone who's fiscally conservative like me, maybe at that point we should send them a bone because they're literally like losing their apartments. They're losing their homes.
But he was pro shutting shit down too.
Well, again, but not as much as Democrats. But I agree, that's room to criticize.
Don't know because he presided over the vast majority of the shutdown.
No, that's not true because most of what he did wasn't by the direction of executive fiat. Most of what he did was relying on the excuse of I'll let the governors make their own decision. And you can see that the Democratic governors went far farther, and the Democratic politicians actually criticized Trump because they thought he should use his executive bully pulpit and his executive orders to do something more federally, which is why you saw when Biden came in, one of the first thing he did, which was a total joke. It was just, he was like, oh, we're going to have this on federal property mask mandate, which he then promptly violated that day, went out and took a picture at the Lincoln Memorial, right?
Oh my God, I'll never forget that.
But anyways, the point I'm trying to make is
I actually did forget that. Yeah, that is fucking terrible. That was
am I crazy though?
Go ahead, Conor.
I thought Trump had a lot of unilateral authority that led to a broader shutdown. Like, for instance, he shut down air travel, right? And he implemented all of those. I mean, shutting down air travel in and of itself immediately. I mean, that's an incredible amount of constriction. He shut down the border as well. It didn't allow any immigration. I mean, like obviously these are
By
aspects
shutting down the air
of the
travel.
lockdown.
Do you mean the Muslim ban, or what are you talking about?
No, like during
Shut down
COVID. During
air
COVID.
travel.
I mean,
And this
like
is
he
why-
did that, and I mean, shutting down air travel immediately. That's going to be like a significant portion of the downturn in the economy.
Well, no,
right?
that's
So, I mean,
absolutely true. The point I'm making is a comparative analysis. As you know, Econo Boy, we've debated on this. I was vehemently against lockdowns and criticized Trump at the time. Unlike most Trump haters now that are on the Republican side, I'm not saying Jeb.
Well,
but
you're just saying that that Trump he wouldn't have, like, if Biden was in the same situation. You're just saying Biden would have done more lockdowns.
Correct. I'm saying Biden would have done more government intervention. So it would have been more lockdowns, more money printing, more spending. That would have been a Biden or Democrat position on this. And so when we look and we say, like, well, inflation now, but what do you expect? You know, it came from Trump, right? That's fair. It's fair to criticize Trump and Republicans, by the way, that signed off on some of those spending bills. That's completely fair. But the problem is that isolating that is a big problem for inflation, and just blaming Trump ignores the fact that if you look at it comparatively, Trump and the Republicans were doing less than the Democrats wanted. So the situation would have been worse under Democrats. Same when it comes of lockdowns. Same when it comes to vaccine mandates and things like that. They criticize Trump and say, you know, like, for example, like, let me show you, Econo Boy. Hey, Tiberius, do you think the vaccine was a really important, integral step in fighting COVID?
I think it helped.
But you thought it was so important that you thought people should be forced to be vaccinated or fired, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you surely, unless you're a monster, you would either A, apologize because you don't think the vaccine was that effective and you made a huge mistake being that authoritarian, or B, you have to admit that the vaccine was pretty good.
Oh, I think the vaccine was great. But
Okay.
Yeah, that's me.
Now, you already admitted that you didn't think it would be
was
possible
great.
for the vaccine to get
Yeah,
there
it
in that
was.
quick of a time.
Oh, I was
right?
blown away. But
Okay.
I'm also,
I think it was one of
remind
the
you,
most- I
I
think it
am
was-
not in the medical field at all. Like, the fact that the boner pill people made a vaccine in, what was it, like 10 months?
Now,
Blew
don't
me
get-
away, which...
Boner
I
pill
don't even think it was
people.
that.
Don't
I
get
think it
look
was even quicker than that.
sorry, I gotta make fun of Pfizer a little bit here because, like, you know, Pfizer be Pfizer, but you know the fact that we had Pfizer and then
realize
Modena
they
and
make
then,
like thousands of different medications, right?
I just
Okay,
have
he's
to make the
looking up-
joke.
he's having- No, even as someone who is anti,
I don't mean well. God damn it.
This brain rot, and I don't get how Trump fans sort of balance these interests with it being one of like Trump's most remarkable accomplishments, but
I'm
also
not.
hating it. Like,
You got to let me finish.
No,
That's
I
what
don't.
I'm doing.
Yeah, just-
it seems
but
like,
you're-
hey,
but you're
really quick,
someone
it
who
seems
would
like
have
it happens
voted
all the
for
time,
DeSantis
Jeff.
if you're someone who would have voted for DeSantis. So I don't really count you, Rob, in like the religious Trump camp because you were like me,
Sure.
where like our first pick was DeSantis. But for people whose first pick is Trump, they often like shit on the vaccine, even though, in my opinion,
Warp Speed was a great success.
bro, it's like
Yeah.
one of the most remarkable medical.
It's one of the best things we've seen in a very long time in the American history. Also, on top of that, what I've noticed.
Hold on. While everybody is sucking the
Hold on,
vaccine's
one
dick,
second,
real quick,
hold on, really quick,
I just
really
have
quick.
something, if you can.
Sure.
So,
Yeah.
2 seconds, okay? Myocarditis incidents in high school athletes. What,
Okay, we
what
don't
did
gotta talk
happen
about
with
that.
that after the
I don't know the
introduction of
rules or any of that
vaccine?
bullshit, but
Shut the
we're gonna
YouTube
get
channel
It
down.
skyrocketed. It
Yeah, exactly. We don't
skyrocketed. It was
gotta-
ridiculous.
You got to be careful
so-
talking about this shit.
Hey, that might have
yeah,
something to
just
do
be
with the fact that
careful. Yeah,
underage vaping is going up through the roof. But okay, no.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
No, hey, really quick.
POS friendly.
No, okay, yes, really quick, but before you answer that, Jeb, I do want to say that I've actually noticed, Jeb, you were the one the other day or today, I think, on Twitter, that actually, because I started following you because of this whole thing, where you opened my mind. I think this might be a new Republican thing, for instance. I think when the Republican Party, for some weird reason, do something that's very good, like the Trump vaccine, they don't like to really spout it anymore. For instance, what just happened recently was the Ukraine-Israel bill. Everybody is fucking going on talking about how it's terrible. This is ridiculous. Mike Johnson deserves to get fucking ousted.
Right.
But on top of that, what people don't talk about is the fact that the Republicans, this might actually be a win for them because they got TikTok banned.
Not just that, but
and
we
no one's
were-
talking about this for some reason. For the
Yeah,
Republicans,
no.
everyone thinks
All
the Republicans
bad,
are gonna
all
help
bad.
us,
It's an
which I don't know
abysmal
if it is
failure as
now.
far as the constituency is
Well,
concerned.
no,
But
it's not though, because largely the constituency agrees that Ukraine, our allies,
they
need to be
don't.
supported.
That's not
That's the
true.
awesome part.
Yeah, the problem is they don't see Ukraine as an ally; they see Israel as an ally,
but
which
here's
is
the thing.
fucking wild.
No, and here's my thing, and I had to talk about this to Ranger, who called me a liberal for supporting the Ukraine aid. I'm like, I never thought I would live to see the day that watching communists die made me and enjoying it made me a fucking liberal. Like, we attacked 2 communist countries and forced the sale of TikTok in the next year or banned it. And Mike Johnson got a motion to vacate filed against him by MGT. Like, that is fucking...
Did that actually
This is
happen?
wild. Yes, it's wild.
For the last year, all we were asking...
I mean, the reason that obviously the reason the Republican base has turned largely against that is because of the failed foreign policy legacy of neocons like George Bush, right? I mean, obviously,
fair enough. Yeah. No,
it gets us into two incredibly unpopular wars. Even if you say like incredibly unpopular in hindsight, like because I think the approval to go into Iraq was like 80% or something.
It was ridiculous.
But, like even in hindsight. Like, people don't like the fact that he did that, so obviously the Republican Party, I mean, even Biden, like the Democrats, I think both parties have become, generally speaking, like less hawkish.
And here's what you're ignoring. What you're ignoring is the bigger story is this. Now, you're talking to someone, I'm incredibly biased. I'm against all of this foreign funding, and I'm also against the TikTok ban bill for reasons we just talked about.
That's why I like you, Rob.
Because I hate everything.
What you're saying. No, I actually believe what you're saying when I talk to you. Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And so with the TikTok, the reason I'm against TikTok bills, the entire 2-hour debate we just had, because I feel that the people will weaponize that in these institutions, and they'll end up going after Elon Musk and places like X, places like Rumble, that they'll eventually go after where conservatives are. But the big reason, I think the biggest thing as to why so many conservatives want Mike Johnson gone is because Republican voters like myself and a large swath feel that their own party nor anyone in government gives a shit about them. So they look at issues they say are the most important, like a porous border, and they see we can't do shit about that. We can't do anything about the fentanyl deaths. We can't do anything about East Palestine. We can't do anything about those things. And yet the one thing that the both parties could come together and agree on is sending money by the billions overseas. And this is especially, I'll finish real quick, this is especially egregious to people for Johnson, because Johnson specifically promised, I promise that there will not be a clean Ukraine bill. Until the border is dealt with, we will not send this funding. And once more, the lesson, and I could have predicted it, and EOD could have predicted it, and I bet Ranger could have predicted it, we fucking knew this would be the outcome. We knew, as always, it would be shit sandwich for us, and more money funneled to all these overseas
exactly
places.
What you just said. Hold on. Exactly what you just said. Mike Johnson said there would not be a clean Ukraine bill until we pass the border. So the Democrats said, "Fine, we'll give you your TikTok. We'll give you your TikTok ban with the Ukraine aid, and so it won't be a clean."
So that's
Ukraine
where
aid.
they're willing to fucking concede on. It's crap.
No, it's not. No, just because Democrats are willing to concede on it doesn't mean it's not a concession. It's still a concession. It's still a Republican.
It's a bullshit concession that means nothing. It means nothing. It does nothing for the American people. Okay, it does nothing. What we should have had was some money towards the border. The real crisis that's being ignored is the fucking border. Then
the border isn't a crisis. What are you talking about?
Nobody seems to be fucking cared about.
No one cares because it's not a problem.
EOD,
literally, this is a talking point. We have a record number of applications at the border. It's the problem is fucking solved.
Hey, hold on.
The border works.
I'm not really being a moderator, but let me bring a moderator again. Let Jeb go, then the EOD, then Tiberius.
No, okay.
So, EOD, you're being what the Democrats hope the Republican would be, which is that they're going to put a border bill before Ukraine aid as the number one priority. That would have gotten the Republicans to agree to the border bill that the Democrats created in order to get a border bill passed before the Ukraine aid. Whereas Mike Johnson's Mike Johnson's value-driven and principle-driven behavior was like, oh my God, they're willing to give me a win here. And then I might have the fucking strokey from Pennsylvania to vote for the straight-up Republican border bill here in a couple of months before the election comes up. If I just am willing to pass this bill, which the Democrats have handed me a W on a silver platter on, and I just wait out, I might be able to get 2 Democrats, which is all I need, is 2 Democrats to literally vote for a zero concessions version of the Republican border bill. But if I want to do what MGT says and pass the border bill before you do the Ukraine bill, I would pretty much have to concede half of the Republican border bill to look like the Democrat border bill that basically gives the executive power to just shut down the border whenever they want, instead of creating a really sound and consistent system for asylum that will actually solve the problems that we're seeing at the border.
The premise of your...
So if I can respond, please.
EOD.
I'll be right back.
Okay, so Here's the thing. What the Democrats proposed was not a fucking border bill. What they proposed was Ukraine aid and is Israel aid wrapped up inside of some kind of fucking bullshit attempted fucking concession towards the Republicans to say, okay, we're gonna throw some money at the border, and what we're actually gonna put that money towards is ultimately facilitating asylum at the end of the fucking day. Here's the reality. Bullshit. Asylum is the problem. Asylum is the fucking problem. Asylum is the problem. Let me say it again. Asylum is the problem. These people do not deserve asylum. Most of them do not want asylum. Most of what these people are doing is using asylum as a crutch to cross the border illegally, get lost in the system, and get freed throughout the country, so that they can have some court date a year, 2 years, a year and a half out, where ultimately we may determine that they are qualified for asylum. Ultimately, we may determine that they are not qualified for asylum. And yet, during that time period, what happens? They're homeless on the streets. They're relying on city services. They're sucking up social services from places like New York City and Chicago. And these places are absolutely suffering to the teeth. Paul, tell me I'm fucking wrong about that, please. I wish you would.
Oh, you are. You absolutely are wrong. Like, these people are getting green cards, and they're the hardest working people you're going to find, dude. You know the people.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck who these people are. Okay, the reality of the matter is we don't know, and we haven't been to court in order to figure it out.
Everywhere we send them,
and Joe Biden, instead of trying to address this issue and give these people some sort of reasonable recourse to go through the system the right way, is just trying to give them every fucking excuse to avoid it. It's disgusting, and it's ruining our fucking country. It's ruinous to our country at the end of the day, and ultimately it's a ploy to buy votes from a new peasant class is what they're trying to fucking do, because the Democrats have realized they're not going to fucking win the vote anymore.
Their kids will vote 2 to 3.
If I could, unless I misunderstood Jeb, and I'll give him a chance to clarify if I misunderstood. His entire comment is based on a misunderstanding or just an outright misstatement. He says that it was a concession that the Democrats conceded to Republicans for this TikTok bill. Now, the implication in saying that is this is something that was begrudging. The Democrats gave something up. They were willing to vote for this. That's just not true. When the standalone TikTok bill was suggested in March 13th, which I remember vividly because I was on Tim Pool's show and that's what they were yelling about beforehand, that was March 13th. And 50 Democrats were all that voted against it. So it was massively popular that on its own, without anything else, it was massively...
Voted for it, or?
They voted against, 50 voted against, which means hundreds voted for it. Like 2 to 1, they were voting for the TikTok bill on its own. So this
How many Republicans voted against it?
15. What's it matter?
It was a primarily Republican objective.
So the argument would be it's something that the majority of both Republicans and Democrats wanted. And of course they did, because they're both for more authoritarianism for the government, more control over free speech and social media. So of course it's popular with both of them. That would be like saying, well, Democrats gave Republicans a concession on Ukraine spending. Well, no, because both Democrats and Republicans want Ukraine spending. So the idea that it was somehow shrewd of Mike Johnson, well, he ended up getting a concession. First off, the concession he said he would get was on border security, which he didn't get. And instead, the concession you're saying he got was a TikTok bill that Democrats supported anyways. In other words,
so he said,
let me finish. So in other words, that means Mike Johnson sold out, gave Democrats, which is why Schumer and them were saying it behind the scenes, literally Democrats got everything they wanted for no concession. That's what happened. And the idea, and I'll finish with this. This is the part I don't understand. Maybe I misheard you. Did you say that somehow this will provide enough goodwill? Now, this is the funniest shit I've heard all night, right? Did you say you think this will provide enough goodwill that Democrats in the House will vote for the Republican border bill?
No, it has nothing to do with this giving goodwill. It is that whatever, I always forget his name, but whatever that big fuck from Pennsylvania who stroked out and became Fetterman. Fuck, he is already considering voting for the Republican border bill. And we need him. We need him and one more Democrat to vote for it.
In the Senate is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay,
and so we already have a majority in the House.
So your argument is because we didn't attach it. So normally the way this works is you say, we want something and you want something, so we'll combine the bill where we each compromise. You're saying, no, it was better this time to give Democrats everything they want, because they'll just throw them a bone now.
Well,
they'll just throw them a bone and say, yeah, we'll pass the House Republican bill.
No, they didn't get everything they want, because the Democrats actually wanted to add Democrat objectives to the aid bill in order to force the Republicans to approve those, because they knew the American public, which for some reason you and EOD are denying, which is not true, that the American public largely approves Ukraine and Israel aid.
I've seen funding that shows that Republicans now, a majority of Republicans don't approve of the Ukraine.
You've seen funding, but at the end of the day, the polls show that the electorate on both the Republican and Democrat sides, a pretty hefty majority supports Ukraine funding, Israel funding, and Taiwan support.
Why would that be the question that we're asking? The question we would be asking is the Republicans.
Because
let me finish. We would ask.
You asked me a question. What do you mean?
But I just said, why would we ask that? The question we should be asking is, what do Republican voters want? I don't want Mike Johnson working for Democrat voters.
Well, we got to, Rob. We have to remember here that we do have like a country of a bunch of people, so we should probably look at it like as a whole.
But that's
there's two sides of that.
I'll explain that in a minute.
Yeah, let me answer.
Yeah, Jeb, you can go, brother.
So why does it matter? The reason it matters is the original Democrat proposal was, we're going to poison pill Ukraine aid funding with Democrat objectives because we know how badly the Republicans will lose support if right off the back of the Roe v. Wade upheaval, you also go against Ukraine aid funding. We're going to make you pass Ukraine aid funding and Democrat objectives. Not only did they end up conceding that and just go clean Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel aid, which again, the majority of both parties approves of, we are also going to give what you have pointed out is a small concession toward Republicans, but is still a concession toward Republican objectives in the form of a TikTok forced sale. I don't like the TikTok ban. I use it to be quick. TikTok forced sale bill. So it's not that we just got them from like a clean bill to TikTok forced sale. It's that we got them from holding hostage Ukraine aid that they knew we needed to gain back support that we lost because of Rob's case.
But
yeah, that's the big W, and now people are trying to vacate
it's the big W. It's the big W.
It is not a big W.
Robnoerr is 100% correct about this. Like, I think that when you look at the political dynamics at play, I think that I would analyze it differently, but I think Rob's fundamental analysis is correct, which is that obviously the Republicans, they start out with this strong negotiating position of like, basically, we have to tie these things together, or rather we're not going to vote on aid until we get an immigration bill. The Democrats say, okay, well, here's the immigration bill, and then all of a sudden they say, well, we're not going to support that, and then we're going to vote on Ukraine aid anyway, because it turns out there's a large majority of the Republican caucus that actually fundamentally believes in basically giving out this aid. Like, from Rob's perspective, I think he's got the accounting of events right, and also from Rob's perspective, I mean, it doesn't. I don't even know if Rob would say the political dynamics even matter, because he and the MAGA wing, well, not Rob, but like he and like the right edge, populist edge of the Republican caucus are just like plainly against these things. So whether it was tied to like an immigration bill first or second, like I think no matter what, you probably
get
the
lefty talking. I have that real question first and foremost.
Sure, but the core issue is Rob says they're not listening to their constituents, but he's very wrong, because the majority of Republican constituents are polled in saying they support Ukraine aid funding.
Okay, okay. February 29th, the PBS poll. Let's see what it says. Most Republicans still share Johnson's view. In their opinion, haven't changed since the fall. 55% say that U.S. is spending too much on Ukraine aid, compared to 59% in November. Polling shows this again and again. Now, it's all in how you word the question. There are people, if you poll just say, should we give aid? There are people that are like, sure. But when you say, are we giving too much? They say yes. So when we're talking about, let me finish.
Like we just said, right?
When we're talking about a bill that is sending dozens of billions of dollars, which is a huge increase, that would imply that when over half of your constituents say we don't like this, it's absurd to say this is listening to the base. It's not. And to answer your question, Rampage, right, you're right that when we elect officials, they're not supposed to just say we only give a shit about our party. But when you're horse trading, when you're jockeying for position to get shit that you think is good for the country, and you're listening to your constituents, you use those things at an advantage. So, for example, if there's something that both parties want, say Ukraine aid, which of course they do, because it's money funneling and World War III military industrial complex shit. Of course, they all want that. But nonetheless, we won't go on that tirade tonight. They both want it. If you're one of those sides that says, well, we also want border security, and the other side says, well, we also want Medicare for all, you might say, we're not going to give you that thing we know you want until we get a piece of what we want. And what I'm saying is, if it's true that Democrats were already on board for the TikTok ban, which they were, and if it's true that the majority of Republican voters are against sending more money to Ukraine, which polling seems to suggest they are, then what was the win for Republicans here? What was it?
The win. Well, okay, so hold on. A couple things that we need to attack there is you say we're being too selective over the types of questions. The only poll that shows more than half of Republicans, quote unquote, opposing Ukraine aid is the one you're talking about. Whereas 3 other polls that say, should we send Ukraine aid? Should we send them more aid? So on and so forth, show more than 50% Republican support. Even your question, as you said, is Republicans slowly getting more and more in favor of sending Ukraine even more aid, because as you said, from a month before, it was 4% down. So again, even the one question that makes it look less favorable among Republicans is still closing in on becoming more favorable to sending Ukraine aid for Republicans, because like I said, it's based and conservative to watch communists fucking eat dirt.
It's
That's
not
what
based.
we love.
I
really, hey, on a serious note, I really don't understand like this whole not like helping Ukraine out against Russia. Whole dynamic that's happening in the country.
We can have
really
that
quick.
debate, please.
The reason, really quick, the real reason why I'm saying that is, I feel like a lot of people look at like the number of the money. Because it's like said like, oh, $60 billion in aid. But like people don't really realize, in my personal opinion, is that like, what is it? 45 billion of that $60 billion is actually like weapons and or like munitions.
Yeah. It's literally like 56 billion of it is just ammo.
And also on top of that, we also are restocking our things that we're giving back to them, so it also stimulates our economy and our workers as well. On top, I just like don't understand
the Nikki Haley argument right here.
No,
Man.
this is a true argument.
I can answer. I can answer all of this.
And we're getting newer, better technology from the build, because obviously weapons and everything always develops more and more over and over again. And like I think that we should probably stand up to Russia. Fuck Russia, dude. I don't understand this.
All right, so let's
shut up, Paul.
Let me answer some of this. First, I would like to just go back real quick to what Jeb said. I didn't hear the exact numbers that Jeb was saying, but like again, I'm looking at more polling. Here's Pew Research polling from the end of 2023. When you look at it, Republicans are lean Republican. Americans are split over U.S. support of Ukraine. What percent say they want when it comes to Russia? The U.S. is providing blank support. 13% of Republicans say we should give more. 20% say we're giving about right. 48% say we're giving too much. So if you combine the people that said we've given enough or we've given too much, that's 68% that's against more funding. And the way you word these questions are important, I grant it, but let's just split the baby and say it's 50-50. Again, then what's the victory to the Republican electorate? If you say, well, 50% are happy, but the other 50% are. So really that's nothing. You haven't got anything for your base. That 50% of your base, it's like, so basically this shit we don't want's now shoved down our throats, and we give Democrats everything they want. We still can't do shit for the border.
Well,
we still can't do shit for the issues we care
painting
about.
a wild picture. 50% of Republicans are saying the shit we don't want, as if the Republican Party doesn't want it. You're talking about half. Half the Republicans do want it. Half the Republicans want us to continue supporting Ukraine. So the idea. So again, if we consider the issue of sample size in these polls being that they're like the largest you'll see is like 4,000, we can acknowledge that Ukraine aid is neutral to Republicans. The TikTok ban is unanimously positive to Republicans, and so the Republicans got up on that.
No, what happened is, even if fine, we'll take that. I don't agree with that framing of it, but let's, for the sake of argument, take it. So the Republicans got one thing they're neutral on and one thing they're positive on. The Democrats got one thing they're positive on and another thing they're positive on. So the question then becomes, if the Democrats got everything they wanted, or let me rephrase, the Democrats got only things they wanted, and the Republicans got one thing they're neutral on and one thing they wanted, why didn't Republicans hold out to get something that their base would have wanted? Not just neutral on.
Well, because we're about to run into election season, and it's really good when you have Ron DeSantis over there in Florida fucking murdering legislative effectiveness to also show that your Republican legislature can be effective. Right. Because the Democrats' biggest argument against Republicans, right, is that we cannot pass anything we want to pass, and we just don't do shit. You have Ron DeSantis passing the first, like, really good statewide anti-slaughters. He beat Disney. He did all the shit. And now you're proving the Republican legislature can also get shit done?
No, but
you're
Jeb,
making all these...
That's so dumb. That's what that's
not
just,
dumb
it
at
is.
all.
That is completely it's disconnected. It has nothing. So your argument's like, oh, so here's how voters and Republicans are going to look at this. Yeah, we feel like we capitulated and didn't get anything on the issues we're most concerned about. But did you see Ron DeSantis, totally unrelated to that, has policies in Florida? So therefore, we're okay. And by the way, let me finish. Let me finish. And by the way, let me finish. This isn't just in a vacuum. This is also at the same time that we see that they passed $1 trillion spending bill that the Democrats wanted. That again, Biden and Schumer were like, yay, we basically got a bunch of stuff we wanted, and the Republicans got nothing out of it. And they did things like that are massively unpopular with Republicans in the base, such as authorizing FISA without warrants, giving the FBI a new building. They basically gave Democrats everything they wanted, and the issues that Republicans care about most, Republicans voters, the border.
Republicans, I'll be honest with you, Rob,
They gave us nothing.
I agree with you on FISA. The majority of Republicans not only don't give a fuck about it, they have no fucking clue what you mean about FISA without warrants.
Yeah, I can't believe that.
That's true.
That's like easily. I'm like super surprised about that because I actually, funny enough, Jeb, I actually do believe this is actually kind of a both sides agreement here. Granted, I'm not a crazy fucking leftist, but like in general, like it seems like most people in general do believe that, hey, guess what? I don't want my shit spied on. This is fucking America. I'm supposed to have like private property. I'm supposed to have like private like information, like all that shit, right? I'm very surprised. But what was Mike Johnson's comments? I read something. I didn't read the whole article. I only read the headline. Like,
I went in the skiff. I went in the skiff and pissed my pants, and now I realize we need to spy on Americans without warrants. But we carved out an exemption for Congress people.
Isn't that what he basically said? He basically came out and he basically said, "Hey, they brought me into a room, showed me how it protects Americans, and I'm okay with this thing."
Yep. And
right?
let me tell you where your analysis is incorrect here. You're right. The guy down the street where I live right now, that's a farmer. He probably don't give two shits about FISA warrants. That's absolutely true. But the Democrat elected officials do. In fact, so do the establishment Republicans.
So do the Republican elected officials that hate it too. It's the electorate doesn't give a fuck about it.
Right, but let me finish. So the establishment Republicans also like it, but they're the only people seemingly against it. Maybe one or two Democrats, and then the sort of Thomas Massey, Chip Roy, Rand Paul wing of the Republican Party, MAGA wing or the nationalist populist wing, right? So they're against it. So then the question becomes, you're not bargaining with Democratic voters and Republican voters. You're bargaining on behalf of Democratic voters and Republican voters. So if you're Democrats, theoretically, what you should be doing is saying, here are the issues that our constituents care about, and we're going to try to get work on them. And Republicans should be saying the same about their constituents. So the way you bargain is, the people that need to vote, in this case, Democrat politicians, you give them something they want. And they wanted the FISA warrants, and they wanted the new FBI building, and they wanted the $1 trillion spending bill. It doesn't matter what the Republican voter or the Democrat voter wanted. If you're trying to hold out to get it doesn't matter in that sense. It matters in this sense. If you're using it as a bargaining chip, like for example, if I'm operating on behalf of EOD and me and Jeb are going to negotiate some sort of salary, and I know EOD wants something specific, even if he doesn't give a shit what I'm giving you, Jeb, all that matters is you give a shit, because then you're willing to cave to give me what I want, and I want what my constituents want. That's the whole argument. The Republicans did everything against what their constituents want. When you look at the constituents of the Republicans, their top issues are things like inflation. So what do? Sign on a $1 trillion spending bill. Their top issues are things like crime and the border. So what do? Give everything the Democrats want away without fucking getting any concessions on those key bills. And what we're told to be happy with is like, well, we sent money to Ukraine and Israel, which only 50% of Republican voters are for anyways. So what did the Republicans get? Nothing.
I mean, no. But again, you can't say nothing. We got something that was neutral to us and something that was positive to us. You can argue we could have won even harder, but we still won.
That's always the argument. Like it's always the argument. We always get one more, so we're bad guys.
Yeah,
it's fucking wild.
I think the problem though, there's a reason why. There's a reason why establishment libs are painting this as a win for Biden, right? Because it makes Biden look good, right? I mean, it's because the Democratic base, and don't get me wrong, like my caveat to this is that this is good because I'm a Democrat, go Biden, Biden 2024, right? There's a reason they're painting it as a win is because that's more of a priority for the Democratic base than the Republican base, at the very least on intensity, right? Like, for instance, if we were to take Rob's case to be true, and by the polling that you guys have sort of sampled out, it seems like, Rob's probably right. It seems to be about a 50-50 issue. The problem is that the 50% of the Republican Party that might say that they're in favor of continuing aid or more aid, they're certainly not as passionate about that issue as the other half are about not continuing aid. Like, it seems like there's a serious passion gap. And so I think that by passing this bill from a Republican perspective, the most that you're going to win is maybe getting like the most liberal Republicans who are going to vote for Biden anyway to instead vote for Trump. But what you're risking from a Republican perspective, well, hold on. But what you're risking from a Republican perspective is basically all of those more establishment-leaning parts of the Republican base to instead switch to Biden, or rather to vote for third party, basically not be in favor of Trump because Republicans are going to vote for it anyway.
So here's where I break off, and I had a feeling as you talked and you kind of confirmed it. You're of the ilk that there are there's like a even statistically relevant number of Republicans that are going to vote for vote for Biden. I disagree.
It's probably about 20%.
That was my whole point.
I am what you would probably consider, just by the fact that I don't like fucking Trump and I support Ukraine aid, a liberal Republican, and I would never vote for Biden. I would fucking die first.
I'm not saying you would vote for Biden, but that's my argument, is that I don't think from a Republican political strategy perspective there was like any giant upside risk, but the downside risk is pissing off a core fundamental base where like people like Rob will say, what the fuck, who gives a shit about anybody?
Yeah, you're arguing
they're all pieces of you know what I mean?
Like, you're arguing past my point, but I think you and I agree with my core point. I think Econo Boy is being very good faith. I think he's just arguing past my point because I think he agrees with my point. It's sort of like the Nancy Pelosi point.
We're both pro-Ukraine aid, bro.
We need a conservative. We need a conservative party that's like legitimately principled.
Let's do more.
We need a conservative party that's like legitimately and truly and principally conservative.
Does that include fiscal conservatism?
Yeah. Yes.
So you think it was
fiscally conservative? It is fiscally conservative to stop Russia from rolling through every country around them.
Okay, how about
keep them from becoming a Cold War?
Stop! Stop!
Well, if you let me finish my fucking sentence, you'll find out.
I'm right after you, Jeb. Go for it, buddy.
Yeah. If I finish my sentence, you'll see how it's a lot more cost effective to give the fucking pennies and the weapons that we were trying to literally throw away, by the way, and giving them to Ukraine instead, than to allow Russia to roll through the borders of every non-NATO country around them until they become a Cold War level threat to NATO nations.
It's strategy, bullshit.
That is fiscal.
No, I'm next. I'm next. Okay, look, I'm with Jeb on this one.
But they interrupted
come on,
my
man.
point. I know they interrupted my point. So they made me make a second point. And then Econo Boy brought up the thing where I'm trying to abridge with him. Is I agree with you, the current political strategy is a problem, but that's the point I'm making, is the reason it's a problem is because conservatives are not conservative anymore, and it's only a political strategy problem because we have all these Trumpists that, like you said, are like 15-20% of the party, but they're exorbitantly passionate about anything
they're
they think
three-quarters
Trump
of primary
like.
voters, right? So obviously there's a big disconnect, right?
Not necessarily. I actually don't think most of Trump's voters are Trump sycophants. I think most of Trump's voters are believing the Trump sycophants that Trump is the only one that can beat Biden.
No, I totally disagree.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, Tiberius, do you want to go? Do you want to go?
And I think that's the main reason.
Three
And I think
things.
that's the main reason why Trump's going to lose this election in 2024.
Three things. I think MAGA is at least 60% of the party now. Yep. Like they absolutely seem to have
100%.
control over it. I wish that was not the case, because like this party deserves to burn in hell at that point. On the other side of this, right? When it comes to like Ukraine and all that, we can have that conversation as to like, does it support the constituency? I'm gonna still say yes, just because like we can't open a history book and realize how awesome it would have been to have the U.S. Army in Paris in 1940 instead of not.
And Iraq,
if we have to,
and Libya. Right?
Look, sometimes we fuck up.
And
Yeah,
Syria,
I get it, but it doesn't mean we gotta throw everything out with the bathwater,
This time it'll be good. This time it'll work.
Look,
it seems
defending
like
defending a would-be liberal democracy with a European heritage versus invading a Muslim country that effectively has 3 different ethnicities in it. Yes, very comparable. Very, very comparable.
What are you talking about? Like, so just because you think that there's So you think the ethnicity, the Ukrainian people's ethnicity means that they're somehow more capable of winning and the outcome will be than like those dirty brown people? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm
what
not.
I heard.
No. Oh, I love you guys so much. Okay, so let me put it this way. Let's look at the Ukrainians. They are a liberal republic that is trying to actually like instill the virtues of like rule of law and all the things that we actually say we want here.
That's not true at all. It's been routinely considered one of the most corrupt countries in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, but that's
They're corrupt because they actually out corruption. Interesting.
That's horseshit.
It's like,
true.
That's absolute horseshit.
Wait, Rob,
Yeah.
this is true. No,
It's literally they're hanging people left and right for corruption, and then it's like they're super corrupt. Were they corrupt? Oh, absolutely. Like they were one of the post-Soviet states. Of course they were corrupt. They have done a very fucking good job of cleaning house.
Every time, hey, really quick, Rob, just so that you, so I grew up in a super conservative family. Okay, long story short, and I get things all the time talking about like, oh my God, I can't believe Ukraine is look at what Zelensky did where he's like trying to oust like corruption of his party. And then you'll look at that and you guys look at that saying like, oh my God, look how corrupt they are. And
It's
I look at that
fucking
saying,
wild.
wait a minute. I think the other things happening here at the moment in that country is that they are trying to oust the corruption.
Yeah, I do want to finish this though. Like,
please finish your point. I got 4 people to respond to, so go ahead.
I know. I've got a bunch of notes myself. So anyway, like the ethnicity thing is this: Ukraine is one solid ethnicity of people who say, "Hey, look, generally as a whole, we like the Americans. We want to be their friends, but they were playing tit-tat with the Russians because they were afraid the moment they said we're going to join NATO, they were going to face a Russian invasion." And let's be real, whether it be Obama or Trump, no one kicked them out of Crimea, so they had every reason to expect that. On 2 is that, excuse me, I got a little flustered there. The second part here is at least, when it comes to this writ large, I think that it's just plain as day. Russia isn't stopping here. We saw on their pre-invasion plans with Lukashenko leaking them that they were going after Moldova. We know they're going after the Baltic states. Folks, we're going to war. Like, one way or another, like,
Sign up,
World War
big man.
III's
Sign up. You get over there.
Or we can stop them in their tracks and not allow them.
Nah, we're going to war.
If we had 3rd Armored Corps in Kiev, whenever this thing would have, like, before it even had started, it wouldn't have started. Like,
Dude,
we're always way too lax about getting involved.
They are taking volunteers. Head over. We're going to war. Go. I'll
Me,
choose
no,
not
I'm 32
to. Me
and
and my
I'm fat.
family.
I'm 30. I'm 32.
I'm gonna
and
hop
I'm
right
fat.
back in. Hold up.
Okay,
No, you
why?
want to know, hey, Rob, you want to know something? So, like, I hate when people say this, like, oh,
It's
well, why
it's
would you
really
go over there
dumb.
and fight? Because you want to know what? I think that in my personal opinion, for me and my family, you and your family, Tiberius and his family, what we're doing right now is stopping us.
Well, I
from going to
disagree. I
war.
disagree. And if I get a chance to speak ever, I will tell you why I disagree. I know
good.
we're on point 5 or whatever from Tiberius.
Yeah,
We'll
exactly,
get to
yeah,
it. Then
yeah.
I'll answer this Jeb 7 points and you're 2.
Yeah,
So
sorry
let's go.
about that.
Sure.
Anyway, yeah, just to finish off, like, I don't think that this is, I don't think it's avoidable. I think this is some, like, rosadaisical kind of shit. Like, if somebody can actually diplomacy their way out of this, more power to them, but I don't see Biden or Trump having that ability. Unfortunately, the real hope here, the actual real hope, is that if we're going to keep going down this road, arm the fucking shit out of the Ukrainians to where they bleed the Russians so bad that they can't make the next jump. Because we know where the next jump is.
Okay, so let's try to get to all this. First, let's go with Rampage. It says Ukraine's not corrupt. That's fundamentally not true. In fact, it was so corrupt.
No, I said
that-
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize for cutting you off here. I didn't say that they weren't corrupt. I said that there is an obvious notion that they are becoming way less corrupt.
That's
and we
not
can
true at all.
absolutely trust
So
them.
how would you define corruption? Do you think a corrupt state would allow elections
I
to
think
occur or ban political parties in elections?
Okay, okay, that's great that you brought up with the elections occurring. Okay, so they're dealing with an entire invasion of their country. Did actually people in World War II have elections?
But you're
The Brits stopped. The Brits stopped in
you
World War
could make
II.
this point. The point you're going to make is, well, we have to stop election because they're in an act of war. However, the problem is, I'll be able to easily win that country is corrupt up to an point of the Russian invasion. And your argument's going to be, but since we've started sending money, they've outed corruption. They haven't, right? We can see that things have got more tight there. Your definition of outing corruption would be what? Give me the examples of how Zelensky, since we've started sending him money, has outed corruption.
When I see people, I think that when I see him ousting people of trying to like put shit in their pockets, and then he literally comes out and says, hey, I fired this person because of corruption. I see your side going and being like, oh my God, look at how they're still corrupt. And I'm saying, oh wait, this is actually them looking like they are trying to figure out their corruption.
Well,
issue.
it's an absurd.
And also another thing too. That another thing we have to. I hate this whole like, oh, they're corrupt and we shouldn't give them money point, because like at the end of the day, we can actually see them actually using our goods and our aid to fucking fight off Russia because they're literally gaining back territory.
The problem is you're making arguments that are conflating why these points were brought up in the first place. So when I point to the recent foreign policy disasters of the United States getting involved in these areas, Tiberius then says, but the Eastern European tradition of these homogenous people that are like in the European tradition of their like legal system, political system, etc., that's what makes this situation different than Iraq, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan. And I said, well, no, they're corrupt. And you're like, no, that's not true. They're fighting corruption. Well, we can see leading into the war, they were obviously corrupt. And I can go through examples if you like. And when I point to like, well, how do you have evidence that they're no longer corrupt? A country that had been historically considered one of the most corrupt in Europe. You're like, well, because people that we sent money to stole millions and millions of those dollars. But once they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, Zelensky was like, oh, okay, I'm going to leave that guy go.
No.
It's
Yes,
almost
that's
like what you
happened.
do when you run an anti-corruption campaign, Rob. When you catch somebody's hand in the cookie jar, you fucking
See, that's
kill them.
proof. It's proof they're not corrupt because they're taking all this money and then they're allowed to leave with the money and they're fired. That's proof they're not corrupt.
Rob, I have a question. So, I mean, wouldn't the difference between all those other conflicts and the Ukraine conflict be that, fundamentally, basically from, before that as well. I mean, fundamentally from World War II all the way through basically today, I mean, pulling out of Afghanistan, every conflict that the U.S. was involved on a military footing with what involved regime change, right? Regime change or regime sort of origination, right? In the case of like South Vietnam, places like that.
Syria not, but go ahead.
Well, no, I mean with Syria, the goal. Well, you could. Well, no, I mean we armed rebel groups and we're actively trying to instill a different government.
Hasn't been achieved, but you're saying
And so,
not really achieving,
right, and
but
so
what we were trying to do, right?
Right, and so the big difference between funding that and funding Ukraine is that Ukraine is already an established regime, right? This is regime maintenance, right? This, whether the ideology of the regime is authoritarian or if it's liberal, that's kind of irrelevant. In character, it's a totally different conflict. It's a middle-income country. It's a country with institutions, whether they be authoritarian or liberal, and it's regime maintenance, right? And so the funding would probably be much more per dollar effective than a regime change and a regime building opportunity like we had in Afghanistan, right?
Well, you could argue that it was regime change in 2014 when we were effectively regime changing them. Whether we started the color revolution through Victoria Nuland or we just took advantage of it, we basically had to build their entire police force. So for the history of the people that don't know, you had a president of Ukraine named Yanukovych. It was considered a pro-Russian president. It was considered a very corrupt place. And then Yanukovych was ousted in seemingly the sporadic Arab Spring, which we know the United States was involved in the Arab Spring as well. These sporadic demonstrations that got him out and got a man by the name.
Is your argument that Ukraine, at the point of being invaded by Russia and thus at the point of receiving all this military aid, is your argument that Ukraine at that point was on a similar institutional footing in terms of the strength of their institutions and the robustness of their institutions as Syria and Libya?
No,
that can't possibly.
That's not my argument. And if I was allowed to finish my point to answer the 19, 20 points we have to now, that all the people that disagree with me in this panel have, then perhaps we'll get to what my point was. So my point is that we had been involved in sort of a regime change idea, and even back then in 2014, we were arming them, at least in the terms of their domestic politics. We had to basically create a lot of their political structures, including what would be the NABU, which was basically the FBI of Ukraine. So there was a bunch of money that was going into this. As you're aware, there was the conflicts in Crimea, things like that. Now, are they in a better position than, say, Syria or Iraq? Yeah, sure, they're in a better position. However, you haven't shown how the distinction would make a difference. When we have a rich history of every time the United States getting involved in these situations, they end up poorly. Just saying, well, this time it's different because I could point to some nuanced difference. You would also be able to point to nuanced difference between, say, Syria and Libya, or between Iraq and Libya. You would also be able to point to those sorts of differences. It doesn't mean that would justify a different outcome. Now, the point I would make is that the fundamental thing that all of these have connection to, which I believe is the case, and people could disagree, is that the United States foreign policy apparatus doesn't give two shits about about anyone in Libya or Ukraine or Iraq or Afghanistan or Syria, that they have personal motivations. Now, those motivations might be for the betterment of the United States government, or for the betterment of their individual political party of the United States, or for the benefit of NATO countries. But the priorities and the well-being of the actual people on the ground in those countries is not high on the list of the priorities of these people. My contention is several things. One, that this country is incredibly corrupt, has been corrupt, and has exhibited corruption under Zelensky, including doing things like releasing members of the Tornado Battalion who were jailed for sexually assaulting children and killing ethnic Russians that lived in Ukraine in horrible, butcherous ways, and yet they were released. Second, when an American named Gonzalo Lira was there, they jailed him to the point where he died in prison for the crimes of, and I'm quoting now,
He was a spy.
Prove it. Show me in their indicting documents.
God damn it. I'll see if I can actually find that.
Yeah, I
don't
bet
know
you
if they're
can't,
actually
because I've
unclassified
talked
from
to
the
Dylan
DDoS.
Burns and a bunch of other people that have actually investigated more than you. And what they said was it was, quote, for denying
I mean, I
Russian...
saw his dossier. Like, the
Yeah,
problem is with this guy, he literally was on the Russian payroll from, what
Prove
the
it.
fuck is these
Prove
people?
it. Show
The
me in the
SVR.
indictment. Show me in the indictment. Go ahead.
I don't think they released it because it was...
Right,
it was-
right. So what he was indicted for, as I said, was he was indicted for, one, denying Russian war crimes, and second, insulting Ukrainian troops. In effect, that's free speech, and even if Ukraine doesn't have free speech, seeing as how they're a vassal state of us, they should have sent that American back home, particularly when they rearrested him when he was trying to flee the country, which meant he would have no longer been their problem. But instead of saying, oh my goodness, this is a U.S. citizen, we don't want to anger the United States, they said, fuck that, we're going to throw him in a gulag, and oh, there he died. Oh well. They are a corrupt state. They continue to be a corrupt state. And not only that, they did things, and of course, people on the left aren't going to think they're corrupt, because we can see that actually, unlike the allegations of Russia colluding with Trump in 2016.
If he wasn't an absolute piece of shit, Biden would have jumped over the border to fucking
Please,
get him.
we'll
because we
finish.
did it for fucking Garner. Like, come on, dude.
For who?
Like,
Well,
the United
thing too.
for
Are we
who?
talking
Jennifer
about-
Garner?
are we talking
Like, yeah.
about- are we
Whoa,
talking
whoa,
about
whoa,
red
holy
coach
fuck.
pill or red pill coach?
Big
or whatever it is?
Jennifer
Is that what
Garner
we're talking
fan.
about? We're talking about red
yeah,
coach
yeah,
pill?
Like,
Gonzalo
this
Lira,
administration bends over backwards to get
Okay,
foreign Americans.
can-
Like,
okay.
we gave them the intel that he was a spy, and they killed him. And we said, hey, you know, that was great. Thank you for killing our problem.
How is that
There
a
you
good
go.
thing, Ty? How is
Oh,
that
that's a
good?
wonderful
killed
thing.
him or
Like,
not.
Yeah.
like he's not on the team. Come on, guys. Like,
Okay, I just said, please,
No, he
please.
was at the trial.
Yeah, man, I might just have to head.
Hold the fuck on really quick. Hold the fuck on really quick. We don't know if Ukraine killed this motherfucker.
No.
And we don't
Oh,
know.
they
It's the
definitely killed
same
him.
thing that we don't know
They
that
jailed him.
Navalny got killed by
died in their
Russia.
jail.
We can always say like, yes, we.
Wait, who got
Is
killed by
there a
Russia?
Okay. So I just want to
No,
like
Valdi?
listen. For God's sakes, okay. Oftentimes,
Oh, yeah.
what actually occurred is less important than what people think occurred and how they react to it. And so now I go back to our friend Tiberius here, who I've had interactions with previously, because he was all
good
for
man.
firing the majority of people I know in my life that chose not to get a vaccine. He thought they should have been impoverished and fired because the government should have forced them to take a vaccine. A grotesque enough position, but he takes the cake here. So his interpretation, Rampage, regardless of what you think, he thinks Ukraine definitely killed them, right? And he thinks the United States gave the information and gave the go-ahead to kill this American citizen, correct?
I would
That's what
absolutely
guarantee we
disagree
fucking
with
did.
Tiberius here.
I
would
guarantee
absolutely
we
disagree.
fucking
Rampage,
did.
you could disagree, but I'm just clarifying.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
you're
yeah,
saying,
yeah,
right,
yeah, yeah. I
Tiberius?
would completely disagree with that. Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I guarantee we fucking did, because if it literally,
you're
if
good- and
that was
yet-
actually the case that it was the opposite, Biden would have screamed his fucking head off, and we would have actually cut our, we would have cut our
on
head.
a serious note, the reason why I disagree with this is because I feel like that Biden actually, if we gave them the kill order or whatever you want to call it, we actually would have just brought him back here and then fucking stuck him in
That
a
would
hole
be
and fucking
that
jailed the
obviously would
entire
be
fucking
stupid.
time.
They wouldn't do
I
that.
know.
That would look bad for them. Now, let me just ask the last
Bring
question.
our prisoner
Let's-
home and we'll prison him
let's-
himself
no,
instead
wait.
of you over there.
On Rampage, I know I'm not a big streamer, right? I don't know. Maybe I don't know who's bigger. EOD might be bigger than me here, but here, when you're about to get a clip, when two people are going back, just let it
All
go.
right.
You ready? You ready for this clip? Hey, Tiberius, just give me a quick yes or no.
Somebody.
You believe that the United States
He's
gave the
gonna say
go
the
ahead and Ukraine killed, correct?
I do
Gonzalo
believe that,
Lira?
yes.
Okay, and
Answer
you
correct.
you support that. You think that's a good thing.
Yes.
All right, you're a fucking monster. You're a piece of shit.
Okay.
You really are. You just said that you're for the extrajudicial killing of an American citizen because
If
the
you
United.
go around,
you think-
no. If you want to go around into other people's playgrounds while they're in the middle of a war and spy for their adversaries, yeah, you should get liquidated.
Show me proof
it's
that
not-
he
it's
spied. Show me proof
be
that
a
he
big boy
spied.
now and
Show me proof.
understand that if we were in the same spot, we would totally do the same
Show me
thing that
proof.
motherfucker
Show
did.
me proof that he spied. Go ahead.
I don't have that. But I guarantee you.
But you just know it. You're glad he was killed.
Because it wasn't a
Wait,
trial.
are you talking about Coach Red Pill?
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking
Yeah.
about?
Yes.
Wait, was that extrajudicial? I thought he had a trial in.
Let me,
Ukraine.
Jeb, just to
Ukraine
catch
had
you
a
up
trial.
here.
He had a trial in Ukraine, and he was imprisoned, right?
Jeb, let
but he
me-
wasn't
okay.
actually committed to, to be killed.
See, this is the problem.
Okay. I'm
Jeb,
literally.
But he
I'm
died
not
in
arguing with you. I'm literally just asking about the facts.
It
I'm not
doesn't
disagreeing.
matter
I'm
what the
just
facts
asking.
are. It matters what Tiberius thinks the facts are and what he thinks about that. And Tiberius thinks that the Biden administration contacted Ukraine and said, kill this motherfucker, and Ukraine said yes.
Okay.
And Tiberius says that's a good thing. What do you think,
yeah,
Jeb? Is
that's
that a
all
good
I'm
thing? Is that a
No,
good thing?
more along the
I would-
lines-
I would say it's probably not.
That's probably
Okay.
monstrous, is what it is.
Nah.
Yes.
Nah.
That is monstrous. That's not probably monstrous. That is monstrous.
Well, yeah,
fuck
I'm
that.
wondering what's left out. The reason I'm saying
If we
probably
can
is
literally
I'm
go to an
wondering
ally
what's
that we're
left out.
trying to help out and say, hey, our guy is spying on you or is spying on you for our enemies. Here's the documents. We can't prove it because we're going to leak assets. But hey, if you want to handle it, fucking handle it. Fucking base. First time this country has done something great since fucking Waco, Texas. Do it again, please.
Oh, fuck
you're
you!
for
You're
Waco,
gonna
too.
invoke Waco, Texas, like that was some kind of fucking victory. I mean, let's go back to fucking Waco, Texas. Let's talk about the
I would
ATF
love to.
running over a bunch of innocent Americans with fucking tanks.
A bunch of innocent
and burning them
Americans that are
alive
holding
with
like a
homicide.
child raping
Yeah, that's a
compound. Yeah, I
great
fucking love
thing,
it.
EOD, if I may,
That's
if
a
I may,
fantastic thing.
if I may, I could dig up the clip if you want. Here's what Tiberius is here for. Bunch of child raping communists. Hey, were you aware of the fact that when they actually had the building, when it was done being burned, they went into a pantry and they found, what was it, 8, 9 children that were in there? And those children, you know how they died? You want to know how they did? What you're cheering for here, Tiberius? You ready? Want to know? You fucking monster. This is how they died. Because the amount of tear gas that was put in acted as strychnine. So when they found the bodies, they determined that they died before smoke inhalation or fire because these poor fucking kids, some as young as 4 years old, bodies had contorted and snapped so much in one of the most painful, grotesque ways to die in history that they killed them from the amount of pain and the fact that their bones were snapping because of these muscles. When asked about this, the person from the FBI that gave the report said basically this: we assumed that if we harmed the children, the parents would let them go. That's what you're cheering for, you fucking monster.
Jesus.
Okay, small counterpoint.
Disgusting.
Look at this ash.
Disgusting.
That's a long ash. High quality.
The shit plays into your narrative, bro, and you think it's fine in order to commit fucking humane atrocities against.
I don't want to hear this
against
from the
American
anti-immigration
citizens,
people.
guys.
The only way you
Against
stop
American
immigration is
citizens.
if you shoot everybody. So don't play this fucking
you
game
go.
with me. You guys are monsters when it comes to this fucking issue.
When did we say that? You
We're
just said it, not
monsters.
us.
You're advocating for fucking Waco. Are you
Right.
kidding me?
You
I
say
don't know anything about this, to be honest with you, so I have no.
Well, the
say in
problem
this. I
is,
don't know
and this
anything
is the
about
problem I have with Tiberius, right? Like, it's easy to sit. I'll admit this fully. Like, I said this about Conor, Jeb. I said this about you, Rampage. Like, we sit here and we pontificate about these issues. There's more important things to life, right? I could disagree with many left-wing people or right-wing people like Jeb Tan, right? But it's within the realm of, like, sort of reasonability. When you're saying things like Tiberius has said in the past, where I would talk about
Now
heavily,
we admit I'm right.
when we talk, I didn't say you weren't. I said you weren't a real conservative. I didn't say you weren't a real Republican.
well-
I don't think they. But nonetheless, when I would talk about like my rural area where I live, how people were struggling mightily. They were told that they weren't essential. They were losing their jobs. Their parents were dying in nursing homes. They weren't allowed to have funerals. When you talk about all of that, and here comes Tiberius, and he's like, yeah, fuck. They should have told every motherfucker. The government should have said every motherfucker that's not vaccinated shouldn't be allowed to work. Now that's millions of people that would be living in abject poverty. It would have grinded the economy to a complete and total halt. Far worse than it did. But Tiberius says it. And so I asked him the simple question: what is the evidence you're looking at to make you come up with such an authoritative, clearly something that would harm millions of people? And he's like, I don't know. You don't really have the evidence. I don't know. That's what
We already
Fauci
went
told
over
me.
that. It's like I still think the vaccines were massively effective. They work very well. They said that so from the start. It's like, hey, look, here's the data, here's the sheets. Have fun. Like, especially after FDA approval, it's time to get jabbed, bitches. And
Right, so he
people
can't- he
whined
can't
and
show-
cried
but-
over the
I'll
over
finish-
the program that was built under their guy.
I'll finish
It
my
was
spiel
fucking
just real
wild.
quick, Rampage. I'll finish my spiel.
Yeah,
and then you
you're
can
good.
see that
You can just
pattern.
call me Paul if you want.
Paul,
You can just
okay.
call me Paul.
I like Rampage better. It reminds me of Rampage Jackson. That's who everyone
okay,
thought
Rampage
was.
is fine. Better than hey, whatever you want, brother. Okay.
But then you could see that trend continue on here. Then he's like, yeah, I think the United States ordered the kill on Gonzalo Lira, and I'm happy about it because he was a spy. I'm like, can you show me the evidence he was a spy? No, I don't have it.
That I can't show.
And then, he's
that.
like, he says all this fucked up, crazy shit. Then he goes off on Waco. Yeah, based. I'm glad they did that shit at Waco. And it's like, when you start calling for when you find yourself in the position of, I'm glad these people were killed, or I'm hoping that millions of people would have been disenfranchised. These aren't flippant things to say. Now, I'm not saying Tiberius is some monster that should be locked up, but it's so fucking flippant. And so many people engage in this rhetoric where they're not fucking thinking through the positions, which is why I'm so frustrated, because before all this shit, I like talking to Tiberius because he seemed like a sober mind. So I don't know if it's for hot takes or clicks, or if you're just a fucking authoritative idiot, why you come to these positions.
You want to know what I really do? Hey, really quick.
Go.
Actually, I will answer for you, Tiberius. Okay, I will actually answer for you. I actually think that there is some real one of the questions that we had tonight. I really do think that there's some crazy fucking divide, hyper partisanship, where we want to pull out the worst of everybody of whatever they said. And I Tiberius may have said that about the vaccines and not work, but that was a fucking crazy time, Rob, where a lot of motherfuckers that were crazy. And hey, by the way, Rob, I'm on the left. I agree with you. I was not for that. I was more for I'm in Chicago, so motherfuckers shut everything down, and I was fucking pissed. Okay. And but in general, there probably was a happy medium of saying hey, you know what, we probably should have these people specifically have vaccines or they can't work, like a doctor or something, right? Because you do care for people that you should probably be protected on the thing that's happening, especially when it's a pandemic that we have no fucking clue what's going to happen with, right?
I appreciate the steel man,
I reject that,
Paul, but yeah, I'm not going to sign off on this. I'll give a couple of different things. One, most of the time I'm pretty chill on some shit. There's a lot of times I'm very much the centrist or the moderate or whatever. But no, I've got some heavy left wing takes and some heavy right wing takes. One of my more heavy authoritarian takes was I fucking hated how we handled COVID. All right, cool. I didn't believe in the lockdowns. I thought they were going to be a fucking joke. No one was going to go with them, and they were going to fucking wreck the economy. So I'm yeah, cool. I'll actually have the reddest ticket I'll ever have in my life. On the same time of that, once we finally had, oh, hey, we have a vaccine. Hey, it looks like it's working. Hey, all the doctors, or at least the vast majority of them, are saying, hey, you probably should fucking get this. You know nothing motherfuckers. Probably time to ante up and just fucking do it, ain't it?
No.
But no, we're smarter than doctors now.
You were the know-nothing. You were wrong, and we were right.
If you want to believe that, Rob, you can go right ahead, dude.
Tiberius is the perfect median voter. He's like the pro-coal guy that votes for Biden. He's the moral center of the country.
Oh my god,
he's a great genuinely. He's a great representative of what actually normal people think on an array of issues.
He means liberals. That's who he's talking about.
They're very ideologically. Well, Rob, the overwhelming portion of people are not ideologically committed like all of us are, right? A lot of people have these idiosyncratic views that kind of blend together.
Different than what you are ideologically convinced of. He doesn't represent do you think that more than half of America thought that people should be forced to be vaccinated or not allowed to work? I think even most Democrats were against that.
I'm pointing out that I think it's one thing to say that obviously Tiberius has partially authoritarian, it's weird to say I'm anti-lockdown but pro sending the police to your house to get vaccinated. But, in
that sense, you're right. Most people are walking contradictions. And
get in line, right this way.
He's not coming from a principled position. He has contradictory. You're right. Most people are like that. But what I'm saying is, you can see, the vaccine thing is something that's near and dear to me, and we've had this discussion. So that's one thing. But then, the example, I don't even have to come up with hypothetical. By the way, I completely, Paul, reject the idea that it was a trying time. Horseshit. I had people telling me that I wanted grandma to die if I didn't listen to them. I had to, as I was shouting to the heavens, don't send the COVID patients to the nursing homes. And then they were doing it, and tens of thousands of people were dying, and they were saying, shut the fuck up, listen to the experts. And now it's it was a trying time. 30% of Democrats...
No, it's just... It really is, though, kind of.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Listen,
and Rob, it really is. Things do change with science. It really does. And don't get me wrong. I think that we fumbled. Guys, I will build a bridge here between you two here. I do believe that we can look back in hindsight and say, yes, we fucking
look, I'm not walking away from this. Don't build the bridge, okay? I said what I said. I fucking meant it. Stop doing that, okay?
Okay, I'm gonna finish this point real quick.
No, Paul's building a different bridge. He's saying that specifically the nursing homes thing was obviously wrong, and I think you'd even agree with that. Sending people back into nursing homes with COVID was pretty wild.
That was fucking
It was
wild.
wrong. Hindsight, it was wrong.
But that's what the experts said.
Look at this as, and you know what's really good about it too, Rob, is that the last time we had some shit like this was the Spanish flu back in like 19 whatever the fuck.
1918, 1919.
19, yeah, it was around the World War I where we came back from World War I or some bullshit. That's what they tell me. I don't even know if that's true, by the way.
It is true.
But that being said, we do have everything like on camera, all the information. Like we are so much more digitally ready for the next pandemic, even though I don't think it's going to happen for another like 50 to 100 years, most likely. Maybe it does happen quicker. I'm not sure. But we can look back on this and say like, yes, we did fuck up here. We did fuck up with like the schooling with children. We fucked up with that.
No,
Like,
that's
we fucked up
not
with
enough. I'm so sorry. I don't buy this rhetoric. We had 30% of Democrats polled thought that your children should be taken out of your house if you weren't vaccinated. 30%.
That's crazy.
We caused immense
I would love
damage.
To see that poll. That's fucking
That's
crazy.
a YouGov poll. I think it's 28%. But
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is like the most authoritarian shit I've ever heard that I can never fucking get behind
I'll
as a
find it
leftist.
when I'm
That's
done with my
crazy.
show here. I'll look it up. It's a YouGov poll. Happened.
No,
That same
no,
poll
like,
says
it's not that I don't believe you, but
yeah,
if
I
that's
know.
true, like that's fucking
50%,
nuts,
I think, of Democrats in the same poll thought that you should have been forcibly interned in a prison or hospital setting if you refuse to get the vaccine.
I'll actually back him up on this. I'm pretty sure that's
this
very
is
real.
all real, right? And I'm so sorry, but like I'm like we act like it was this, Rubik's Cube that was unsolvable. And so it's just like, well, we'll just throw a dart and say authoritarianism and it'll work out. That's not the way the government should work. If the government wants to have an authoritarian policy that they know is going to have terrible outcomes, then they have to cross certain thresholds and they have to be so transparent with the people before they take these actions. For example, they should have given us some idea of how many people do they think will be infected if we don't do these things? How many people do they think will die? How many people will be saved if we do these things? How many people will be harmed in other ways if we do these things? What is the threshold for when the government should be allowed to take it? For example, should we lock everyone down for a disease that would kill 50 people? Of course not. So when is the threshold for when we do mandates and lockdowns? And instead of answering any of these questions, this is what we were told. Shut up, trust the experts. Do you want grandma to die?
No, wait.
That's what they told us.
I think that, hey, on a serious note, on a near and dear to my heart, we can all sit here and like criticize the federal government, the government in general, the institution of medicine, whatever we want to sit here in our hearts and believe. I do believe they did do what you just said. Honestly,
right. That's right. And so to say like, what was a crazy time? Like these arguments didn't work at Nuremberg.
No, that's what I mean though. Like it was a crazy time. They did believe that it may spread too quick.
It doesn't matter.
It would kill a lot of people. We should lock down so that we don't mass kill.
It doesn't matter if they truly believed it or not. They should have had to prove it. They should have been transparent and answered. They should have given
by the time they proved it, everyone could have been dead.
Right.
Like that's the problem.
Same argument the Patriots.
I'll stand with
everyone could have been dead, you guys. We were all gonna die. We're gonna die.
Hold on. Okay, hey, even months before COVID became like a largely lethal pandemic, even Fauci said that people who had natural immunity for a virus would obviously have more immunity than those who got a vaccine for it.
People back later.
That's right.
Like,
the problem was
one of the most egregious things about the entire fucking endeavor was the flip-flopping from the CDC and from Fauci and from the NIH was wear a mask, don't wear a mask, wear 4 masks, don't wear any mask at all, get vaccinated, don't get vaccinated. It depends on your situation.
And Fauci also none of this shit was lying
clear
about that in order to protect medical supply too. So that is also something that's
he was lying about that in order to protect medical supply.
Yep.
To protect medical supply.
And then you had.
I mean, that's stated in record.
It had
We know
nothing
that's
to do
true.
with compliance. It had nothing to do with authoritarianism. No, certainly
EOD,
not.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying that he didn't have the worst possible motive. Okay, he had a slightly less bad motive, but he still lied, and that is a problem. You don't have to have the worst motive to be wrong.
No, his motive. I disagree with you.
Foundation for authoritarianism.
Their motivation.
The test bed.
They're right.
All of this was what can the government get away with enforcing on?
This is bullshit. We literally got. You're talking about the government that literally did like all kinds of fucking testing on people and all that kind of shit. Like for real, dude. If we already know what we can get away with and what we can't get. away with.
Just to be clear,
hospitals were genuinely lobbying the government because they were having insane shortages of N95
we need to do a trial run.
Listen, I just want you to hear again what Tiberius just said. He said, dude, we should know the government's history of like corruptly testing on people and shit. And simultaneously, Tiberius' belief is you should have against your will had to be vaccinated or you were no longer allowed to work. So trust the government that would do all these heinous tests on you previously, but now it wouldn't work. Don't worry about it. And the problem is,
like, if you guys want the actual principle here, I trust the government more than I trust you.
Right. Because you're not a conservative, you're a big government authoritarian, right? So you're a lefty, and the point is,
No.
the government was wrong.
We're the law and order people.
No.
We're the people that tell you how to live your life. That is what social conservatism is.
Okay, fair.
We
What
tell
you
you,
call-
hey, look, this
you
is
call
how you
yourself-
shit. This is what you eat. This is when you exercise. This is how you get your fucking life in order. Instead, we become a bunch of pussy bitches that sound like a bunch of left-wingers.
Hey,
we want freedom and independence. We want everyone just to do whatever they want, except for whenever they disagree with us.
No, wait,
I
I've
agree
said
with
here,
Tiberius.
I've said here for a while.
Conservatives are the real tyrants.
All right, Tiberius. So you've already said you're perfectly fine with what happened at Waco, those kids dying. You celebrate that. You're perfectly fine that you think the United States ordered the murder of Gonzalo Lira, and you think that's based. You're good for that. And the reason is because you and the government knows what's best for people like me, and you should tell us because you know what's best for my life, correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay, how's your life going, Tiberius?
It's okay.
Oh, really? Yeah, you're doing good because I couldn't help but notice.
Okay,
I saw
hold on,
previously.
this is devolving.
No. No, he's based. He's based. So I couldn't help but notice. I saw some posts a while ago, maybe like a year ago, that seemed to suggest things weren't going so hot for you.
I mean, I definitely have my problems as anybody else does.
But you should, despite with your
Why
problems,
are we devolving this?
despite those problems, you have the right to.
be ad hominem.
No. Why is this ad hom?
Trust
Why
me.
is this ad hom?
I
Bullshit.
trust you.
Bullshit.
That's
white.
Bullshit.
Can't see where he's going if you don't fucking give him a fucking chance.
Why should someone be allowed to tell me how to live my life if their life's not being done in the most successful of ways? Tiberius thinks he has the right to impose on me and millions of other people what he thinks is best for our life. So it seems intuitive that I would say, okay, well then clearly you got your shit together.
To argue with the merits of his original argument,
No, that's not
to attack his personal
That's
life.
horseshit. That is absolute horseshit. Absolute horseshit. I could make any sort of argument I want. It is completely within bounds if someone says the government should force you to live the life I think is right for you to say, oh, well, what are your credentials to say that? Is your life going very swimmingly?
I mean, I don't know. I'm a
Apparently
Christian
not.
conservative, and Jesus Christ was impoverished until he was killed by the government, and yet I still think he had really good advice for other people who were successful in their lives. So,
Hey,
his life
Tiberius,
is pretty rough,
do you liken
but I would
yourself to
rather
Jesus
argue with
Christ?
the merits.
No, I do
I'm not
not.
likening anyone to Jesus Christ. What I'm saying is you need to argue with the merits of their advice.
I am
not
arguing
with
with
the conditions of their life.
I'm making a point that he hasn't given the merits exactly of what his entire position for what my life should be led with. I'm arguing with the strategy in the first place, that the policy should be he has control over my life. It would be no different than if you said trust the experts and I said, okay, well, let's see how the experts did. And then you would say, no, don't talk about their personal life. Don't talk about what they personally said that was wrong. Don't talk about
That's a really good point. Some of the best Nobel Prize laureates for bacterial infection research literally infected themselves and died in order to do their research. They had really bad material conditions relating directly to their research, but they gave supremely impressive advice.
No relevance, anything we said. The point I'm trying to make is it has no relevance. You saying that a expert in virology decided to infect themselves and we learned something, therefore that means Tiberius says that he has the qualifications.
It's a hyperbolic analogy showing the difference between material conditions and meritless advice.
No, that doesn't, because what you're doing is arguing with the other point of the trust the experts point. And you're saying we should have trusted these experts even if the expert did something objectively harmful to themselves to sacrifice. That's a different question than saying that we should have people like Tiberius run the government and have his whims be put on the values of all of us, and me saying, well, if that's the case, then surely if you know what's best for me, you know what's best for yourself. And I'm not just talking materially. That's the mistake.
Well, did he get COVID and die? No. So his advice,
right, Jeb? Because you clearly assume that I can only be talking materially when I talk about this, because you're apparently someone who also would erroneously think
when I say material, I mean the material world, like his conditions in reality don't necessarily mean that his advice was bad, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Hey, Jeb, you're a real conservative, right?
Oh no, he's not.
Making a
No,
don't call me a rhino. Don't say I'm not a conservative. Don't say it.
Conservative.
Don't say it. Don't say I'm not a conservative. I'm just saying that. Yeah, you can't say this.
Say it.
He literally says he's the most conservative person here, and he is.
EOD, really quick. Tell me something that he hasn't said tonight that seems to be not conservative. Jeb Tan.
Oh man. Okay, so
supporting the three-letter agencies, trying to maintain the
That is a conservative
status quo
thing.
in terms of trying to maintain. I was asked.
Yeah, we started the
This is why you're not conservatives. Get out of our fucking party, you pieces of shit.
Okay, it's simple. I can
Just let me try to circle back around a little bit to what Ty had originally said in the first fucking place, which was that conservatism is the party that tells you how to live. And the reason that Rob brought up this whole contention in the first place was because of that assertion in and of itself. And so what authority do you have to tell me how to live based on the status of your own life? It seems to be a little bit contentious. It seems to be a little bit rough. It's not about trying to fucking shit on Ty for having a rough time. It's about exemplifying the fact that maybe Ty's life isn't precisely ideal. Maybe that's not an example.
No, I'm not mad that you're shitting on Ty for his material conditions. I'm mad that you're using it as an excuse to not attack the merits of his actual argument.
He hasn't given it the merits.
Disagreements
The merits of his arguments, that the very few that he said in his attempts to want to control our entire life were things like vaccine mandates, which we already attacked the merits of. This would be no different than saying a mechanic said, you should trust me when it comes to how to fix your car. And I say, okay, well, what's your record on fixing cars? Have you done good? Tiberius is making a claim that's more expansive than that. He's saying you should trust me on how to run your life. And I say, well, what's your record? Fine, not your record then, Tiberius. Tell me someone else that isn't you, that you've given them life advice and totally controlled their life and the policies they should have, including their medical decisions, has ended up. Give me your experience and positive outcomes, because apparently everyone's wetting their pants at the fact that if I ask how that's worked out for you personally, they say that's somehow beyond bonds. So we'll say, give us your vast experience of people whose lives you've ran and how they've turned out. Good, bad, somewhere in between?
Right. Yeah, no, Jeb, I think they're completely open to ask that question.
It's still,
I think it's completely on dag. I'm not going to take that one away from him.
Speaking of mechanics fixing cars, hey, check this out. Isn't it nice?
Motherfucker. No, I'm seeing your ugly ass face.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. The face is nice. Okay, let's be real. Hold on.
Nobody cares, Jeb.
What the fuck is going on? Are you switching your cameras?
Jeb is on his phone. And
so the issue I'm having is when I'm on Discord and it says that my camera's off, it's on. Oh. So I can't flip my camera. And then when it says it's on, it's off. And it's annoying. But hey, mechanics fixing cars, we did it.
All right,
so
anyways,
it's completely irrelevant.
It's a nice car. Great. So you can tell us what to do and how to live our life. Great job, Jeb. Right?
Hey, did you just buy that thing? I don't see any proof that you're a mechanic, by the way.
Oh my god!
No, I bought it for $5,500 and I got it working. So
did you do the work yourself?
It's probably worth.
I did.
Snapper didn't happen.
It's beautiful.
The point is
not worth less than 55. Find a C5 Corvette that is worth less than $5,500 running and driving, and I'll believe you.
All right.
Okay.
You just said you had to fix it.
$500.
Never mind that.
Anyways, great. I think I made my point with Tiberius and the authoritarianism. And when you go back and you look at these sorts of things, right, it turns out that, like, as much as he'll say, well, we were right, you fucking stupid idiots don't know what you're talking about, I was completely right. And if you don't believe me, Jeb, I don't want to say Jeb. If you don't believe me, Tiberius, we'll set up a debate right now. Me, you, and Paul could talk about...
We already had that debate. We didn't agree. We had it a year ago.
Right, and I showed you evidence, and you refused to look at the evidence, right?
No, I showed you my evidence. I literally went
your
in with your evidence and said, hey, look, you're by your own thing. You're wrong. We didn't agree. We moved the fuck along. This is why we don't like each other.
It's not a matter of not agreeing. I showed you evidence that definitively showed, using CDC sources and others, that people...
I told you what it said, and I told you, specifically, you were reading your own fucking evidence wrong.
I'm reading the evidence wrong. That's your argument. I'm reading the evidence wrong.
Yes, I literally told you that when we had it. You probably still have it in your VODs, dude.
In what way did I read the evidence wrong?
You were talking about, like, oh, hey, looking from this, dude, this was a year ago. So, like, if I remember correctly, like, you had a spreadsheet and you had these data sets.
From the CDC.
And we went over them. Yep. Yeah, and I was like, hey, all right, cool. Like, this point actually makes me look, like, pretty bad, cool. And then it's like, oh, yeah, like, there was some other fucking point where it was just like, oh, wait, it was, like, per, like, 100,000 or 1,000. I don't even remember.
It's called per capita.
So it's just like, yeah, like, the data was skewed as fuck. And when I said, like, hey, here's your corrective point, you're just like, nah, dude, I'm totally right. I'm like, no, you're really fucking not. And that's the conversation we had. And we went for 2 fucking hours over that shit.
All right, so just to be clear for the people that are listening, I'll tell you what was actually done. We used the CDC before we even look at potential side effects. My argument was that forcing everyone to take this vaccine against their will was a mistake. And so all I had to do was show a subgroup of those that it would have been harmful or neutral to. So therefore, to take away their autonomy and force them to something that wasn't beneficial to them would be monstrous. So the group that I looked at were people that had a previous infection. So the only data set that we used was the CDC. And the evidence was quite stark that if you had a previous infection, you had a very little risk of having a serious case of COVID or spreading COVID. And it's so little of a risk that it would be asinine to say that these people shouldn't be allowed to work if they didn't do something over top of it. And if you had natural immunity, it meant that you were more protected from a serious case of COVID or spreading COVID than if you didn't have natural immunity but had the vaccine. So in other words, the people that had a previous case of COVID were more protected than people that had the vaccine. Here's where it gets interesting. People like Tiberius would say, we don't give a shit. Force the person that had the previous case of COVID to get the vaccine. But the data shed that it almost did nothing. In fact, within the margin of error, what happened was if you force someone that had COVID already to get the vaccine, you slightly increase their chance to be hospitalized. So then you have to ask, well, the impetus is on the person. The impetus is on the person saying you should be forced to do something you don't want, or else you could no longer work. That's Tiberius's position.
Can I clarify one thing just from what I remember? Sure. So the way I remember this, and Rob's memory is absolutely wonderful, at least for what he does memorize, so I'll give him that. The first phase of that was largely true. Like, I conceded the point, if I remember correctly, and one of the things that really put a bitter taste in my mouth is when I concede any point to Rob, I'm walking shit back, which I've never appreciated. The second part of that was, if I remember right correctly, that's where we had that data point disagreement where he was like, hey, look, like, it didn't really matter for this whole thing. And I'm like, look, you're talking about one group. I'm talking about still just for everybody. And it's in your data that you put in. It's 3 times more effective, if I remember right. It might have been 5 times more effective for the average individual to have the fucking vaccine than not.
How's that relevant to whether or not we should force everyone to be vaccinated?
Because if it's literally 5 times more effective for the common person to have it, it's probably something you should fucking do.
Okay, let's run this experiment then. Let's say then that their new pill comes out, and this pill stops some contagious disease, like somehow it could stop cancer, right? Sure. And we say everyone should have to take this pill so we can stop cancer. Except you know that 5% of the population that takes this pill will instantly die. Would you say, well, we still have to force everyone because it would be a net benefit to society? Would you say that?
5%? That's a little rough. No, let's not do that. That would actually kill
more
people.
How about 2%?
Huh?
How about 1%? How about 0.5%?
About 1/10%.
1/10% is where you're getting there, because that's what we do for cars.
So your argument is that 1/10% of people in this country, so how many, anybody good at math, what would 1/10% of 350 million people be?
Well, one
should be 30,000
approximately.
300,000.
Okay.
Is it 300,000?
So what Tiberius
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm off by a factor. It's 1/100th of a percent is where.
So 30,000. Okay, so 30,000. Tiberius would literally hold down and force 30,000 people to take a medication that he knew would kill them, because it would be beneficial to the rest of society.
How many people get rooted out by cancer every fucking year?
Well, here's what I would do, Tiberius. This is going to be mind-blowing. You know what I would do? I would say, hey, those of you that this will kill, we're not going to force to take this. And those that want to take it will be protected from cancer, so you won't have to worry. And if you're dumb enough to not take it and you die of cancer, that's on you. I would not force people to die.
That's an awesome what if, but you didn't put that in your original analogy, which is part of the problem that I had with the original assumption. We were going off data where we didn't know 100%, and so like you're telling me it's like, oh, it'd just be nice if we didn't give pills to the people it would kill. No, that wasn't the same analog to what we were fucking doing, was it?
It's the exact same analog, because your position, and everyone heard it here, but you tell me if we all heard wrong. Your position was everyone should be forced to be vaccinated or they can't work.
I think you've made the assertion several times. I don't think Ty's challenged that at all.
Okay, so then the argument would be you're not carving out cutouts for specific groups. So the easiest way to attack your argument would say, here is a group made up of millions upon millions of people, and that group is people that have already had COVID. And this is actually harmful to them on net. And you're like, yeah, I agree. I can see that point. Your data shows it's harmful to them on net. And I say, therefore, it would be monstrous to force these people to take a medication that will harm them. And your response is, but look at the data that says that the vaccine helps people that don't have a previous case. So then what you would say is, well, maybe then we'd have those people take it, but we wouldn't force those that it would be a negative to. But unfortunately, your original position was force them all, which is why I used that argument to prove how monstrous what you were doing. Then you double down in the analogy. You say, yes, I would be willing to give a pill that kills 30,000 people if it meant the rest of us didn't have cancer, as opposed to just being like, well, no, I wouldn't force everyone. It proves that the sort of policy that you implemented or that you wanted implemented, this one size fits all, fuck that, force everyone to get vaccinated or they can't work, is fucking monstrous. That's what it proves. You have no defense of it at all.
Oh, you're 100% right, because it is monstrous, and there is a level where I'm memeing into it, but there's also a level where the reason why I have this extreme position, why I haven't let off of it, even though I could totally walk it back at this point, it's been years, right, is that we acted in a time where your data was not available. Am I wrong in that? We didn't know about that until, like, the end of 21 is when your data was approved?
Well,
So hold on, there was a little bit. So some of the data he's talking about in terms of adverse interactions wasn't available, but the data that natural immunity always is more robust than vaccine immunity in any virus pretty much ever was something even Anthony Fauci
it's a general assumption, and the only issue is that how did we know who had a natural immunity outside of people who were just reinfected, right?
Well, that's interesting.
Fair.
That's interesting because although that's going to solve for some of this, it's not going to solve for the majority because the language that was used in the CDC data set said specifically people with a prior infection. So there's an argument to be made that people that have a previous infection don't have natural immunity, but this data set will cover for that because it says that even if you're one of the people that doesn't have natural immunity, so many people must have it within that previous set of people that were previously infected that their chances...
Which is why it was an even.
And I wish EOD was here because, as I can say, one of the big debates I had at the time on this was with Dylan Burns. And the problem is, what you see is people were not looking at... I don't agree with you, Jeb Tan, that they had positive motivations. It was political or self-serving motivations for most of these people.
Well, no, I agree with you. I think in multiple times politics took prio over science for Democrats through COVID. I agree with you on that.
That's why, for example, when I'm talking to Dylan Burns, he's advocating for a position that says in New York at the time was suggesting you should have to have a vaccine passport to go shop for groceries, which is an incredible violation of someone's personal autonomy. But he cuts out an exception that you don't have to have a vaccine passport to go to the Black Lives Matter protest. Why? Because Dylan goes to the Black Lives Matter protest, and he doesn't think those people should have to provide a passport. And he went with it. He went to, and then you would cite, well, the scientists say that you can't contract COVID at the Black Lives Matter protest. You can at the Trump protest. You can at Sturgis, which is also outdoor, but you can at the Black Lives Matter. And to the extent you can, what did they say? Well, 5,000 medical professionals signed on and said, COVID's bad, but you know what's a bigger threat? White supremacy. So we need to get out there and protest. And so when
they actually didn't just say that. They actually said that I'm pretty sure white supremacy has killed more people than COVID too.
Okay, nonetheless, it seems that in a pandemic when they're asking, I'm not sure if that's the exact language, but it seems in a pandemic where they're asking people to not send their kids to school, to not go visit their loved ones, to not be able to go to work, it seems pretty fucking callous to be like, well, we see all these people for Black Lives Matter violating the orders, but white supremacy's killed more people. It seems pretty fucking callous. Nonetheless, the point that I'm getting to at the end here is Dylan talked about how he also, like Tiberius, was in favor of Biden's vaccine mandate, right? And I went through the same sort of data set, and I was able to prove to him conclusively that natural immunity was superior to vaccinated immunity. And I said, now, Dylan, your argument is even those with natural immunity should be forced to get tested every week if they don't have the vaccine. He said, yes. I said, what is your principle as to why that's the case? He said, because it could solve, even saves one life. It's worth doing it. So their inconvenience is worth it. I said, last question, Dylan, are you vaccinated? He says, I am vaccinated. I said, should you be tested every week? He says, no. I say, why not? He says, I'm vaccinated. I said, but you've already admitted that someone like me with natural immunity, even without being vaccinated, has more protection than you. And so if I need to continue to be tested, even though it's inconvenient for me to the greater good, why shouldn't you if you're less protected? And you know what his answer was? Never mind. Neither of us should be tested. Because as soon as it affected them politically, as soon as it affected their personal life, now it's different. Now all of a sudden it's like, well, shit. No, I don't want to be personally inconvenienced. It's not worth that. And that's what happened with so much of COVID. That's why it's so fucking monstrous, right? When you say that we have these large swath plans that say that this is what, but it's sort of a moot point talking about Tiberius' character. I could accept that maybe for content he's being tongue-in-cheek. How do you explain then Gonzalo Lira deserved to die, or the people at Waco had it coming? How do you explain that? Is that tongue-in-cheek as well?
No, you're talking to them.
no, Ty. It's revealing, is what it is. It reveals how authoritarian you are. It reveals that you're willing to, absolve the state of responsibility for murdering innocent fucking people for the sake of the fucking narrative, for the sake of the cause, for the sake of the means. The ends justify the means, right? Like that's the fucking disgusting part of what you're trying to fucking argue here. When you start to compare what happened with COVID to Waco and Ruby Ridge and whatever not. But
I mean, if we were sitting here with like groypers and they were like, well, here's the crime statistics and people of color tend to commit more crimes. So if you see a person of color in your neighborhood, you should just, use lethal force on them. We'd be appalled. We'd be like, what? What the fuck? That's insane. But in effect, that's what you're saying. You're saying, well, fuck it. Innocent children got killed. Fuck it. Based. Yeah, this guy was an American. The United States, I believe, ordered his death. Fuck it. Based. Like, it's crazy. These are positions that go beyond the realm of like, we're having disagreement. Me and Jeb are having a disagreement whether or not we should send money to Ukraine. Like, this is a fucking different level where it makes you question whether you want to associate with someone who has such extreme positions. That's all I'm saying.
No, I get it. Like, I don't usually come out with any of my extreme positions very often, but since people don't want to think that I'm such a cuck, I guess, I'll throw them out there. Like, there's a point where people have to make decisions, and there's consequences of decisions. I'm really fucking tired of when shit goes sideways and children die or bad things happen that we're just gonna fucking like, oh well, we're it should have been better. No. Sometimes people fucking die. Sometimes kids die. This is why I can't stand the Palestine folks. It's like, Palestine fucked around and found out, now there's a bunch of dead kids. How terrible is that? Well, maybe if they didn't fuck around and find out, there wouldn't be a bunch of dead-ass kids.
Ty, what?
God damn.
You're wild in Ty. What is happening?
I'm tired of people's bullshit.
That's just a very crude utilitarian analysis.
It's
though,
late
right?
for everybody but me. So for me, it's 10 o'clock. I'm fucking.
It's
I'm over here
It's
just
like
hanging.
1
I'm over
a.m.
here just hanging.
I'm not upset with the conversation, but I do have to get going. I have a bachelor party to get to tonight. Hopefully no one fucks around and finds out Tiberius is there. So I would hate to clean up that mess.
Fair.
But no, everyone, I had a lot
coming
of
out of
fun. I did. And Paul, if you ever want me back, I like doing shit like this. I really do. I find it boring to stream by myself so much, so I don't give a fuck. I'd come back. Nice to talk to you again, Conor boy. And EOD, always the man. Someone said EOD. Oh shit! I wonder if I still have it pasted. You were going on one of your rants. This guy Blue Juju in my chat just put quote EOD clearly fucks. I was like, yeah, there you go. That guy
does not
he
fuck.
clearly
Tiberius fucks.
Clearly
Tiberius
fucks.
fucks.
I love
Okay.
it, dude. I love it.
Oh my god.
So Rob, I'll tell you right now before you go, okay? Like tomorrow we do I do a community panel every fucking Friday, and we're usually chill as fuck, dude. And like, I'd love to fucking have you there, and I'm always nervous about trying to ask you.
No, ask away, man. Next, I got a bachelor party. Like Fridays have been so fucking crazy with me. I got all these weddings and bachelor parties and stuff. When I say bachelor party, we're literally
every
going
time I hear
fishing.
you on someone's platform, by the way, you're always like, I have a bachelor party. It's like, this guy's the most likable. He has the most likable.
Well,
guy.
it's only
season.
one
It's
wedding.
summer.
Here's what it is, right? It was the bachelorette party, and I have a 3-year-old kid, so I had to be stay-at-home dad for a week while my wife was at that.
Okay.
Then it was the bridal shower, which was I had to drive my wife to that in Pittsburgh, which is like a 2-hour drive. Then this week it's the bachelor party, and then I think I got a week off, and then I'm gonna have the fucking wedding, which is gonna be it's one wedding. It's killing me. But then then you get into when you get to the summer, you got people's graduation parties, family reunions, and stuff like that. So it gets busy, and with my work schedule, I work like 90, 100 hours a week, so it's tough to stream. I can stream myself because it's like this, like okay, work done, bam, turn on the computer and stream. But to say to like Paul, like yeah, I'll be there at 8 o'clock. If I can't make that commitment because it's like with my line of work with the home health care, like what if someone has to go to the hospital, or what if the fire alarm goes off or something?
Right.
Jamal Bowman style. Like
I mean, you were upfront about it too. When I was like, "Hey, could you do this?" and you were like, "Hey, yes, I can right now, but this could happen." Which
I love interacting with people. What's worse that could happen? I get in some complicated economy discussion with the Conor boy where he sounds technically superior to me, but then is proven to be a fool by the end of it.
Economics.
So that's the worst that could happen. So the worst thing that can happen is you look like a fool and lose a debate and you learn something. Who gives a shit about that?
yeah, who cares?
I never care.
And you act like nothing happens the next day.
Right. And I always win, so it makes it easier. So
Yeah, exactly. This is my bubble, baby.
See y'all though. Thank you so much for having me. We'll talk to y'all soon.
Anytime, Mr. Rob. Have a good
See you.
night, buddy.
Yeah, I'd love to do EOD's show. He's fun partner. Oh man, fucking Tiberius, man. I don't even know. Oh God, it's just so frustrating. Like I always, and let me let you in on a little on my Like, let's say I'm debating, I'm trying to think, who's a lefty that was on a lot of it? Like Socialism Done Left or something. Hutch. Say I'm debating Hutch. And Hutch says something stupid like Tiberius. It doesn't affect me as much because, to be honest, I never really liked, I don't want to put it that way. It's not like I dislike Hutch. But Tiberius was someone who I liked enough that when I had a radio show, he used to call in all the time. He was someone that we touted as a sort of election forecaster. So he would get deep into like, oh, this is what's going on in Michigan and this is what's going on in Arizona. Audience really liked him. I wished him well in the endeavor. I thought he was cool. We obviously disagreed in some politics stuff, but so when you, like, it's the same way I feel with Pisco. It's like, when you have someone that you kind of enjoy your interactions, and then all of a sudden it blows up like that. Fuck those kids in Waco. Like, what are you doing? And it's not just like a disagreement. Like, that's crazy shit. So that's, I guess, where my indignation comes from. Inversity says, you were on your game tonight. Hot damn, thank you. I thought so. I don't understand. I do. As far as the debate proper, EOD was a great partner. With Jeb Tan and Conor, I don't know. They're kind of two ships passing. They're going in different directions with some of their beliefs. Like, it's basically, though, comes down to, and I'm sorry, it's orange man bad. That's what it comes down to. And, like, they can't defend these positions. I'll talk to Jeb Tan anytime he wants to talk about any of these trials. He wants to talk about fucking classified document case and the Her report. Talk to him all night about it. Like, they can't defend them. Like, the Bragg case, they couldn't defend. Like, even Conor initially had the entire case backwards, which is what I've been saying on my channel for weeks. I'm like, the truth is, had Trump used his campaign money, they would have bitched and said, you can't do that. That's exactly what Conor, well, it's clearly corrupt if you use campaign money for this. They're saying he had to use it. Like, he's fucked either way. And just them, like, it is a thinly veiled attempt. It does not take a master orator or debater to make the argument like, dude, more than hush money or someone mishandling classified information, a far bigger threat to our country than that are people in the legal system, particularly in the intel agencies, that are literally specifically targeting candidates they don't like or politicians they don't like, and then allowing their opposition to do the same crimes and get away with it. And basically, Jeb and Conor are like, we agree that's happening, but we don't give a fuck. Or we'll say we give a fuck, but Trump still needs to go down. Because it's very important. What? Like the Bragg case. What? Paying money to Stormy Daniels? That's that important? And, I hated to bring the fucking, you don't think Conor's more likely to vote? I think he is. I will say this, man. I did shame Tiberius. I know I'm me, so I'm biased. But I thought, for Conor, I thought I brought the hammer down there. I was debating whether or not to say it, but when Conor started, of course I care. Of course I care about deep state, blah, 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 blah. I say it all the time. And I was like, that don't mean shit, because you took money from them to help them win. You could say all you want. I don't like that guy. That guy's a prick. I hope that guy loses. But once you start taking that money and help them win, your cheap, cheap words mean nothing. That's the truth. And he had no answer to it. He was just like, what the FBI sometimes does good. And it's the same with Jeb. Jeb continued to make positions. It was like Jeb's like, yeah, Trump is a speedboat, but I like the speedboat stuff. And it's like, well, give me examples of the speedboat. Well, the bump stock and the massive spending, but those are all things you don't like. So if you like the fact that he is a speedboat, but the only things you could isolate that you don't like about him are the speedboat analogy, then what the fuck are you talking about? It's the same with Thomas Massie and Justin Amash. He's like, I like them. They're good. I like them on policy. And it's like, well, they both are against the weaponization of government and think what's happening to Trump's despicable. Well, I don't agree with them on that. And I asked Jeb specifically, if Jeb says he wants Republicans to start fighting back, that's what he wants. I said, name me one. You already said not Massie, not Amash, so name me. And he couldn't name one. How could you make the argument, well, we have to take our lumps when they arrest our people and charge them? Well, no matter what, even if we think it's crooked, we have to go to trial. We have to do it because that's the decent thing to do. But we need to start fighting back. It's like, oh, cool. Who are you pushing for that's fighting back? Well, no one, but we, like, come on. And the truth of the matter is, and I'm sorry to make it so clear cut, this is the truth of the matter. No matter how flowered words, and Conor all but admitted at the end, whatever flowery words they want to use or try to delve into these cases and make this argument and that argument, the truth is Orange Man bad. That's the truth. They don't fucking like him. They want to go back to the Mitt Romney party. They want Nikki Haley. That's the type of people they want. So they're willing to twist their mind in pretzels or just blatantly lie to you and be like, oh, no. You know, really, it's about this and it's about that. Bullshit. Just say it. We don't fucking like the guy. We're glad he's going down. It'll be better off for the country. Just say it. I was going to bring up a point about Libsrin and Warhammer, but I thought Conor was getting shit on enough tonight. So, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, how do I have to sit there and be like, oh, actually, it's a snowflake, him paying Stormy Daniels. So we have to support. And again, Conor makes the mistake of basically admitting he used the word, not me, so he can't even get out of it. That Biden is a corpse and the country's ran by the deep state. Okay. That's his words, not mine. Okay, you're taking money and helping the deep state win. And I've talked to Conor over and over again as he said, here's what these corrupt FBI, here's how they're covering up Biden's crimes. Here's how they're doing this, blah, 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 blah. But still at the end of the day, he's willing to be like, but I'm glad they're going after Trump. Rob, remember when Destiny used you to mutually try to debate right-wingers? I do remember that. It's all right. I use Destiny too. It's one of the things. You have to think. There's using people, and then there's like mutual use. Like using people to be something like this. If Aftershock said to me like, "Hey man, can you come on and do this panel for me, and then I'll help you out with this thing," and I'm like, "Sure," and then he ghosts me and he never helps. That's using me. But if Destiny's like, "Hey, you want to come on and debate me at this?" because he's using me as practice to debate Alex Jones, I don't mind that because I'm using him. All of a sudden, instead of 100 people watching me, I got 10,000 people watching me. And I'll smack his ass around in the debate, and I look good. Then I got in Tim Pool's show. So I have no hard feelings about Destiny using me or anyone else that's against me. That's fine. Hutch used me when he wanted to debate me. Fine by me. Make Hutch look stupid. More eyeballs see me. Great. So yeah, don't bother me. Thank you, Sparky. I appreciate it. Yeah, but fun debate. Hopefully Black Elk will get that clipped out. If you like any parts of it after the show's over, feel free to, in the comment section, put the timestamp that you liked. There's a lot good there. I mean, the problem is no one will ever see it. Well, I won't say no one. Most people won't see it because it's a 4-hour debate, 3 or 4 hour debate. So most people aren't going to watch that. So there's little sections within it that I thought were pretty good. But, you know, maybe we'll line up some more debates with Jeb Tan. Like I said, I'm going to be on Wick's show, like the second. Pondering Politics wanted a panel on whether or not the government's weaponized their institutions against Trump. Okay, dude. I got to tip my cap, though. I don't know if he suggested me or not, but there's no... Yeah, I know, Aftershock. I'll talk to you here in the future about it. My schedule's so iffy right now. It's so hard. But it's, you know... how anti-Trump were they 1 to 10? 8.5, 9? How much did Wu pay for that? That's funny. I think it's funny. I like Wick too, but it's funny when I do a show with Wick, Wick goes, "I'm required to tell you that I am paid by Progressive PAC," and then I'm always like, "Yeah, and I just want to let everyone know I'm not paid by Progressive PAC." Why doesn't Brianna come on and debate? She's so great. Last time I debated her and Destiny, she hid behind Destiny and just kept going, "It's all conspiracy theory." Great. Doing good. Stick to failing at Gamergate, Brianna. Then she tries to gatekeep me. "Well, if you just apologize to me and promise me you'll be nice the next time we debate, then, you know, because I've had a lot of opportunities, panels where I told them that you're not allowed to come on." Too bad. Some poor panel got Brianna Wu to fucking agree with what all the other lefties they were saying instead of getting me. And here's the thing. Same with people like Andrew Wilson and stuff. You might not like me, But I bet you have more fun watching the show when I'm on than when it's just a bunch of lefties agreeing with each other. Also, I will give one more negative. Like, can you believe Jeb Tan didn't come back at me after the whole jerking off thing? Can you believe that? He just took that. He took it. Be a man, Jeb Tan. He said, you and Conor are jerking each other off. So I went in a big tirade about how he's a fake conservative, that he just wants to watch dudes jerk off. Probably had a butt plug in. So he was going in the back, touching himself, thinking about it. He had no comeback. That's just normal dude banter. You gotta fucking man up. Oh, they're deplatforming President Sunday. You know, I've never had even one interaction with President Sunday. I know nothing about him other than everyone hates him. That's all I know about him. Yeah, me too, Zen. I was expecting, because then I know Jeb gets to talk next, and I'm kind of excited. I'm waiting for him to be like, you fat prick. You know, something it'd make me laugh. I would have chuckled. But no, he's just like, well, Rob, you know, I even yelled at did you guys like I yelled at the moderator too? I was like, fuck it. If that's how it's going to be, we'll just take the gloves off. We'll yell at everyone. It is the blood sports in me. Yeah, you know, Jeb's not the dumbest person in the world. Like, he can make a coherent argument. But some of the stuff he's saying, it's just like, it's so out of the realm of like, I mean, my God, he literally made the point. This is surreal to me. Like, you have to, this isn't dumb in the sense that like the average guy in the street would be like, wow, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's dumb in the sense that anyone with a cursory knowledge of like our current political situation. So he makes the argument, basically it's a good thing that the Republicans totally caved on the Ukraine-Israel funding, because now that we didn't attach the border to it, Democrats in the Senate will say, you know what? We're going to go ahead with the Republican border bill. I'm not a gambling man, but I would be willing to bet 95% of every asset I own that there is zero fucking chance that the Senate Democrats right now go, we're going to give Republicans in the House everything they want in the border for nothing. We'll just say yes. Yep, sounds good. Zero chance. It is not happening. And the idea that he's like, well, they only need 2 senators. Right, until Biden vetoes the bill, which they will. I mean, that's just such a, like, to hear him talk, he's talking about something and you're like, okay, the steps logically follow. But if you take a step back, you're like, wait, what? And then he's like, oh, the Democrats caved on TikTok, but they all wanted the TikTok ban. Like, it's a story. And then it's like, well, you start to interrogate it and you're like, I don't know. Roy says, I'd rather watch the world burn with a funny president. Isn't it the truth, you know? Yeah, it's just, you know, it was an interesting, first off, is Crucible Clips Andrew? Or is it just one of the other fine folks at the Crucible? It might be, actually, I think it's Mr. E or Chicken, probably. But is Andrew going on Fresh and Fit? Who's going on Fresh and Fit tomorrow? I don't think I would go on. I don't know what I would say. I'd come off as like super milquetoast. Like, could you imagine me and Andrew sitting on Fresh and Fit? And Andrew just being like, you fucking OnlyFan whores, blah, 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 blah. And I'd just be like, yeah, you ladies should like try another line of work. Probably, I don't know. Yeah, Jim Bob's great. Yeah, Jim Bob would be a good partner for Andrew. I wouldn't be such a good partner. I'd be like, I don't know. I'm not really going to shit on you anymore. Andrew will shit on you enough. You know, I don't know. I don't got any spicy cultural takes like that, really. It's just not who I am. I'll yell at the politics debaters all day, but like people like that, I'm just like, yeah, I think we can do when your fucking family sees this shit. Are you ashamed? Man, have some dignity, you know. Sheetz is hired, the gas station's hired, man. You know, work at McDonald's. You know, and I've always said that, right? Like, not to drone on here, but anybody who's doing work that's not directly like grotesque, I tip my cap to. It's so easy to just give up and not work and have someone pay for your way in life. Like, so, you know, I know people be like, oh, look at that guy. I went to school with him. He's 42. He's working at McDonald's. Hey, good for him. Probably didn't make the best life choices that he ended up as a 42-year-old man at McDonald's, but at least today, this dude's at work. And that's more than a lot of people. So you ain't gonna hear me shit on anybody who has a job. You know, it's like, now, OnlyFans porn, that's different. So let's find someone to raid and then we'll bust out of here. That would be a good debate for someone to review, though. I think I did incredibly well there. Of course, I always do, so. Not that I always do well, I always think I do well, so. Oh, EOD's still on. Let's rate him. We like him. Serving libs at Starbucks, grotesque. All right, some jobs are bad. Yeah, but that makes you respect them even more, right? It's like Al Bundy selling shoes to chubby ladies. Like that's the serving libs at Starbucks, yeah. Yeah, I hear you, Crisco. Yeah, Donald's crazy. We ate it. You guys won't know this place. It's called Permanis. It's like a Pittsburgh place. Me, Hank, and Courtney went and ate there, and he got a little personal pizza, and we got like fries, and each got a sandwich. I think it was $31 with drinks, like sodas, not beers. I shit you not. If three of us go to McDonald's, we're probably spending $23 just on like meals. It's crazy. So I was like, hell yeah, Permanis for the win. It's actually good food. All right, we're going to head out. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. Remember, be checking the channel out around noon, the YouTube channel. Trying to get a video up every day. I got a lot of those shorts from last night. So special thanks to Aftershock. Thanks to Zen, Crisco that always donate. Thanks to EOD. Thanks to Paul and all the people that debated. And a special shout out to Black Elk, who's still doing the editing for my show. You can find his link on all of my platforms, and you can see where he's at. And yeah. All right, everyone. We'll talk to y'all soon. As always, have a good one.
We have in our skin. Pigments work by absorbing certain wavelengths of light and reflecting others. Your bright blue t-shirt absorbs all the wavelengths except the bluish ones, which are reflected back to your eyes. The scales of the butterfly can have some pigments in them, but so can the